Quiver's bow. The Dark Divinity.
The Dark Divinity. What's going on, everyone over here on YouTube and Twitch?
You want to come do Odin with me for the first time?
Totally. Let's do Odin.
I've never done it. And I don't know this story because we're halfway through it. So
all right, well, I'm in game. So send me an invite. I do want to run that Kieran quest and open up Kieran.
Yes.
So I'm gonna head out to you said Mordona?
Yeah, Mordona. And go to the minstrel like you would to have unlocked things back in Era. Okay.
You got it. What's going on, chat? Hey, Grim, Aaron, Psycho, Sean, Bako.
So once I talk to that person, it put me on the quest. And then we got Pepsi here.
Pepsi Max.
Dark Divinity. Use Earth Seal.
Okay. Boozalog. He said, so the Wandering Minstrel, does he have a quest over his head? Oh, no, cutscene. Never mind.
Normal quest. Looks like a normal quest. I don't know why I didn't have a plus scene.
Lances of light, herald of dawn, beckoning shadows deeper still. Splendorous dances with shades on earth. A rime-kissed blade spills crimson o'er the fields of white. Archon Louisoix warned us that shadows will accompany the coming of the dawn, and answer the ascendant light darkness will gather upon in opposition, and so interpreted his words. What a rime-kissed blade signifies, I cannot fathom. But I have heard roses of blood and blooming of the hills at Courthus in ever great profusion. The blah blah blah. I was like, oh yes, he's confusing me already. We got chats excited, guys. And there are already 37 likes on the YouTube side of things. Guys, we're also the link in that is pinned in the description is also for Twitch. So if you can lurk on both of our streams, that would be legendary. All right, so I talked to him. Did he give me the thing?
Oh, I can't do this. I was going to show your screen, but I can't do it. It'll break it. You have all the mounts, and he has a quest.
He didn't have a quest for me. Maybe I don't have all the mounts.
Maybe you don't have all your ponies.
What? Let me look at the ones I got.
All right, they're all in a row.
Unicorn, that doesn't count. I've got the Titan.
Nightmare.
So Gullifax, Markhab, Ramu, Borealis, the ice pony. I've got Zathalos, the wind pony, Aethelon, the fire. So Ifrit, Garuda, Titan, Ramu, Shiva. I guess I might not have Leviathan.
Oh,
so I might be just missing the one.
That is the hardest one. All right, we're about to pivot to Leviathan then.
Well, do you want to do Odin first?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Did you open up a party finder, or are you just inviting?
Yeah, I can open up a party finder.
All right, cool.
Oh, we'll do this, and then we'll get you a Leviathan pony, and anybody else that needs a Leviathan.
Anybody else who wants a Leviathan, hop on this train.
I need to change it to end recruit. It just needs to be a level. It's going to be a trial for. Oh, I need to have this unlocked before I can really make sure. Because how do I make sure that somebody doesn't come in that doesn't have it? Oh,
I don't know. Like you just put a password on it.
If I make you queue, you won't be able to get into it. Yeah, but no, like, what if they don't have it unlocked, like me?
Oh, you don't have the extreme Leviathan unlocked or Odin?
No, I don't have Odin unlocked.
Oh, okay.
So I'll throw a party finder as soon as I get Odin unlocked.
Okay, cool.
That way, because if you put it as the thing, they can't join it unless they have it unlocked, right? Is that true?
Yeah.
And so that guarantees that we don't have to all ask ourselves who has it and who doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
Same with jobs. It automatically lets the jobs in. I'm assuming the two people in here have it. So you should have 6 ponies and Nightmare. And that's maximum ponyage.
Max ponage. That's 7.
If you've pwned the ponyage.
Well, I thought I pwned the ponage, but then I failed on the on one of the pones.
You fell short.
You gotta
pwn harder.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, what's up, Ryan? How you doing tonight? Guys, are you excited for tonight? I am so freaking excited.
Give me the money. I need nothing in my inventory. I generated thousands of items of inventory today.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I gathered one of half of the items in the game that you can gather from botany and mining. One or more, and then there were high quality of some. So it was, I don't know, at least 300 separate things that don't stack. So my retainers are bursting at the seams with things I've gathered, and it's all unspoiled node stuff. So like I can't throw it out because it's all valuable.
Yeah,
I just need it to sell.
Just gotta
There's
sell
a
it.
ton of money, which is great because I still, even if all that stuff's sold, have not made the amount that I'm now gonna have to give away. We are at a very large number. It's gonna be a big month, man.
Yeah, you gotta make that money. He's overcommitted on these subs, guys. Well, how much are you giving away like at the end of the month? At the end of September?
We crossed 6 million today.
6 million gil to a random sprout, right? Or just a random person on the server?
We may have to break it up. Because you remember I can only trade 1 million.
1 million
per
at a
trade
time.
screen.
Oh my gosh! So maybe 6 sprouts getting 1 million each.
I'm gonna find out. Well, let's see how big it gets as a number, and then we'll address it.
Jeez Louise, man.
Yep.
It's like, please also purchase items from Chris's retainers. They're named Tweedledee and Tweedledum.
So if you're just missing Leviathan,
Yeah.
that would let you do that quest.
That's all I'm missing, man. That's all I'm missing.
Okay.
What's up, Ty? Saying,
Nice
what's up,
thing
my
is-
ninjas?
The nice thing is I can do all this at level 69 and put a little. Maybe I'm getting a little experience. I'm not sure if I'm actually getting experience for this.
69? Noise.
That's where I'm at. Rich was in Uwu today.
Oh, again? Or
For the first time.
Going, okay, sorry, the other ultimate.
Yeah, they did 3 or 4 hours. I think maybe a little longer.
That is awesome. That is awesome to hear.
Yeah.
How
You announced it yesterday. You
how
said
mad will
yesterday,
people be
I
with
got
the
a lot
next
of
one?
feedback about not using World First Raiders. So this time, it's time for me to do a little bit of the carrying. So we're gonna have to see it in the group. So he was excited.
Good, cool.
Mental Monk, thank you so much for 3 months.
Oh, wow. Thanks, Mental Monk.
Cool. I don't know what any of this lore is, so I'm just skipping all of it. Because I was literally halfway in, so I would have had to New Game Plus this to catch up. I'm sure it's
Oh,
an
wow.
intriguing story.
So Aaron said they gifted 20 subs today on the stream. Aaron, thank you so much for that support, dude. Midzoom says, hey guys, happy live letter night. Happy live letter night indeed. And Ryan's asking how we're doing tonight. I think we're doing fantastic. We've been building up to this all week long. So yeah, Brett, I'm hoping for summoner changes.
Actually, you watching on Twitch or YouTube? This is going to be the same show.
Same show.
One's just going to be Brian and hosting from his. Once it gets started, it's going to be same audio, same show.
Yeah.
Until then, we're going to be in content, and so you're either going to see his POV or mine. So that's your choice. If you got one platform you like the way the chat works better, you want to have them both up and one muted, whatever you want.
There's no wrong answer. If you can do both, that's even better, but that's no pressure whatsoever. Right after the show, also here we've got the links. We'll be doing, you can stay here on Twitch. We'll also be doing the podcast, but we're going to do that on the podcast channel, summarizing it, going through some topics, and then those will get split up over and posted on Work to Game. So if you've subbed to any one of our many channels, you're in the right spot.
Yeah, we're ready. We're doing it.
Oh, okay. Fred Nick Teddy. Got it, Aaron. See, I wish over here on you, I hope you, a YouTube gaming perspective, they'll let people assign kind of their own handle in that way, because that's what we typically get. Oh, I'm this person on YouTube, or I'm this person on Twitch, because no one ever knew there was gonna be all these different random platforms 10 years ago.
All right.
Do you have the Odin fight unlocked?
Just be right. Less faded. Somebody asked, where do you turn in the music scrolls?
Yeah.
Just do that. Travel to Kugane. Is this can't be the same thing? Oh no, this is some other quest. I've wandered. Okay.
Oh yeah, there's the Kirin.
Okay, I wondered. I was like, how am I in Ishgard? I ended up on some other. I don't know. Our team has almost as many channels as Benny. I think Brian does.
Yeah, I don't have many.
I
not
think
all of
they're-
mine are monetized, but I do have a lot.
I think he's right there with Benny.
Ginger Prime, Gaming Radio, Prime University, Parents Guide, and then we share Work to Game and Work to Game TV. So like that gives me 4, and I literally was dared to start more channels on the podcast today, and they think they're joking, but I was just talking with Chris about, with the fact that I've been covering New World and Final Fantasy XIV, about running an experiment where I just make a couple of channels that literally are the same posts, but like where if you went to my 14 focused channel, it would be the Ginger Prime, videos, but they would just be whatever one game you're interested in to see if that ended up, being anything overall, because that's what we keep being told. Like people say that I should only like stick to one game, Brian, and it's like I can't. I don't believe in that as a healthy practice. But from an algorithmic perspective, hitting upload a second time, I don't think bothers me. So dare accepted.
Oh, I did an Astro Quest by accident. I was like, how did I end up somewhere else? Okay. I ended up on an Astro Quest briefly. There's so many quests, man.
Thank you, Grim.
I am finding all these things that like I missed because I missed them when they were relevant, and then like I don't go back. Like it's a game about moving forward. There's all this new stuff. If you're focused on the past, you're gonna miss the current patch. Go, 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 go.
I like what Grim's saying. Play whatever you want, Brian. And I totally agree. I think that's the absolute best and healthiest way to go about life.
All you want to know about Odin. Is that it? Did I get it? No. What did that result in? It just says all you want to know about Odin is complete. Okay. Now what?
Book Boy, you're such a legend, says, I did the 14 survey yesterday and asked what my top streamers I watched were, and the top 3 were Work to Game, Ginger Prime, and Gaming Kinda.
Fear in the Odin Shroud.
It makes me feel good.
Okay, so now I got to go to New Gridania. This should be the quest that results in it.
Hey, what's up,
Mark? Requires
Mark?
that I've cleared the ultimate weapon. Done.
Yeah.
Done. Thankfully, like there's no MSQ requirements for any of this. That's all been done. Fear in the Odin Sound. I can see the name. This is it. Fear and Odin in the Shroud. There it is. Okay, cool.
All right. Open up that party finder.
Magnate, thanks for sharing Prime with us.
Oh, I missed that one.
We've had a lot of people share Prime today. It's been awesome.
I actually did a glamour set, so like you guys can see my my latest outfit.
You look like a cowboy.
That's what I was going for. Elf cowboy. Yeehaw. I was like, all right, looking good. Looking good. Kind of dark where I'm standing, but either way. Oh yeah.
All my like
another cowboy hat right
stuff
here.
is all broken as far as like showing your UI or your gameplay and stuff because we haven't been doing that. So that's all.
Fido.
All those layouts have been
freaking
broken
awesome
over time.
We're gonna go wrangle us some some cows. Yeah. Oh, he's rocking machine.
It's Zoom that breaks it because we haven't been using Zoom.
Pew pew. Oh, look at that weapon.
Discord.
Oh wow.
All right.
That is gorgeous. I love that so much.
Earth's Fount now available.
Yay!
Okay, Party Finder going up.
All right.
I'm gonna actually recruit it with Earth's Fount.
I'm just gonna search Jane.
Done. It's up. For some reason, it thinks we have 2 healers and a DPS.
What's the password?
1111.
Ah.
Here we go. I don't know why. There it goes. I don't know why I didn't update the jobs.
Okay, I was like,
I just took it down and pulled it back up. So I was like, it didn't seem to pull right. I can go in and adjust it, but
it says I can't join with my healer.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's looking for DPS. Can you remove role restrictions?
Sure, I can. I'm not good at all this stuff.
It's time for Chris to take off those trading wheels.
There we go. Role restrictions removed.
Awesome.
I mean,
yeah, I'm in.
All right. 2, 4, 6, 7.
Brett, you're at the build up to Titan, dude. That's awesome.
Do we have one more? And Gypsoy sharing Prime with us. And Mute 7 for the first time. Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks, Mute. Thanks, Gypsoy. Brett says my controller guides have been really helpful as his girlfriend has been just getting into the MMORPG, and that's actually really helped kind of ease the entry point. That's awesome. That's exactly what we try to focus in on here. Yeah, Distant Worlds, when we do Party Finder stuff, we'll say the password, so that generally hopefully helps benefits you guys as
I did not unsync.
viewers. Oh, we're running this like real running this.
I just ran it.
Okay,
we got 1 tank, 2 healers.
Most of my bars are completely gone. I did this fight at FanFest, man. I did this fight at FanFest with Julie.
Cool.
Yeah.
Look at this guy. This is awesome.
I feel bad for the UK folks because like I was talking with Chili, we had him on the podcast this morning, and like it's gonna be 3 a.m. when this shindig kicks off for them. I'm like, ooh.
All right.
Hey, what's
Brian
up,
is
Dirk?
healing without bars. He's healing with some missing abilities. I'm healing with Astro. Is my weakest healer. Let's do it.
So good luck to Fido. This is just a ploy to see how much gear damage.
We have exactly 1 hour.
Count it down. Yeah, let's do it.
What could go wrong? The red mages don't have reses, so if Brian and I go down, this is gonna get rough.
I haven't done level 50 content in like seriously since working on my relic, and it felt like it was still butter.
All right. I don't know the mechanics of this, but it's a day 1 synced.
Day 1 synced.
Except that we're top end geared. We're over geared and we have classes that didn't exist at the time.
Oh no, Fido! There you go.
Look like it hurt. There is no backup tank.
Aw, thanks. Thanks for being so welcoming, Chad. I really like when everybody comes to check out Final Fantasy XIV. I love it when I see the community welcome them. I got to go to curing, base curing. This feels wrong. Oh gosh, we got. Wow. Like, welcome to Endwalker. We've decided to delete Cure from the game. Okay.
Oh my gosh. There's some AoE there. You remember when they used to just say, we were just seeing if any PS3s were in the room. Oh, you dodged the first AoE? Don't worry. Your ISP has told you about the second AoE. The second one. That one's going to be a doozy. Titans are quick, too. Titan's a jerk. So I would have had mass. Somebody would have had mass sooner, right? So we could have pulled a lot of that off. Oh god, I don't have any ability to keep up on this. We're gonna lose that red mage, and now we're gonna lose that dancer.
We're not gonna lose anybody. Not if I can
Ryan
help
says
it.
No. Ryan says he's got this.
Oh man, my MP is getting low. How low can it go?
All the way to the flow.
All the way to the flow. Dragging back some more.
All right. We're doing it now. Unless something else. Oh, that ability looked like it came from IKEA. I don't know what that word was.
Okay, we got to burn him. All DPS.
We have an extra DPS. It should be fine.
Healers must damage, Chris. Healers must do damage.
I've been tossing cards and malefics and occasionally remembering a dot. There it is. 0.4.
Got it. Congrats
Missed
on your
the
clear.
cut. Thank you. Wow, amazing. Yeah, screw you, Rich. You're off taking on Uwu. I'm taking on Synced Odin.
But you can Uwu, but can you sync Odin?
Wondrous Tales updated. That's what caused this mess. Was that I needed this for my... All right. Look at that sexy chicken. My God. All right.
Odin being Norse, most of the abilities are in German. Thank you, Riku.
It's quick. That's quick.
All right. Sweet. Now,
Cool.
if we could unsync Leviathan Extreme.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I don't know.
Very much so.
I'm not here to get good. I'm here to get
Let me
ponied.
just complete this quest so I don't forget where I am. All right. That quest is complete. I'm going as a warrior.
Nice. Sound check
And we
is
are
going on
to,
for the live
unsync.
stream.
Huh?
They are doing live sound check on the live stream right now for the live letter.
All right. I will pull that up. That means I'm going to stop your stream though. I was watching you. Leviathan, you said?
Yeah, that's the one I don't have.
All right. One or more party members does not have it. Does everybody mind checking in their trials and see if you have under a Realm Reborn, under high-end trials, you're looking for the Horror Eater Extreme? The Horror Eater?
The Whirl Eater.
The Eater of Horror?
Whirl. Yum, yum, the delicious whirl.
You have to have cleared Thorn March Extreme. If you have not, oh, somebody left. Is that enough? That's enough.
Enough.
Thank you. Done. Cam's frozen. Oh. Why? Oh, probably because Zoom did something weird.
Did you close Zoom? Did you minimize it?
No. Not.
Because you're perfectly fine on my end.
Delightful.
All right. There we go.
That's not better. All right, we're gonna no cam this for a next second. I promise I'm still here, guys. I promise I'm still here. In theory, we can kill this. Oh, that was big. Okay. In theory, we can kill this in like a minute. We did this a bunch yesterday. The pony drop rate was garbage. All right. Let's see if I can figure out my cam here. Don't get knocked off. There it is.
And 1 minute and 5.
Cool. God? Is that you?
Hey, Sean, thank you. Dropping a super sticker. Fist bump. All right. How many times? What is this drop rate?
I don't know. I can't get my cam back.
In all?
No. It like in Zoom when I in the thing it's not capturing. Like it's literally just not capturing.
Have you checked?
I didn't know we were using Zoom today.
Well, yeah.
I was not prepared. All right, let me turn on some lights first of all.
What's up, Wayne?
It's very dark in here. Better. And then did you get a pony?
No pony dropped that time.
All right. I'll use again.
We got 7. Dark if you want. We're already in queue. So,
Okay.
Dark wants to jump in with us, but we can do that after this run. Yeah, yeah.
We'll pick you up in 1 minute.
Let's see if we can beat 105.
Okay, 105.
Do we know what worlds are preferred for the event?
Zoom. It's not picking you up either. It's literally just not picking up Zoom.
I don't know if there's any kind of preferred worlds for the live letter stuff, Tim. It's more informational Endwalker stuff. Ah, I have changed. Let's see if Chris rejoins. So Ben says, hey, quick question for the new guy looking to move from the free trial to paid. Can I get the complete? Oh God, gotta run. Don't want to fall off. Don't be that guy. Yes. Did not beat our previous time. There it is. All right. I don't know if he won a bet. I don't even know what the bet is. Let's see here. Hey, quick question for the new guy looking to move on for the free trial to the paid. Oh yeah, may I let Chris back in? All right, you're back.
All right.
Is that any better?
Looks like it.
Awesome. So Ben asks, hey, quick question for the new guy looking to move from the free trial to the paid. Can I get a complete edition or whatever it's called now, and the new upcoming expansion is included, or will I have to wait a few months? You will have to wait. Like, the complete edition bin will cover you for the existing game up through Shadowbringers. And if you want to play past, obviously, Heaven's Word, that's the best deal. If it's on sale, that's going to be your greatest way in. You will still have to buy the Endwalker expansion. After Endwalker launches, not on early access for the 19th, but after, there will be a complete edition that includes Endwalker and all the previous content. So it really comes down to you. So if they've got it on sale,
collector's editions are on sale they're half off. Collector's editions. You want to complete, if you missed any of the, complete your collector's editions.
Yeah,
we're full. Let's do this.
All right. Right now I am 1 mount away from getting my Kieran mount, so essentially 2 mounts, and
it's a 20% drop rate. Anybody that doesn't have it can roll.
Tank, so.
Anybody that doesn't have it can roll.
I'm the only healer. Never mind. Let's do it.
I don't even have stance on.
Well, I was like, I was like, man, should I run like as the tank and make Dark Knight tank prog?
Oh, yeah. That's what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to make Dark Knight. Right. I just went to Warrior because it was my default, but I got everything. I got my bear. So I need to change tanks after this.
Nice.
To any of the ones but Gunbreaker. Gunbreaker does not get credit from this one. It's got to be 61 or above. All right. Now, in theory, I have another set of layouts. We have tested none of this with Zoom. I have tested literally none of this with Zoom. Oh, not awful. Not awful. Brian's breaks just a bit, not like a ridiculous amount. Okay, interesting. Oh, I died. I was busy looking at layouts. So we've got, I didn't even notice. Sucked off the platform. Off I went. Let me see if I can fix this real quick.
Yeah.
Turn that off. Okay. I think we're going to pull directly to the other one after this.
And he's done. Mirror of the Whirl, I guess it's a crafting item, I guess.
Yes, crafting item. Makes it glow or something.
No, I did not know that. So, Senshi says, did you know that early access release or a date for Endwalker is the same night as a lunar eclipse?
Look at those guys. Look at those guys.
Look at them guys.
Next level. Okay, let me get out of here. I gotta recover here. Keep this train moving. Trying to do too many things at once. Look at this. There we go. Oh, and then it broke it. Oh my gosh, it looked so good in preview. And then it said, no, Brian's has to be wrong now.
It's all good. All right, cool.
All right, I'll fix it in the next one. And try not to get sucked off the platform at the same time.
45 minutes. 45 minutes and countdown, guys. 45.
We're gonna get these ponies. They're doing some sound check. All right. See if I can. Grab the webcam frame. Nope.
Throwing up some goose eggs on him.
Where did that come from? Why is it doing that? Oh, don't get sucked off.
We still have the walls.
Okay.
We haven't gone to, non-walled phase.
I'm not contributing damage, but I'd like to not fall off.
So I got, this is the only primal pony mount I don't have. So we're going to just get that so then I can have my Kieran. I thought I had all the ponies. I just was like, I don't know how to get Kieran. And
spot.
I don't know. I guess sometimes I'm lazy and I'm just like, I'll do it later.
Did it!
55
seconds.
The whole
phase. We skipped a phase.
Best time.
Yeah, so 21's a phase change. And so you have to kill it. You have to do the last 21% before it can
it's here. Good luck to anybody who needs it.
Good luck to
anybody. Good luck on
We'll keep running it if we need more.
Yeah, if anybody doesn't have it, roll on it. We'll keep running it for y'all. Oh, I got it. I got the whistle.
Brian got it.
Sound off a chat. Make sure everybody gets one.
Anybody need them out? We'll keep running it. Otherwise, Brian's gonna go do that quest.
I'm gonna go do that quest while we find out.
There's a. Oh, maybe that's the answer. Yes.
All right. Looks like everybody's got it so far.
Okay. Great.
Yeah. All right, let's go talk. I'm gonna go talk to Yoshi P. I'm gonna read the text, guys. All right. Yes. Kieran Fife.
Okay.
Drop the music here.
What happens if I go to?
How good is it to see you again, Bryn? Little have I to wander in search of inspiration these past moons, for the very air resounds with the word of your veriest deeds. Are all rumors true? The primals of Eorzea resurrected in ever more fierce forms, only to meet the swift end at your hand. Yes. I knew it, but tell me, in your forays among the beast tribes, did you ever come across a nightmare? Steeds of darkness gifted with the beast tribes by the servants of evil, mounts for their own holy armies, or so the rumors have it, for neither stable nor ilky hair have ever seen firsthand. Well, I have all 6.
Sorry.
You're good. I've seen these beasts, but tame them ever to be fabled magic steeds, consecrated to the primal themselves. I can scarce believe it possible, yet if man is capable of the feat, it's you. Though the animals were merely stuff of legend, creatures of manifest darkness, sacrificed to the beast tribes, unholy gods emerged from the void, recast their elemental image, to think not only but these enriched beings exist, but I know the very man whom they answer. Yes, I see it now. You are the one, Bryn, the one of whom the oracle spoke all those years ago. I wished you to have this whistle. I collected it during my wanderings in the east, a gift from the ancient hermit who lived life of seclusion atop a holy mountain. At the time, I thought it was a poor reward for climbing up top that godforsaken peak. But it turned out that the hermit spoke unto me thus: I give you a gift. The gift I give you is no mundane instrument, but a matchless hero may sound its clarion call and summon upon an ageless one, a legend to call a legend forth. A colt I was, though I am senile, a broken man with a broken whistle, and yet here was something and passion in his voice, a glint in his eye. He told me that he was speaking true. Though my lips have never mustered a single peep from the thing, I have kept it at my side ever since. But now I gladly part with it, for who could the hermit have been speaking of? You, Bryn, a matchless hero who has defended the realm time and time again from the primal menace, a living legend who can call forth legendary beasts. At this, surely you must have foreseen our fateful meeting. He talks a lot. Full may have I of your heroic lips will succeed that there are merely musical ones failed, and the honor shall be to bear witness to the first encounter between the greatest hero of our time and the mythical creature unlike which the world has never seen. What a song I shall make of it. A sublime song call for sublime settings, and yet I could think none better for the crystal cliffs of Rathfrost overlooking Silverton Lake. Forgive me for wishing an touch of a theater, an already auspicious event, but if you would indulge me this once, would you be gratefully, eternally grateful? I shall follow you to Rathfrost, but keep me out of sight until such a time below the fife to summon the O, but my heart races to think of it. To Rathfrost, Bryn, your legend awaits. Quest accepted.
Just like the Rising.
Yeah. All right, where do I go? Oh, okay. And I can fly there now.
Mm-hmm.
On a primal pony, nonetheless. Or this is the... Yeah, it's a primal.
You're choosing.
I did random.
Oh.
Mordona. I don't think I've actually flown over all the areas you can't travel to in Mordona.
Cool.
Like, there's a whole other, like, part of the zone that we haven't had access to since 1.0.
Cool.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna use the fife.
This is it. You just got Pegasus. Congratulations.
So Ty, we're going for the whole live letter, and then as soon as it concludes, we're gonna podcast summarize it all. Oh, sweet! All the ponies are hanging out with me.
Super cool. All but Nightmare.
Yeah, but I do have Nightmare.
Because I think Nightmare is not required.
Beautiful. Not even my wildest flights of fancy could I ever dream of witnessing such a sight. Yeah, and then within the podcast, we'll actually have it summarized and broken down for you guys over on Work the Game as well. So if you can't stay up for the late wee hours of it, don't worry. We'll make sure you have all the information for you at your fingertips tomorrow.
We'll feed you, baby bird.
But if you can, we'd love all the lurks and likes and,
Yeah, hang out.
Yeah, hang out.
Fall asleep to our soothing voice and occasional odd shout.
Hey. Welcome.
It's pretty cool.
Just
it's a cool quest.
Close your eyes. Pull your blanket up and cuddle it. I don't know how to talk people to sleep.
Let's see if this Alumin's worth anything. No, this Alumin is trash. It's garbage. It's total waste. There we go. Is that really worth 5,000 a piece? No, but it could easily be worth 3,000. Well, not for the normal quality.
Yeah, complete.
Oh wait. That went the wrong place.
Ichiban, nice.
Is that right?
Cool. What does that bring my
Oh, that was
mount
right.
my mount collection up to? 67.
Cool.
67.
You got more than me. Does anybody in this group need other ponies, or do you need other mounts? What do you need, Brian? You need birds?
How many? Okay, so let's look at the birds, because I've collected some of the birds.
I don't have any birds.
Oh, you don't have any birds? Okay, birds are
I don't
definitely
think so.
next. We did a bird party.
so.
We did a bird party for community game night a couple of weeks ago that Rock put on. Let's see how many birds I've got. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 4 birds. I've got 4 birds.
I have no birds. What bird do you need?
I have Rose, Round, Warring,
how do I
and
know
Demonic.
which one do you?
I don't know.
Which one do you need?
I would assume if there
You
was
have Limitless Blue?
What's Limitless Blue?
Well, they're not gonna tell me the boss name because it's spoilery. For all I know, I don't even have all these all unlocked. So
Riku took Japanese in school. I wish it. For as much as I love Japanese games, I really wish I studied Japanese.
how do I know? I don't even know what all drops birds.
It's the extremes from the Heavensward Trials. So that's Ravana.
Actually, while we have 8, we should do Stormblood. Honestly, we should do dogs. Because while we have 8 people, like we can solo. You can solo Heavensward.
I've got 4 of the dogs.
Okay, which dog are you missing?
I've got Blissful, Reveling, so that's like Lakshmi and Sasano. I've got Legendary, which I think is Shinru. I got Lunar, which is the one we did for. Remember how we were struggling, and because you have to do mechanics even if synced. So what's her face? And then and so essentially, what would come after her?
I have Blissful, Revealing, and Legendary.
Okay, so you don't have Shiomi, and then you don't have the one, and I don't have the ones after that. So
It's one of my favorite trial fights they've ever done.
Yeah.
So I would love to have the Suki mount.
I don't have a. Hold on 1 second.
I never got it clear. I progged this like repeatedly for weeks and never got it clear. But I was just pugging it with just Party Finder. All right. Let's do this.
There we go. For some reason I didn't have my notification box.
Let's see if we have one or more doesn't have it. All right, let's try another one. I don't have a plan. This was not in the plan.
Yeah, we got
Yako?
30 minutes.
Stoa? One doesn't have it.
Byaku? Can we do Byaku?
I tried Byaku, didn't have it.
Okay.
What's the last one? Hell's Gear?
There are 7 birds.
Do we maybe people don't have this unlocked?
Let's go with birds then, because I think that might be a little bit the odds of be greater.
All right. I don't have any of these, so we'll just start with the first one here. And then I muted my game sound so that we could hear Brian's lovely voice while I was just basically managing
Ladies
markets.
and gentlemen, or I can talk like this.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to welcome you to the late night stream. We got a really awesome show planned out for you. We're gonna find out that they're deleting Summoner and hearts will be broken.
Jasmine,
Whoa, Jasmine! Wow, thank you.
5 gifted subs. I will keep track. Don't worry. Let me
Your sins shall be
tab this
purged.
over here and keep track here. We're at 529.
What's going on, Musu?
Yeah. How do I copy this layer so I can go paste it somewhere else?
I
Copy.
think right click caught me.
Okay.
I think.
And then paste. I don't know. Nope. Doesn't do that. Didn't work. Did not work the way intended. Oh wait, paste reference or paste duplicate? Oh, paste reference. What did that do? Oh, it's back. Oh, it worked as I wanted. That means
Yay.
that if I call this out, it'll go back to the other one.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, so good. So good.
If you use that for voiceover, you can make so much money. That's awesome. Posture check. You got it.
All right. Make sure that's totally transitioned out. Oh, we could pull. Sorry. I wasn't worried about it.
We're good.
I wasn't worried about it. Bismarck, I think, still takes several minutes. Still a process here. I don't think you can push this one.
Yeah, there's. I mean, there's.
I believe that's what I've been told.
We can obviously.
Just because there's so many phases.
Yeah, there's some of the fights for Heavens were still very mechanical driven.
Yeah. And I've got the picture-in-picture down there. That's the stream. So that way we're keeping an eye on it. They should not start for another half hour, but you know, just in cases, we're ready. So I think this takes 3 minutes. Yeah, everybody's saying still 3-minute fight. That's what I've been told. I don't know that I've ever cleared it on stream, but I don't know. I don't have birds, so there's a very good chance I haven't. Whoa, so fast. So fast. I am just now getting into super endgame, guys. I am starting
go ahead,
to
Wayne.
get my feet wet.
Yeah, questions are perfectly, always welcome.
Here we go. The current record is 3 minutes and 37 seconds, and so you just can't push it faster than that. Even with like 8 blues synchronizing, like you just can't skip phases. I bet there's so many fights I don't have unlocked. Like, I bet if I pulled up a full duty list, I could make a whole day of just going and unlocking fights.
All we're doing is, come on, busy. Let's phase change.
But it surprises me how much you can get done in 12 hours of uninterrupted time.
I love you, creature.
Like two resplendent tools on a normal day where I'm like, you know, watching videos and stopping at a reasonable time. I mean, you only get so much done. I understand why these like unhealthy DGen marathoners get so much done in game.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I've been jealous of them.
Creature dropping. Can we get somebody to smash that like button or like that smash button? Yeah, like that smash button. I love it.
Yeah, I've been jealous of how much they have, and this was a good excuse. Chat was here to keep me energetic, keep me awake. Oh, did somebody? I could swear I just saw stuff fly off.
Yeah, some people did.
Oh, there they go.
And you can't res on this fight.
I would love to say that I knew why I got to stay on the platform versus not. All right, here we go.
All right, all right.
Oh, so it's not the full life bar. It's each separate phase, and that's why you can't push it. There it was, my first clear.
Oh, congrats.
Thanks, man. I worked hard for it. Oh. That was already voice acted. I just added that.
That's so funny.
That's the level of voice acting we have, guys. We do have voice acting in game.
100 likes. I think our best liked stream is 350 for FanFest. So it's up to you, chat.
Okay. No bird. No bird.
And T-minus 28 minutes.
Let's find a bird.
Mike that slash button.
I'm ready to see some birds. That's probably why I don't have them unlocked, is they probably require that I do them to do them in order, maybe?
Yeah.
I didn't do extremes during any of the early expansions. I would mess with them sometimes. Like I messed with Tsukiyomi's and never got a clear. Party Finder. You just Party Finder repeatedly. I've messed with the Unreals and never gotten a clear. I've never cleared an Unreal. Because I go in like week 1, Party Finder gets their face smashed, people leave, and then like I never go back.
5-letter hype.
And the Unreals have some cool stuff behind them. It's like a whole vendor, little box game. It's like a whole thing. I've always watched it, never done it. I think that's what I'm liking about the more like evening-based streams is that more of you guys can hop in and it's much easier to form a group.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's so true. Like what would you kind of consider normal gaming hours, right? Yeah,
when people aren't at working hours. Which like there's enough people that have flexibility in their job or which days they work. But if we had cross data center, we could easily fill parties for all sorts of things.
Cross data center is going to be so good.
But I'm restricted to only people on Aether that are also available midday. And so sometimes we just can't fill a party. There's just not enough of us. Which stops some of the really cool farms and stops some of the prog. And
so now we just got to wait for him to transition to his thing.
And I said I'd start getting to Savage when they had cross data center and then they delayed it. I was like, okay, well, I can't wait an indeterminate amount of time. You got to do it at some point. I got 63 days left to get E12 clear. No echo.
Yeah, 60K on Fashion Report, guys, if you're struggling to try to get your car mount. And Chris, dude, if you're on Aether, man, like y'all, you know, all you got to do is hop on in. I think we even have a spot open.
We do. There's only 7 of us.
And I already have my my bird for this one, so.
I mean, we'll get a couple more clears, and then it'll be time. I had 3 minutes apiece.
Oh, Desperate soloed Bismarck as a Dark Knight. That's awesome, man.
He was doing E10 S proc today for the first time.
That's wild.
Yeah. They were having a good time. That's what I was watching before I went live.
Nice.
And actually, when I went live, I was like, guys, I have to watch them finish this. We're gonna watch this till 8.
I think we got blasted last time. So anybody near the edge, control the clouds.
I'm going to join your group. I'll throw up a party finder after this. We have 1 open spot. You just have to have it unlocked. So
decided to switch.
And it'll just be an Aether party finder. I put a password on it so that we know that it's one of you guys that can hear us.
What a bad time for the joystick to take over. Oh God. Oh no.
All right. Cool.
And a winner, chicken dinner.
326. Trimmed a minute. No whistle.
Some kind of bone, though.
Yeah, those are crafting mats. You can also get those from descenting the items from these things. Some of them are worth something. Like some of those crafted items are in high demand. So like the crafting components are 10 and 20,000 for a horn like that, depending on the boss.
Yeah.
I don't know with this boss, but
open up Party Finder. We can grab anybody who wants to try to have an opportunity to win a mount.
All right. Password's 11111.
11111.
Because while I appreciate Todd's 6969, I also appreciate that I used to play on a controller. And I was like, please stop making me type things.
Hey, Darren, how you doing tonight?
You got Thai food.
Oh. Muscleente just finished Stormblood. Welcome to Shadowbringers. Welcome to Shadowbringers.
You have 63 days to clear more than 60 hours of content. I hope you enjoy it. You don't have to be ready on day 1. But congratulations.
Now, in fact, if you're a streamer and people are enjoying your streams as you play through the story, there's an added advantage to not being ready for Endwalker on day 1.
Be late. Because if that's what they've been watching is MSQ, they're not gonna be stuck in a hard spot where they either want to keep watching you, but they also don't want it to spoil their experience. So it puts people in a weird spot. But If you have friends that are like going in on day one and you want to play with them, 63 days is plenty of time to enjoy it. You don't have to rush.
Oh yeah. When's the Final Fantasy 15 event end? Because Delancey's 140k away from their car mount, so be sure to do that fashion report, because that's going to get you 60k
So,
right there.
Your fastest way to get MGP is your fashion report. Your next fastest way, in my opinion, is to single out the parts of the challenge log you like, and the next fastest after that is to do Wondrous Tales and take the MGP card. And that is only because I prefer to get like the minions or mounts from Wondrous Tales. So, me personally.
October 18th is when it ends. Okay, that's good to know. So yeah, you should have plenty of time. But yeah, doing your challenge log,
18th.
what, like over the next 3 weeks? But if you do anything else, you'll get that. You'll get your car mount for sure.
So 1 month out from the expansion. Be moving on. It's perfectly okay to be late to the expansion, but if you are trying to get it done, 63 days is an amount of time that it is not impossible, but it will require discipline. It will require setting aside time and staying the course, not being like, you know what, I think I'm going to try a crafting relic for the first time. No, don't do that. All right. So does Odin have a mount? I guess Odin Extreme?
I don't think so. Odin has a mount. No, well, Odin has a mount. It's Cash Shop mount.
Oh, but like the Odin Extreme does not have a mount lock behind it.
Right.
As a fight. Okay. Odin is hard, not extreme. Okay. Cool.
Oh no, your cam froze again,
Just
Chris.
clam. What? I can still see zoomed fine.
Yeah, and he's working just fine over here.
All right. All right. It's something about the way it's pulling it in then.
How are you using window capture? You might switch to game capture. Sometimes like that's
I'm using game capture.
okay. Yeah, like over here on YouTube, like his camera isn't messing up, so it's something about his Zoom client.
Zoom's great. Oh my gosh. 329. We may have to switch to Discord.
If we need to, yeah.
No mount. Just because Discord we know works.
Oh, Julie's asking if I want some coffee. Yes, please.
There you go.
Yeah. Pro wife.
And Waller do. Waller
Hey,
do,
man.
thank you so much for your 5th month in a row.
Thanks, Waller.
Inserting that.
Yeah, if the cam doesn't work, let's switch to Discord before we queue up, because that way we'll be plenty ready, because we got 15 minutes.
All right, let's do that. See if that stays
Discord?
stable. Yeah,
All right.
I want to be testing it mid thing.
Okay, cool. Switching to Discord. See you in a second. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. All right, 1 second, guys. Let's see, cam overlay. Let me fire up Discord. Actually, that probably would be a good step. And I'll pop it out. Pop it out. Can't hear you. 1 second. Turn off camera.
Activity. Okay, voice activity.
Okay, there we go. I can hear you now.
Device, you got my correct microphone. Okay. And now I get to go teach my stuff to use Discord camera.
Video cam. Go Brio. There we go. Sweet action, Jackson. Oh, and the only thing is we're reverse. Can I? Oh man, that's the one thing I wish I could reverse it. I don't care. You'll be Del Monte B. I'll be worked a game today.
Okay, I don't have your cam yet. You've not shared your cam with me.
I have. It's showing in our Discord chat.
Oh, okay. Hey, now it is. And I'm back. Good. Okay. Cool. Let's go again. I can do this part while we do things. I can do this.
Oh yeah. Hey Aaron.
All right. Discord camera.
Oh, Fido's wife brought him coffee as well. What awesome wives we have.
I asked my wife for an energy drink last night, and she knew I had a stream tonight, and she bought me a box.
Wow, that's awesome, dude. Claire is
She planned ahead.
Claire, aka Mrs. Gaming, kinda. I think, as you described, said it once, is the best.
Yeah. Trying to go more.
Oh yeah, Chris might sound a little quieter. Let me just, because he's actually run through my soundboard now through Discord as opposed to Zoom, which is independent.
Oh yes,
I turned you up.
Okay. Cool.
You tickled that like, Riku. You are the best, man. You are the best. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, we should get info on Sage and Reaper, and I'm betting they're gonna open up with like the job action trailer. I think that's what they know people really are excited about watching. Yeah, dude, Matt, lurk on both. Also, in the pinned comments and in the description, if you guys want to just watch the event without hanging out with us, we have the link directly to the event, as well as there's another link for the podcast. So as instead of continuing like one giant live stream on YouTube, we're gonna switch it over to the podcast format as soon as the live letter is finished, so that way people can either watch the event or they can do they got choices.
Cool.
So the pinned comment has all the links for you guys here on YouTube.
Now I need to go in and turn down Discord. Actually, it's probably just Brian specifically.
Maybe if I'm coming in too loud. Hey Randy, what's going on, dude? And delivering pizza. It sounds amazing. Not the delivering pizza part, but pizza sounds amazing.
All right, see if I can do both. All right, should be good. You guys can hear game sound nice and loud now. Maybe a little too loud. And Brian's where I want him. Perfect.
Right, exactly where I want him to be.
Perfect. I will tell you that this is where 4 monitors is like exactly enough. This was the setup I wanted the 4th monitor for. I needed to replace the TV for the 3rd monitor because how I normally stream, but the 4th monitor is just gravy. These were the streams where I was like, I'm gonna need 4. There's still a monitor that has 3 things overlapping. So super nice. And I can turn down game sound. I just want to have it. Okay.
I thought they put some kind of cap on how many frames the game runs in. I've got it capped at 60 right now.
I have it capped at 60. And I have it still running at 60 frames even when it's not the active window.
Yeah, it does, but not really. I think internally, even if your system's running it at more frames, the system set it up to no more than 90 or something, because I think they were having people kind of able to kind of glitch through certain things.
Four monitors sounds like too much. Well, I have a full screen on my right, the picture you guys see, and then I have Brian and I with our audio above me, and then I have the game on my left, then I have all the stream info on this on the top right. How are we doing on time? We got time for like
One more, I think.
one more. Last one.
Last
Have
one.
we even seen a bird yet?
No.
All right.
Do you guys think they're going to add any more physical collector ID edition for Endwalker? I hope so, but honestly, it's a weird world we live in which that like physical delivery and shipping is the thing, you know. Supply chain is really being tested, so I think if anything else, their priorities are probably focusing on trying to get servers.
Let's see a bird. Let's see a bird. I don't care who gets it. I just want to see one. We'll see a bird drop.
Bird drop. Drop that bird. Drop that bird.
Yesterday when we started pony runs, we got 4 ponies in our first 5 runs.
Yeah.
And then it went very downhill from there. Very, very downhill. All right. Wait till I get one of those huge monitors. So I have 4 27-inch monitors. Brian has the ultra wide.
Yeah, I have one ultra wide and one 27-inch. And I want to get another 27-inch to have mounted above for like more of the managing of the stream, etc. So, but you know,
I really like. So I really like them all to.
You got to
I
spread
don't know
them
that I need
out.
them all to be the same size, but I really like them all to be 1080p that are going to be full screen applications that you guys see. I wouldn't need the chat and stuff to be, but I needed the 2 that I use that I pan back and forth when I play 2 games.
Yeah.
To be
You're in
1080p
about
the same size so that I can have back and forth.
10 minutes now, Josh. We are less than 10 minutes away from live letter time.
Because what this allows for is if they do an intermission, I can pull the game back up instantly.
Yeah.
Because the game's going to stay running. Look at that whale. Angry whale.
Angry whale.
Cool. I'm ready. I'm ready for a live letter, man.
Yes, dude. The world is
I'm
ready.
ready for a live letter. Let's go.
Oh no, we lost Road Mage.
No. That'll happen. That'll happen. Running unsynced at 80, it's just funny. I proved the pigs can't fly. The Lala in the golden pig suit. I love it. But it looks awesome flying on a pixie mount.
Yeah.
I bet so. A golden Lala pig on a pig.
Ooh, thanks for joining us for your first live letter, Mega Man.
Crossing into our 14 is, guys. Isn't that poetic? The live letter is going to begin for Final Fantasy XIV during hour 14.
No bird.
No bird. No bird. All right. Cool. And then I need to, if I tab to the picture-in-picture here, the only thing that's missing, it puts us in different spots. I think that's where I actually want us. We're different sizes,
that's
but
fine.
We're professional.
We're professional.
And then I need to paste a reference for the sub goal. We'll go put that under me. That way that stays there. Okay. This is the and then I can turn this off. I can turn this on. I think we're good.
Here we go. All right, I got the
I'm
stream
ready.
up. I got the game up. This is
Let me mute game sound.
I'll drop my. Actually, I'll keep music out up until they actually start playing their music. Haha.
Okay, we're here. Yeah, it's all disband party. Thank you guys. This was good. Yeah, I don't know if there's a unable disband party. You can't do that.
Who do you think you are?
Oh, you're on the Porksy as suggested. Oh, are you at our house? I'm gonna come to the guild house.
You're going to the house? Okay, I'll go hang out at the house as well.
Yeah. So we'll be at our freak company house. You can do exclamation point house if you're over on Aether and you want to make your way over to Sargatanas and hang out. Oh, I don't see it. Was it here?
Oh, thanks, HX.
So if you guys want to hang out like you're in person, there it is. Oh, so good. Pig on a pig. That's awesome.
Pig on pig on pig.
So I'm not a big character, but I am a full-blown cat girl here. So my pig does not look so... my pig looks like it's under a bigger burden there.
Yeah. And thanks for the 153 likes here on YouTube. Appreciate the support, guys. That's a great free way to share out the stream on the YouTube side. Thanks. Got all the chats up.
Now stream will get kind of turned down a little bit because we're going to be in kind of a weird spot where we have to balance like the English and I'll probably leave it relatively full, but we're going to kind of talk over the Japanese some. To kind of anytime we add context. The Ginger Prime is where Brian is live if you just hate being on Twitch. Thank you. And then we are live over here on Twitch on Work to Game if you just hate watching streams on YouTube. You want to watch both. They're going to be the same for this. Other than that, my layout's a little more hastily thrown together, maybe. And yeah. We're gonna do this. If you want to watch it without our commentary, we totally understand. It's gonna be up 4 hours long. It will be live translated, so you don't need us. This is over on the Final Fantasy XIV Twitch page on both YouTube and on Twitch. So this will be translated live. That will make this twice as long because they're gonna have to say everything twice. So this will be a full 4 hours. So those of you that need a bathroom break, we got like 3 minutes here. I'm gonna take my last one and grab some more water and strap in. So I'll see you guys in like 3 minutes.
See you in a sec, Chris. I'll entertain the folks. I'll entertain them with great quotes from the game.
This shall be a mercy. Drop the reverb a little bit and bring it back up. And you know what's happening? Let's crank up the music. Yeah. I am the lies of which you suffer. Such devastation was not my intention. I haven't had enough coffee yet today, guys.
Right now I feel like a little bit kind of weird going on. But here on the YouTube, we got the beats flowing, and yes,
You never know what you're getting when you're coming on the stream. And Chris is out of the room getting his own water. And you never know he's gonna be so confused when he steps in that round of stroke. Oh, he's back. We should totally play it like we never...
Nothing ever happened. And that's what's going on, guys. Somebody clip that for the love of all goodness. But you got to clip it on YouTube so you have the music. If somebody clips it, you should watch it because it's pretty I think it's pretty daggone funny. Because I got a little bit of music rocking and rolling. Oh my gosh.
Any minute.
Shane, you can totally get 4 hours of that, but I think you just have to kind of repeat, just watch that clip over and over and over again. I don't know. We get I don't have my goals listed here on the stream yet. Let us see here. Let me add this to the view just for why not, so everybody can see where we're at. Sub goal, boom. We are 800 away from 50k. That's so insane. Right there, boom, and then member goal. So we'll do some crazy silliness with other stuff. Move this maybe up here. I don't know, maybe down here. There we go. Yeah, a little bit better on that one. Boom, baby. Lower its importance. Cool action, Jackson. And I don't have the chat box out. Let me add the chat here. Do I have it actually already on this thing, or is it just invisible? No, let me add. All right, chat.
Look at all this. Any moment now. I may move us all to the right side. So what we did, I think one of the things we did before, I did this like here. I did this.
Oh, here. Nala, thanks for joining the $1 member club. Appreciate that. Should be starting any moment, guys. Oh man, my heart is beating.
Is this better? I think it looks better.
I'll pull up your view. Yeah, that looks good. Oh, you also showing the game. That's nice.
A little watch party. Yeah. And I think you can even turn. Here we go.
Is it starting?
This is it. That's the load screen. That's the load screen.
You're ahead of me. Which where are you watching it at?
Twitch.
Okay.
Twitch is usually faster.
I'm just gonna refresh the YouTube one here.
Press game start. Press game start.
Oh, here we go.
Press it.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Am I not getting any audio? Are you getting audio?
Yeah.
Am I not getting any audio? Oh, 1 second. Unmute. There it is. Oh, baby. Oh, that's so freaking beautiful. Data center, moving title configuration, config, and exit. Don't exit. Don't exit. Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
Data center visit.
Oh, yes. Oh, okay.
皆さんおはようございます。
おはようございます。
Good morning, everyone. 第66回 Final Fantasy XIV プロデューサーレターライブのお時間です。Thank you very much for tuning in and welcome to the Final Fantasy XIV letter from the producer live number 66. 皆さんにご挨拶お願いします。
Thank you for watching. My name is Naoki Yoshida, producer and director of Final Fantasy XIV. 皆さんおはようございます。Final Fantasy XIV プロデューサー兼ディレクターの吉田です。よろしくお願いします。
はい、そして今日はゲストにあいみさんがいらっしゃいます。あいみさんお願いします。
Hi, hello, my name is Aimi. I'll be helping with translation support for today's broadcast. 今回の通訳サポートを務めさせていただきます。徳竹あいみです。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
And lastly, my name is Toshio Morochi, also known as Fox Clone. You're a global community producer here. 信号を務めますコミュニティチームモルボルことムロウチです。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
はい、
はい。
よろしくお願いします。
ということで、まず最初に
いやまあちょっと押したのはさ、はい、まあ僕がギリギリまでタバコ行ってたっていうのも悪いんだけど、オープニング画面をね、いかにうまく見せるかっていうのをギリギリまで測ったんですいませんでした。はい。
So we started just a little bit late to this time. Of course, Yoshida had to step out to smoke a cigarette, but that's beside the point. We were trying to show off that opening sequence there on that screen, and we wanted to time it just right. And we were struggling until the very last minute there, so apologies.
Yeah, there was a hot debate here. ケンケンガクガクやっておりました。無事できてよかった。いや、グッドでしょ。かっこよかったです。
ありがとうございます。結構調整実は大変で、まあ巨大なものをこう動かすんだけど、14って可変フレームレートなので、やっぱちょっとやっぱり微妙にその描画精度でちょっと落ちたりずれたりとかして、うまい速度に合わせるのが結構
Yoshi's a big smoker.
サウンドに渡すのもフィックス渡すのも結構遅くなったんでご迷惑をおかけしました。
Thank you so much. It was quite a struggle, a big undertaking to make the different adjustments. When we're trying to move large objects on screen, of course, with the fluctuating frame rate, it is a very challenging element to kind of render. And depending on the quality of the rendering, it's quite difficult to get the timing just right. So we did struggle on that. I'm afraid it did delay us in handing over the animation over to the sound.
はい。で、今日はなんですけど、今日の PLL はちょっと特殊な回なので、まず最初に今日がなんでどういう段取りなのかをちょっと説明させていただきます。
はい。
So this letter live is kind of special one. So let me explain what is the setup for today. まず、今日は通訳、あゆみさんに通訳に入っていただいて、日本語と英語のバイリンガル放送で、行います。So first and foremost, this letter live is the bilingual in
Reaper and
Japanese
Sage
and English. So
Perfect
we have
Alexander
Ayu-san here, and she can help translating your citizen's speech. And then during the letter live, how it works is Yoshi-san basically speaks in Japanese, and then Ayumi-san translate his comments into English. Soまず吉田さんが原則日本語でものを説明していきます。で、それをあゆみさんが随時訳していってくれるというスタイルで進みます。で、私ですけれども、毎回これも言うんですけど、私は自分で訳していくんですが、今日南部化構成なんですけど、最後の最後のお知らせコーナーが来るまで、私からは大して重要なことは申しませんので、あれ今モルボールなんか通訳し忘れてるじゃんとかあっても気にしないで、特に「あは」って言ってるだけだなって思っておいていただければいいかなと思いますので、そういうご理解でよろしくお願いいたします。So and then I will translate by myself. But if you notice, if I mistranslating something, but just leave it because nothing important information is coming from my mouth anyway. So until very end at the announcement call section, I am just nodding and then saying, wow, is all my job is. So and then today's letter has
wow, is all my job is at that point.
3 major sections. The first part is all about the new jobs. Job changes, adjustments, followed by the battle-related updates. And then we are going to have some other updates. So there are 3 major sections for today. 今日は
3 major sections, guys.
3部構成になっておりまして、最初は皆さんお待ちかね、ジョブ関連、全部お待ちかねなんですけど、最初はジョブ関連調整のお話をします。続いてバトル関連、今日は主に PVE ですけれども、バトル関連の調整のお話、そしてさらにその他のいくつかお知らせがありますので、そういう話をやっていって、賞味4時間ぐらいですかね。
わかんないな。今日私こちらにニコニコとTwitch と YouTube とコメントが全部あるんで、大概こっちに行ってる場合コメント見てると思ってください。
So just to let you know, Yoshida-san has the monitors for Nico Nico, Twitch, and YouTube broadcasts.
Nice.
And he's following along with some of the comments. So don't mind him if he kind of drifts off to the side of the screen. He's just checking the comments.
で、私のはちなみにこっち側なので、私はこっち見てると思います。Yeah, my screens are placed here, so I will looking at here this direction to check your comments. はい、皆さんのコメント、私の方は画面こっちにありますので、私がこっちを見てるときは、なるほど、なんかコメント読んでんだなと思っていただければと思いますので、よろしくお願いします。
結構ね、見てるか吉田とかね、寝てるかとかね、書かれてるんですけどね。あと眠そうって結構ありますね。
We were seeing comments like, oh, Yoshida's actually looking at our comments. Oh, he looks kind of sleepy. And is he asleep? Etc. etc.
寝てたらね、発売できないんだ。
There's no time for sleep. We won't be able to release the game if we're taking time to sleep.
だって14のほら巨大さはさ、皆さんもよく知ってるじゃないですか。たくさん遊んでいただいてるんで、あれを全部見るんですよ。もう何から何まで、サブクエストの端からね、ありとあらゆるものを見てってるんで。寝てられないんですよ。
Take a nap, Yoshi. Take a nap.
I mean, you understand how large FF14 is. You all play the game.
I mean, I think their YouTube has a delay and you have a delay.
Every single aspect of it, from not just the main parts of it, but even the nooks and crannies of the
What's the Twitch link or whatever? So I'll just jump to that.
まあまあなので、
Just FFXIV.
今日は今モルドルが
Final
言
Fantasy
ったように、まあ今日と次回 PLL で 6.0 ドーンとご紹介するんですけど、今日は主に PVE、それからバトル関係のシステム周りだったりとか、アップデートの詳細というよりまあ序文。
Okay, we'll do that one.
The items, the battle system updates, and
battle
the
system
job
updates,
changes.
Job changes.
We won't delve too far into detail for each individual jobs, but we would like to go over the different concept that went into the different updates that we'll be making. Unfortunately, PvP and Disciples of the Land and Hand information will be next PLL, so we will not be covering it during today's
At least they're telling us PvP updates. We'll know them in November.
特筆すべきなのは、まあやっぱりジョブのその例えば 6.0 の、例えばナイトがもうここがこうなってここがこうなりこのアクションがこうでこれの強さはこうですみたいなのは、まあ当然ちょっと言ってたら終わんないっていうのもあるし明日からいよいよメディアツアーがスタートします、でメディアの皆さんには一足早くですね、特定のエリアと、全部ジョブレベル90でプレイをしていただいてですね、メディアの皆さんとかインフルエンサーの皆さんが
And thanks, guys, for the 210 likes. So you are, I think, essentially 140 away from the all-time record. Challenge made.
And of course, we also wanted to make note that with the different job updates, I'm afraid we won't go into detail. So we won't be like, oh, Paladin's going to do this and the action's going to be like that and potencies is this and this and that.
Yeah, that'll come later.
Thing, if we said everything, you would take forever for the broadcast, but we will be doing a media tour where we invite members of the media as well as influencers to get a glimpse of the new content, some of the new areas, and all of the jobs available at the upcoming level cap of level 90. So they will be creating information and content to share with you, and they will go live after an embargo lifts. So I hope that people will tune into that information.
まあ結構ね、今回メディアツアーで楽しみなのは海外のインフルエンサーの方も結構お呼びしてるので、まあどっちかっていうとなんか久しぶりに MMO 談義ができそうでちょっと楽しみだなみたいなのもねいくつかあるんで、まあその辺をね気力にしながら頑張っていこうかなと思います。
And the one thing that I'm really excited about is that we do have a lot of Western influencers joining us this time for this media tour. And so I am so excited to talk MMO shop with them in my interviews. So that's going to be kind of like what I'm going to be looking forward to throughout this media event.
はい、でこのメディアツアーの、記事とかレビューとかはですね、全世界一斉に10月中旬頃に公開される予定になっておりますので、そちらはぜひお待ちいただければと思います。So the review and the articles from this media tours will be available globally at the timing of the middle October. So please look forward to it.
じゃあ早速始めていこうとは思うんですけど、2点だけすいません。 あと2つ確認させてください。
はい、
まず1つ目、今日お伝えしていく情報はやっぱりエンドウォーカー行月のフィナーレまだ開発中です。最後の最後本当にギリギリまでバランス調整やってるので、今日お伝えした内容が変わる可能性があるっていうのは、まずご理解ください。
So before we jump into the main part of the show, we would like to bring up two additional points. First of which is, of course, we'll be talking about Endwalker today, but
yes.
we are still making final adjustments. It is still in development, and so please understand that some of these elements are subject to change.
そしてですね、もう一つ大事なことなんですけど、確かに私疲れております。疲れているのは事実なんですが、
They've never referred to us as Western influencers like that. Like the
そういうのはないです。顔がね、
That's the first time I've
そういう
heard
顔
use
なん
that
で
term.
す。
Yeah.
Objectively.
怒ってたりとかは決
That was
し
a
て
really interesting
してない
note.
ので、真面目に話すとなぜかね怒ってるって言われるんでね、そこは
I'm taking
ご
notes.
理解をい
Okay,
ただ
good.
きたいのと、ちょっとやっぱ疲れ
That's
る
not
確か
my
に疲れ
Indian
てる
music.
んで
That's
言い
theirs.
間違いとか
Yeah,
ちょ
it's
っと
them
思っ
with
た
the
り
music.
する可能性があるんですけど、今日はちょっとすいませんご容赦いただけると助かります。はい。
And one important thing, I am tired. That is a fact. I'm sorry. And people have asked, Yoshida, are you angry? And I am not. I'm not. I'm
He's just tired.
This is the way I look. This is my face. So whenever I'm talking about something
This is my
serious, I
face.
apparently give off the impression that I'm angry. But please understand, I am not. I am tired, so I might my speech might not catch up with me quite. I might stutter at times, but please understand.
いつもじゃんって書かれてる YouTube。
Yeah, that's good disclaimer.
YouTube comments saying, but you're always like
But you're always tired. Somebody help let this man sleep, please.
さあじゃあ始めていきましょうか。一応後ろ制限はないんでね、
はい
ゆっくりやるところはゆっくりやっていけたらなと思ってます。ほい。
Okay, I think we are ready to jump into the content here.
All right, here we go.
There isn't a strict sort of end time that we have to adhere to, so we're just gonna
They're just
go
gonna
into it,
keep
take our
us
time, and
going all night long.
notes.
You got all the notes? Excellent.
I'm taking notes, yeah.
Okay, cool.
I won't remember 4 hours.
まず、
I'll bring in my notepad as well.
大事なのはジョブ関連調整だと思いますので、
Not Notepad++.
ここから行こうと思いますが
Not Notepad++. I don't need
ま
you.
ず、各ジョブとかロールとか行く前に、そう全ジョブに対する基本方針をざっと説明しちゃおうかなと思っております。
So of course, we are going to be discussing about the different job updates and adjustments. But before we jump into talking about jobs or even roles, actually, I do want to cover something that encompasses all of the different jobs in general.
ま
Thank
ず
you,
最
Paul.
初、
Thank you, Riku.
ベースの方針なんですけど、こちらはシャドーブリンガーズ 5.0 の、方針
Plans
を
build
そのまま
upon
引き継いでおり
5.0
ます。
adjustments. What does that mean?
So just
They
as a
like what they did with
baseline,
Shadowbringers.
we are sort of
Oh, that makes sense.
building upon what we have adjusted in Shadowbringers 5.0.
まあもちろんその新たなアクションとかはあるんですけど、まあその新システムとかをね、各ジョブにこうゴテゴテつけたりして、もうそのさらにシステムを各ジョブ複雑化させるようなことはしてません。
And of course, with the new
Yeah.
level cap, we do
So
add
it's like
some more
nodes,
actions, but
nerds.
we haven't incorporated any sort of brand new system tacked on there or made anything too complicated.
Good.
まあもちろんベーシックのコンセプトはまあ5.0を引き継いでってるんですけど、まあ、新しいアクションっていうのは当然たくさんありますし、変わってるところっていうのも各ジョブね、それぞれ大小ではありますけど結構あるので、まあ、その辺の方針は今日お伝えしていこうかなと思ってます。
And of course, with the basic thought being building upon Shadowbringers 5.0, of course, there are new elements that are added leading up to Endwalker and different elements that we have changed, may it be small or big. So we would like to go over some of the concepts or the directions that we've taken for these different updates.
でこう一部ねちょっと複雑にしてほしいなって 3.X シリーズみたいなのっておっしゃる方もね最近ちらほら見るんですけど、やらないですよ。以前やって大変なことになったんでジョブの扱いは難しいわ、コンテンツは難しいわになってしまってやっぱねちょっとやりづらいと思うんで、今が一番安定してるかなと思うので、この方針を、継続していく予定です。
And of course, there are a small group of you that
I like that nerf.
desire for that complexity of what we've done in the 3.x series. But I'm afraid we won't go in that direction. It's quite a struggle because not only does the job actions become complicated, the content themselves make it kind of compoundedly worse. So I think we are at a good sort of stable place post Shadowbringers. So I think we would like to continue in that direction.
まあもちろんね、個人個人ね、3-0時代が良かった、4-0時代が良かった、いやいや今がいいんだっていうご意見あると思うんですけど、まあ絶対をずっと長くね、見てきた自分に関して、まあやっぱ5-0の方針が一番多くの人に、
The pre-expansion ones are BlizzCon.
判断をさせていただいております。
This is number 66 of these though, so they don't do
And of
66
course, I'm
of these.
sure different players have different tastes. Some people might say, oh, I love the 3.0 series, 4.0 series, or etc. But I think looking at it from a general sort of perspective and from Yoshida's point of view, looking at 14 throughout these years, we do feel that 5.0 seems to fit as many people as possible. So apologies, but this is kind of the direction we're taking.
I guess he's talking about for people who wanted it to be scaled back, right? You know,
He's talking
so
about people who liked pre-5.0 systems.
yeah, right. So Summoner's not going to have Titan Ifrit become a tank again, so they're not rolling those changes backwards.
And another thing that encompasses all of the jobs is regarding their attacks and some of the like primary abilities and their recast timing. I think we've kind of equalized it to kind of lean towards that 60 second or 120 seconds.
Yeah, 1 minute or every 2 minute kind of rotations.
Does that mean they release got further apart or closer together?
薬を飲み、こう各ジョブアビリティ全開放してバーストするぞみたいな時に、まあバーストがこう一定周期で合いやすいように合わせやすいようにもちろんそれだったりしてるんですけど、まあ要はあと各ジョブこう別のジョブをやった時にも、サイクルってテンポ感は揃ってくるかなと思うので、その辺を踏まえてこうしてあります。
And this kind of takes into play when you go into the high difficulty dungeons and raids, where you have that sort of burst timing that you can match with taking your different medicines and then doing your different cooldown abilities. And you have that sort of relatively similar cycle depending regardless of what job you would do. So even if you kind of go into your alt job, you'd still have that kind of similar tempo or that cycle that you can keep up with.
ただしですね、最大の注意点でございます。こちら。
Of course, there is a caveat to that.
Not all
当然
abilities.
ですね、全てをせ切るわけにもいかないので、
So, it just seems like a weird note.
60と120になってるわけではございません。ここは忘れずにぜひご注意ください。そりゃそう。
But that being said,
You can't
of
have
course,
60-second
we
dots
were
on every
not able
class.
to
Yeah.
align everything that's exactly 60 seconds or 120 seconds. So please understand that not all of the abilities might match up perfectly or exactly.
おい、車も60秒になってねえじゃねえかよっていうね、ことがあったりするわけですよ。黒門もね、残念ながら90秒リキャストまあまあなんですよね。
And then it's like
Paladins entirely,
It's like
all abilities will be
the ley
adjusted
lines.
to a
Oh no,
prime number.
it's not 60 seconds.
a bullet
no,
point rip
that one
paladin.
still remains to be 90 seconds. Apologies.
悲しみですよ、私。そう
So
か。
it's a black mage.
捨てお
It's
かれ
really
た。
sad. They've neglected me. I'm not aligned to your timings.
プロデューサーのメインジョブのね、主力アクションがそのなんか寄せていく対象に入ってなかったっていう。
It's kind of unfortunate. The main job of the producer of the game missed out on having his timings of his ability. One of the main abilities kind of aligned to that kind of cycle.
公平に取り扱われてる。
フェアですよ。そういう意味だ
Fair.
と。
The battle team treat every job fairly.
みんながバンボンやってる間にその30秒後に次の魔物を私開いたりしてあいつ一人で何やってんだみたいな空気が調整中にもございました。
So like everybody else is doing their abilities and their nice cycled timing, and then 30 seconds later I come in with my ley lines. Everybody's kind of looking at me weird, like what is he doing?
Do you
Off
mean
timing.
bosses will push to 60 and 120
では
second windows?
I don't know.
ですね、この全ジョブに共通する、まあベースは 5.0 をそのまま準拠してますよ。で、いろんな主力の攻撃に関わるようなアクション、アビリティのリキャストが60、120にこう、寄ってますよっていうことによって結構変わるものってあるんですね。まあそれを頭の中にまず入れた状態で、見ていただきたいものがあるので、皆さん頭の中に入ってます？大丈夫ですか？
So again, our base concept is kind of building upon that 5.0 Shadowbringers, and then a lot of the primary abilities have been aligned to kind of fall in place between 60 or 120 second
Yes,
cast
Scott.
timing. So with that
Bursts
in
is what they're
mind,
talking about
there
right
will
now.
be abilities that kind of change in accordance to those updates. So if you could keep that in mind, and there's something that I want to watch, I want you to watch as you think about that.
So are you ready? 皆さん大丈夫ですか？
では約20分ありますので、
はい。
私もコメントはしません。ぜひですね、ゆっくりご覧いただければと。
Are they going to show it?
長くなって
That or
That'll be
they
after this section. I bet it's after this section.
Right. So we will be looking at a 20-minute footage.
Ooh.
None of us here will be making
20
any
minutes.
comments. So if you could take your time to watch the footage, and then
Because they're
here's
gonna be
what
like 60 seconds apiece.
さあ、それでは、
Minimum.
6.0 エンドウォーカーのジョブアクショ
Job.
ントレーラ
I
ー
thought
を
you thought
や
they'd-
っております。
Well, I think they want to discuss it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, dude, I'm so freaking
6.0
hyped.
job action trailer.
I'm so hyped.
どうぞ
Here it is. Here's what people were asking for back in February, again in May.
Oh, baby.
They usually play this twice, once now, just straight through, and then once with commentary afterwards. I see you, June Bob. I see you.
Yes, Dragoon, baby. I love that intro. Here we go.
On the moon.
On the moon. And yeah, we've seen that.
Okay.
Cool. Cool. Yes.
Keep going.
Oh yeah, he's building up his eyes.
Here we go.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Yes. Whoa. Yep. That's great. That's what we had last time. Oh yeah. Summon a dragoon. Oh, okay. I was really hoping he'd summon a dragon. Warrior. Here's Chris.
Nothing but bell cleaves. One button rotation.
Hey, he did the dash. He did. It did not use Beast Gauge for
How
Onslaught.
did you onslaught?
Beast Gauge on Onslaught.
Yes, mate.
Another Onslaught. All right, Infuriate. 1, 2, 3. Oh, wow. I like that finish. That's a new move. That's a new move. Maybe he expended it. Maybe like if it's going to a phase change, you want to just use it. You just don't want to waste it, right? Like an Onslaught finisher thing. Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah. Whoa! Oh, and there's three. Look at there's 3 dots below the gauge.
3 dots. They burned them.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
3 dots are back. Away.
Oh baby. Oh, there's Scorch. Yeah. Oh, look at that. That was so good. Oh, that's so freaking awesome.
I don't understand what's happening. Look at this zone. There's cars over there.
Oh, there are cars over there.
What's the warrior doing? Okay.
He's just there for healing examples. Scholar's running in. Putting out some AoE.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What I learned about Scholars, they're gonna run with the best tanks.
All right, Dark Knight, yes.
There's a white mage here. Is that from Black Knight?
Yeah, probably. Oh, that's cool. Yep.
City.
There's Spray.
Okay. Look at all those numbers count. We're doing this. We got a friend. Good. This is all right. This is good.
All
You
that.
get 2 friends? I think Dark Knight should get 2 friends. One friend was so old school. That was good.
Yeah.
That was good. It feels like a big combo again. I just can't see
Yeah.
what it's.
Here we go, Dancer. Out in Thanalin.
Is that Todd on the left? This is Fabner.
Yeah, Fabner, excuse me.
I don't see a single onion. The towers are still up though. Good.
Oh, that was awesome.
Who's that?
It's like it sounded kind of.
Some of this is new.
It sounded kind of like a phoenix, though. There was some kind of phoenix theme in that. I heard. At least that's what I. It sounded like a bird, at least.
Long dance.
Thanks, guys, for the 256 likes. You're awesome, Machinist. Bioblaster,
20 more cars.
flamethrower.
Is this Garlemald?
Yeah, it's got to be. Shotgun.
Yeah.
Show me chainsaw. Show me chainsaw.
This is good.
Tactician. There's your robot, the queen.
Robot.
Crossbow. Oh yeah, the drill. I was hoping we'd get chainsaw. Oh well, no worries. Gunbreaker. 3 bullets. 3 bullet slots for Gunbreaker.
Whoa,
3 bullet slots for Gunbreaker.
3 bullets. Look at that, guys. That's big. 3.
Yeah, y'all. Sound off in chat when you see your job.
One. Can you use them back to back? Come on. Can you burn more than one at once?
I think so. We'll find out. He's just using one. Oh, he used double. He used 2 of them at the same time. Monk. Oh, wait. Why don't I think Monk? That's Bard. My brain fried.
Song for me, boss.
Sing a song for me on why you suck, bud. They got some symbols on the bar to the right.
Yeah, but there's no other party member. So are they not utility? Everybody else brought a friend for like the last 4 jobs. Why didn't they bring a friend?
That's Astrologen.
There's a Reaper.
There is a Reaper. Divination.
There's 2 cards.
There are 2 cards. Holy crap.
Why are there 2 cards?
It's Lord of Crowns. Right, but is Lord of Crowns now an attack again? Because that's what I would love to see to return. Okay, here.
Restore a card at the beginning of combat?
Lady of Crowns, what does that do? What does that do? Okay, that looks like it's a heal. Lord of Crowns might be like an AoE attack. Whoa! Whoa, that was awesome. Oh, hell yeah! It looks like they're getting a little bit more damage abilities.
Oh, it's huge.
Yeah.
2 cards.
Yeah, they probably separate minor and major arcana. You're 100% right, I think that. So, and also there's another UI element below the sword.
Yeah, what are these little points over here doing? Alright, so you got your stickers. You're filling your sword.
Yep.
You burn your stickers.
A double. Oh, that looks
And then you burn
beautiful.
your points. You spike your sword.
Oh, that was awesome. That was phenomenal. White Mage. Oh, coffee time? Oh, baby, this is so exciting. Thank you, Mrs. Ginger Prime. What's that? Oh, yeah. Oh, Pegasus they're fighting. Oh, we're just doing the job extra trailer right now. Yeah. Okay, we got lilies. We got 3 lilies. Whoa, what did they just summon? What, they just summoned a flower into the battlefield.
Does it do anything?
It looks like it pulses either healing. It's like
Pet shops?
no, I don't think it's a pet. I think it's just
Just a location, just a turn.
yeah.
Totems.
What's up?
Shaman confirmed.
No, I mean you can walk across the screen if you want. Then you're good. No, not right now. No, I'm focused. I love you. Oh man. Oh yeah, copy. Oh, I like that. I like that gap closer.
Yeah.
Nice.
That looks sharp.
Black Mage, baby.
That looks sharp.
Let's see what we do here. Give me burst. Please burst.
Thavner's looking intense. Is that 4?
Yeah. Still just 2 of the extra. Oh, yes. Oh, that was a beautiful looking spell. Is that burst? Did he just do burst?
Foul there at the end, right?
Oh, foul, yeah. Fire and ice together.
That's the second one of those they've done.
I missed the first one then.
Then back to fire.
Oh, that looks,
3 of them.
oh, that looks so good. Oh, does he get to use both of his points for something big? Well, okay, that's just one. He's just doing one, and then back to back. Oh, black mages, dude! Black mages look great.
All right, let's see some lasers. I'm ready for lasers.
All right, notice the UI, guys. Okay, a little bit shield. That bar's filling up, kind of like the Lily gauge. Got a couple of gems and a couple of things at the bottom. Oh, that looks cool.
Those shields look sick.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Little gap closer. Well, Sage looking pretty good. Monk.
Who doesn't want mouse over healing?
I don't need it,
They were
man.
targeting the boss the whole time.
Okay. Look at the symbols being generated.
I don't know what's happening.
I love that quick action.
That looks like how Astro works now.
Yeah, with some stances in the, like, basically for their form kind of in that UI element. Summoner. Here it is, guys. Come on, Summoner. Oh, look at the UI. Looks like we got it. Well, yeah, we have an Eggy, which is Carby.
Do a summon.
Yeah, I think we are.
Final Fantasy X.
And so it looks like we have a red, a yellow, and a green. Okay, here comes Bahamut.
Yep.
Carby's gone.
Carby turned into Bahamut.
Well, yeah, that's kind of the mindset. The gems are locked. The gems are locked. Okay.
Then
Now,
fades, Egg
Mama
back.
fakes, Eggy's back, turns into Garuda! That's Garuda! That's not an Eggy! That's freaking Garuda!
Are these Magicite?
In a way, in a way! Oh, baby! Oh, show me more! Don't end. We got 11 seconds on this one. Okay, so we did Garuda, so we still have Ifrit and Titan.
We still have Ifrit and Titan. They're lit. Use them.
Okay, I mean, the spells look great. Here comes Titan! Titan, yes! Yes! Oh, baby, yes! Oh, look at it! And then your elements and your attacks take on the form of the elements in the summon that you're using! Sick, baby! Time for it!
Season fire.
Let's do it! We haven't even done Phoenix yet. Holy crap, dude.
Oh,
Okay.
man. But that's on your 19-minute opener.
Yeah, I know. Oh, there's the dash. There's the dash. Oh, Phoenix.
Oh, go time.
Oh, and that recharges your summons. So summoning Bahamut and summoning Phoenix recharges your summoner rotation. Can we get some likes on this video, for the love of God? I hope somebody clips my reaction. I would love that very much.
Man.
Hell yeah, summoner, baby.
Here comes Reaper. Here's Reaper.
Reaper. Woo.
Got a gun?
Yes. Yes. You got a friend.
Oh, friend is gone. A brief friend. Oh, whoa. Did that buff the bar?
I think so.
And then it gave it back.
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Some kind of void thing.
Please pour back to it.
Yes. Oh, but that looks so good.
Okay, we got
Oh, look at the bar.
Death Orbs here. Well, there's where my belt boots went.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh my god.
yes. Oh my gosh, dude.
Wow.
Paladin. I like that. There's a requisite. The holy.
One.
Yes, I love that one. Oh, wow. What a combo follow-up. Oh, wow. It gets bigger. Holy shit. It keeps going.
Yes. Yes.
Baby. Thank you, Richard, for that support, man. Oh, dadgum. Holy crap. I got to know, chat, who won? What job took that for
He's
you?
not going until the 23rd.
はい、ジョブアクション動画ご覧いただきました。So now we watch the job action video.
まあまずはちょっと20分ぐらいでしたけど、いかがだったでしょうかね。
Let's go again.
But first of all, yeah, it's a 20-minute trial, so to speak. How did everyone do?
Oh, that was so
だ
good.
んだん長くなっております。
That was
So job
so
action video is
good.
getting longer and longer.
あ
まあやっぱり最初にお伝えした通り、まあ 5.0 準拠、
はい
でまあ正当に全体そのまま進化していきつつ、まあ主要キャストが60
Summoner won
に
that.
寄ってたりするので、あれなんか
I think everybody
ローテーション
won,
感覚短くなった
but for me
なと
personally,
思うんで、まあそのあたりを
I'm nervous about the free
順
gap
次
closes.
女
They
優
just
ごとに
homogenized
これ
it.
からご説明していこうかなと思っております。
はい。
So of course, as mentioned earlier, our basis is 5.0 and building upon Shadowbringers. And so we've kind of evolved the different actions based on that. And with the primary abilities and the recast timing kind of being aligned towards either 60 seconds or 120, you might notice that the skill rotations and the intervals between them may feel a little shorter. So we'd like to go into the different jobs now to kind of explain some of the concepts and ideas.
まあコメントで多いのはあれですね。召喚師が召喚師になっているっていうコメントが
oh boy.
英語も含めて多いですね。
I feel like I see a lot of comments that are saying, "Oh, the summoner is now a summoner." And we're summoning, and that goes for both the Japanese and English comments that I see.
Summoner is now a summoner.
アルテマウェポンかよって言ってたのがちょっと面白かったです。So are you now Ultima Weapon? That was funny comment I found.
まあ召喚だけ尺投げずるいっていうコメントもあったんですけどまあ見せないと全部わかんないかなと思って、一応ね一通り全部載ってるはず召喚は。はい。
Of course, some of you may have noticed that the length that Summoner is being featured is a little longer than everybody else, and they were like, not fair. But I mean, it's quite a significant change, so we wanted to show off all that we can.
さあじゃあ皆さん頭の中にそれぞれご自身のメインジョブの映像ある程度頭に入ったと思うので、
14 gets a summoner in Endwalker.
それぞれのジョブの話っていうので、続けて全ジョブお話ししていこうかなと思います。はい。
Okay, so now upon looking at the job action trailer and having that sort of mental image of your primary job and what actions that you saw, we'd like to dive in. We'll start from the different roles and then go into the different jobs.
さあまずは、タンクからいきましょうか。パワーポイントお願いします。はい。
Okay, so jumping into the tanks on the PowerPoint.
さあではタンク全体的なお話です。
Okay, so tanks overall.
はい、まずいいですよ、出してもらって。はい、一部の防御バフに関してなんですけど、単にね、それを実行するだけじゃなくて、例えば敵のダメージを、直前に差し込むことによって、よりメリットを得られたりとか、他のアビリティと重ねてうまく使うことで効果がね、さらに付与される。
Using defensive enhancements at optimal times will grant greater benefits. Oh, that's smart.
してます。
So certain the certain defensive buffs, that you cast, we wanted to, of course, add some benefits to it. So not just simply like protecting yourself from, say, a tank buster or something like that. But we wanted to make it so that if you are using it in conjunction with different abilities and kind of using them in combination, it allows for greater benefits and sort of like a technical aspect to some of these defensive buffs.
なんかこれね、ジャストガードとかパリーとかやれてるんだけど、ね、サーバークライアント型のゲームでね、さすがにそれは無謀なので、まあ、すごい効果の短い追加効果があるんで、なんかこう、敵の栄翔の半分ぐらいをとりあえず言っときゃいいやだと、まあ、なんていうの、一応経営 10% とか働くんですけど、その後についてる効果がちょっと無駄になるみたいな感じなので、そこは効果を見て、うまく使ってもらえるといいなって感じです。はい。
Okay, so we're not talking about something very exact like a guard just at the right timing or like a parry. That's quite difficult for something that's a client-based MMORPG online. So it's more along the lines of some additional benefit for a short amount of time after utilizing certain abilities. So before you might be thinking, oh, okay, enemy is casting. I'll just go ahead and activate this ability when it's casting. And of course, you'll still reap the benefit of, say, it's like a 10% damage mitigation, but there is a bit of a waste. And so by combining it with optimal like ability use, optimal times, you can reap even further benefits.
で、あとですね、また効果がね、それぞれちょっと異なる。
Skill 4 stays the same, Chris. This is your ceiling increase that you were talking about hoping for.
持っているようになっているので、MT、ST の場合、どっちでも役に立つんじゃないかなと思います。
And of course, these different effects do allow for different sort of effects that are being added to you. Some of these are a defense buff where it applies to yourself and a party member. So I think it does come in handy regardless of you main tanking or off tanking.
では次の項目なんですけど、これはねちょっと近接物理 DPS も共通なんですけど、
Yeah, it sounds like they're rewarding optimal play with the timing of the buffs.
例えばトマホークとか遠隔攻撃を途中で挟むとコンボが中断されてたんですけど、
Oh, dude, combos aren't going to be broken by ranged attacks.
Next
That's
item
so
was,
nice.
And this kind of applies to melee DPS as well.
Oh, thank God. Also applies to melee.
Whenever you are activating a weapon skill combo and you insert like a tomahawk for your warrior or something like that, like a ranged attack, that would kind of break your combo chain. Yeah. But we've adjusted it so that the chain is not broken.
まあ各アクションのそのアビリティのリキャストが60秒サイクルとかになっていくと、今までのローテーションのこう1サイクルよりショートタームになると思うんですよね。まあ全体がの時間がこうなんだろう回転数が上がるそれに合わせてこういうコンボが途切れなくなるので結構なんていうの攻撃してる感覚は結構強くなってるんじゃないかなと思う。
So with the different actions kind of being adjusted so the recast timing leans closer to that 60-second intervals, your rotations will start to feel a little bit shorter in their terms. So I think it's best to explain it as the number of times that you are attacking and the different skills are being activated kind of goes up in your rotations, and plus without those interruptions, it does give you that feeling of you are making an attack.
まあ例えばボス中心の攻撃があるので一回大きく距離を取らなきゃいけないみたいな時にやっぱりちょっとコンボが途切れるのを嫌がって遠隔を使わないみたいなねところがあったと思うんですけどそこはグローバルクールダウンが無駄にならないのであれば使う局面というのもまあ出てくるだろうしむしろねグローバルクールダウン中にあえて避けて即戻るみたいな方がいい時もあるし、まあそこら辺はタンクを使うプレイヤースキルが少しずつ差が出てくるんじゃないかなとは思います。はい。
And so, for example, say a boss kind of has this ranged, an AoE attack that starts from the boss and kind of goes outward, and everybody has to kind of disperse away from the boss. Some people don't want to break their weapon skill combo and include that sort of ranged attack. But with the sort of adjustment here, now we don't have to worry about like wasting our cooldown time, global cooldown time. Or in some strategies, you might have to kind of decide when you deliberately need to time your GCD so that you can avoid some of those attacks. So I think this will kind of give the tank sort of strategy a little bit of range.
さあでは、3つ目なんですけど、これもですねタンクのみというよりは、物理攻撃をするジョブ全般に関わってくるんですけど、ちょっとちゃんとお伝えしますね。はい。
And then the third item, and this doesn't apply just to tanks, but anybody who is making some kind of physical attack.
ちょっと
カメラにしますか。
そうですね、生カメにしてもらっていいですか。ですね、今までファイナルファンタジー14のベースのバトル計算式っていうものの中に、まあ皆さんねレイドとかやっててもこの攻撃は物理か魔法かみたいなよくあると思うんですけど、まあ当然物理攻撃の計算式と魔法攻撃の計算式っていうのがそれぞれ一つずつね、存在してます。はい。
So of course, with Final Fantasy XIV, we have this sort of calculations of the damage that is being dealt, and there's like a base or like a fundamental formula that is applied. And I'm sure those of you raiders know to discern if an attack is a physical attack or a magical attack. And each of these have their own sort of formula to calculate the damage that is being dealt.
これは新生14レルムリボーンを開発した時に、作ったものなんですけど、当時ねどういう風にさらにこうバトルをアップデートしていくかっていうのがいろんな可能性が取れるよ。
So for any of the clips that you guys made, you can either draw. I would prefer if you sent them over on Twitter. So you just tag me on Twitter, and that would be fantastic. My links are in the description. You can also do the tag, also work to game. Either one works. Otherwise, if you're not comfortable with using Twitter, send them to me over on Discord. It'd be awesome. And also, thanks guys for the 309 likes. We are 41 likes away from our most liked live stream here on YouTube.
And so with Final Fantasy XIV, Final Fantasy XIV being... Oh, sorry?
どうぞお願いします。
When Final Fantasy XIV was being relaunched as A Realm Reborn, we tried to make sure that the programming is... it allows for future updates in the battles, and we try to leave the different possibilities open. So the fundamental sort of physical damage calculations were set up so that we have two separate formulas going on. So we have the magic damage attack calculation, and then we got the physical attacks. And when we were initially thinking about these two separate ones so that we can adjust them separately, the team did determine that with the magic attacks, it does tend to be a bit more complicated in the different calculations. So the base, like the fundamental value, is set just a little bit higher than the physical base fundamental numbers.
レベル80になってもこの差っていうのは縮まらない基礎値だったので、もう今後バランスをきれいに揃えていくためにこのベースに使ってた物理攻撃計算式の基礎値を魔法と同じ値まで引き上げました。完全に同じ数字になるようにしました。はい。
And so with the characters now leveling up to level 80, this
90
fundamental number did not change as we raised the
still talking about Shadowbringer,
the values. And so with this update, in order for us to make sure these are balanced, left, right, we kind of pulled up the physical base number so that it matches the magical damage attack.
で、じゃあそれをやるとどうなるかっていうと、物理攻撃が全体的に強くなるんですね。その計算の元に使ってる数字が上がるので、掛け算すると当然その数字でかくなると思うので、今まで使ってたそのベースが高くなった分、各アクションの威力ってところに書かれてる数字が総じて下がってます。
あ、なるほどね。
うん。バランスをちょうど揃えるために威力の数字が落ちてます、全部。はい。
So what that means is that with the base numbers being equalized, the physical attacks would naturally become stronger by default because, of course, the fundamental number has been raised to match so that both of these are balanced. But that being said, we needed to calculate down so that the potency that is listed out as a number goes down.
なぜこの説明をこんな丁寧にね、吉田猫かわいいなみたいな、そんなつもりでやってんじゃないんだよ。なんでこんな丁寧にやってるかというと、この後メディアツアーで各メディアの皆さんからスキルの多分スクリーンショットとか出ると思うんですよ。その時にあれも弱体化されてる、これも弱体化されてる、あの数字も下がった、この数字も下がった、吉田は何近接に何か恨みでもあんのかみたいになるのを避けたいんですよ。なので全体の基礎計算式が上がってるんで、その分掛け算したら高くなりすぎちゃうんで、数字は全部一律下げてるんで、そこはご了承くださいねっていう。はい。
People are saying Yoshida looks like a cat, but that's beside the point. So with the adjustment of the fundamental numbers going up, of course, we have to adjust the potency numbers so that even if it's raised, it stays the same. So the numbers themselves look like they're low. So I wanted to bring this up because now that we're going into the media tour and we're going to have members of the media and influencers kind of play the game and see the potency, and they would take photos or screen captures of the game screen, and people might wonder, oh my gosh, have they nerfed some of these potencies? Oh no, this one has gone down too. What happened to all of these physical melee attacks? What the heck? This makes sense. But just please understand, the potency is noted as like a lower number, but that's only because our fundamental physical numbers have gone up, and it's to make it even out. So if it's across the board.
So there was a coefficient for magical and ranged separate as a holdover from AR in case they needed it. Now that they've made those coefficients identical, to keep physical from being overpowered, they had to nerf physical potencies because it's now being multiplied by a greater coefficient.
Okay.
So on Paladin, for example, your physical abilities will now have a lower potency, even though they will still make up the same percentage of your damage that they did before.
But anybody who is dealing physical attacks, so that means melee, DPS, as well as ranged physical DPS will be affected by these numbers.
Got it.
Stop calling me Yoshinyan.
48歳のおじさんにそれはないだろう。
I'm 48 years old. Please stop calling me a cat.
あ、そうか。声だけだとね、機嫌悪いのってなるんで、確かに。まあ大丈夫ですかね。ジョークなんで。
That was a long way of saying.
And then people start to comment, oh, Yoshida sounds angry.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'm not angry. I'm just joking.
はい。じゃあ続けて1条目ナイトいきましょうか。はい。
Okay, moving on to the Paladin.
はい、じゃあ1行目どうぞ。
Alright, let's see some sky swords.
リクエストカットの、効果をね、残り MP 量気にせず使えるように、調整したりとか、さらに、さっきね、動画でもご覧いただいたと思います。コンフィテオールから派生する三段コンボ、勇者みたいな三段コンボが、追加されてます。まあ、主になんで、まあ、これ以外にね、もちろん。
Re-attack combo starting with Confederate will be added.
代
Nice.
表的なところだけ。はい。
So of course, as you know, or I'm sorry, you see on the screen, Requiescat Cat will now be equally effective regardless of remaining MP, and then a 3-attack combo starting with Confiteor will be added. You may have seen in the job action trailer earlier, but yeah, there's this really neat sort of combo that happens after you launch Confiteor. So yeah, those are some of the major updates. Of course, there are other multiple different adjustments that were made to the tank, but those are the main ones that we want to pick up here.
まあ、ナイトはいわゆる正当進化で、まあ、何かがめちゃくちゃ変わるっていうことはない感じです。で、基本ローテーションはただちょっとあまりにも脳死にならないように、少し工夫というか考える余地みたいなのを今回入れてあります。
go with Paladin. It's just a straight evolution, kind of keeping in the trend with Shadowbringers going into Endwalker.
Evolution.
So it's not a drastic difference per se, but of course we don't want y'all to be brain dead as you're doing your rotation. So there are some aspects that will require some strategy, require some thinking.
Oh, baby.
突進のですね、インタービーンの、要は撃てる距離が、5メートル伸びて20メートルになってるので、まあ、その辺の使い勝手の向上もさせてもらってます。
And the gap closer, intervene, has been adjusted as well.
Okay.
There's an additional 5 yawns you can move forward. So
Oh,
it's a
that's
total
nice.
of 20 yawns you'll jump in.
Oh, thank you.
さあ、では続いて戦士いきましょう。はい。
Warrior
Next up
changes,
is the
Chris.
Warrior.
まず一つ目。選手はですね、まあ、範囲攻撃のローテーションをやるにも一定間隔で、まあ、ブレハをやらなきゃいけなかったんですけど、今回範囲
Damage up effects can now be triggered and extended by AoE combos.
ようになってます。付与の維持もできるので、まあ、なんか双方向
They were always they had the extended up via combo, but
割とスムーズになってます。
just to start it. Yeah, the trigger's
And then,
new.
So with this one, the first point, damage up effects can now be triggered and extended by AoE combos. So I'm sure as you're playing Warrior, at one point you'd always have to insert Storm's Eye into it in order to kind of sustain.
Yeah.
But we have made it so that
It triggers off AoE now.
Triggered and extended, even if you're doing your AoE combos. So
I'm gonna
I think
pull
it's
way
a
harder in
smoother,
dungeons.
it causes for
Yes.
smoother transitions. If you want to do like a single
Yes.
target rotation into like an AoE
Yeah,
rotation and
it's gonna be super nice in dungeons.
先ほど動画でももうすでにお気づきの方がいると思うんですけど、2つ目。
I already
オンス
wasn't
ロー
waiting
ト
on you.
とアップヒーバルからビーストゲージ消費がなくな
Oh,
ってます。
Onslaught and Upheaval no longer use Beast Gauge.
And then the second point, and you may have noticed this from the job action trailer.
Ziggy says
but,
way harder.
Onslaught and Upheaval will no longer drain the beast gauge.
さらに、まあ、現象の解放の実行後に発動できる新しいアクションが追加されています。
And then there is a new action that will be available upon execution of inner release.
あと大きいのはですね、原初の解放のリキャストが、60秒になってます。まあ、その分だけ回転数が上がるので、効果回数は3回になってます。で、まあ、頻度は、上がるんで、だるさは減るだろうなと思います。
And note with the inner release, the recast time for that will be adjusted to 60 seconds. So you will have the effects for 3 times. And so I think that will kind of allow for like the frequency to be more often. So it kind of reduces that sort of dragging or lagging feeling.
あとはですね、オンスロート、さっきね、ビーストゲージ消費なくなったって言いましたけど、さらにオンスロートのチャージがタンク唯一の3なので、でかつ新アクションがあれ結構遠距離からも打てるんで、実は機動力かなり高いです。
And then we mentioned about how Onslaught will not drain the beast gauge. We are also adjusting that to have a total charge of 3. And then with the
3 charges, 3 charges
from it, it does allow for a lot of mobility.
あとは現象の先にもパワーアップさせてあるので ST 性能も上がってます。
And then sorry, Gensho no Takeri was
That's what I asked for.
Yeah, that's exactly what you asked for.
No, that's not it. ごめんなさい。
That's a big one.
Sorry.
チェックしてから。
はい、チェックしてください。大丈夫ですよ。アクションベア難しいんですよ。
ごめんなさい、原初の。
ね、日本語と英語全く違いますからね。原初のたけり。
That's 4 changes that I like 3 of.
So sorry, guys. It is Nascent Flash. Sorry about that. Nascent Flash will allow for it. So if you're off tanking, it will also help you there.
Oh, Nation Flash will
と
also
いう
what?
感じで。
It will help you with
は
off
い
thinking.
He had already did that. What is?
あゆみさん大丈夫？
What did they change
ちょっ
about
と
it?
待って。
I didn't catch
はい、
that.
大丈夫です
They just said that
Alright,
that change that they said will also help
Moving on to
with
the
the Sun
Dark
Flash.
Knight.
It already did that.
ま
I
ず
could
一
cast
つ
it
目
on somebody else.
ソルトアースの設置位置がですね、結構こうめんどくさかったグラウンドターゲットで、自分の足元に設置して、さらにその、設置中に発生するアクションっていうのを新しく追加してます。
So with Dark Knight, Salted Earth will now affect the area immediately around you and make a new action available. You may remember you had to place your Salted Earth, but now it's going to appear where you are standing, and from there it stems a new action.
Their chat saying Nissan probably goes along with the overall tank changes.
So even Yoshida
makes
had
the new
to
action available.
set up
I like
a
that.
macro so that we can place the salted earth, and so it seemed a little pointless. So we have made adjustments.
Well, that's nice. That's nice.
続いて、プレイヤーが新しいアクションを
Yeah, they saw we were using
習得するの
macros
で、
to place it.
英雄の英神もその新アクションを使
I
う
just
よう
put
に
a
なりま
macro
すよ。
slot back.
素晴らしい。
And so the second point was your simulacrum will also gain a new action when you acquire one of the new job abilities. So your living shadow is going to learn new actions as well.
暗黒は今綺麗に結構ローテ回せてるんで、極端になんか変わるってところはないんですけど、ただブラッドデリリアムのリキャストが、こちらも60秒になって、3回までの効果になってます。なのでやっぱりこっちも回転数は上がります。
It looked like it was
And
mirroring you
so
better.
I think with the Dark Knight, the rotations are pretty clean and straightforward. But one of the other changes that are being applied is Delirium. Recast time will be adjusted to 60 seconds.
Okay.
And that would be also affected up to 3 times. So again, I think frequency will go up again.
あとはプランチカットの、射程範囲も20メートルに、拡大しますね。5メートル伸びる。で、あとは新技でブラックナイトとは別に単体ターゲットの防御バフも追加されてます。
And so with Plunge, again, that is also going to extend its range another 5 yalms, so a total of 20 yalms. And then there will be a new action that's added separately from the Black Knight, would be a single target defense buff.
Oh, nice. Separate from Blackest Night, single
はい
target.、
暗黒騎士はこんなところで、続いてガンブレイカー行きましょう。
I think that's it for the Dark Knight. So moving on to Gunbreaker.
はい、まず一つ目、サベッジクロー、ウィケットタロン。いわゆる、
Oh, wow. Savage Claw, Wicked Talon now swap in for Gnashing Fang on the hotbar. That is the stacking actions that I've been wanting. No macro necessary.
So why is the Gap Closer not
So the first point says Savage Claw and Wicked Talons will now swap in for Gnashing Fang on the hotbar, reducing the number of inputs. But basically, your cartridge combo that starts off with Gnashing Fang will be like a one-button combo where it will.
Thank you, guys. That's such a
the,
huge help right there for the
Savage Claw
Gunbreaker.
And Wicked Talon will swap in its place to do the combo.
なので、よくわかんないっていう人にとって詳しく言うと、ビートファングを使うと2段目のサベッジクローにアクションがもう自動的に置き換わるので、そのまま同じアクション実行すると、サベッジクローで、3段目のウィケットタロンが、発動できるようになると自動的にそれも置き換わるっていうことで、ホットバーがかなり節約できるんじゃないかな。
So it used to
So
be.
just to kind of explain it further, basically, like we mentioned, it's going to be a one-button sort of combo that's triggered when you start off with Gnashing Fang, and then in that same slot you'll have Savage Claw.
Yep, it just auto upgrades. It just auto upgrades to what it needs to be.
So I think
It's
it'll
what continuation
definitely
already
save
does.
space on your hotbar.
This is nice. This is so nice for a
So
controller player.
button, it used to be button 1, 2,
その間に挟む
3,
追撃アクションがね、これまで通りコンビネーションからの自動置き換えなので、そこは
Now it's 1, 2, 3, 4.
And then for any
5,
sort of
4, 5.
actions that are inserted in between, it will continue to be continue to be continued.
Yeah. You just, it's fine to be like bop, 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 but it was like bop A, bop B, bop C, bop. It's like okay,
It still only drops them like 25 buttons as is.
Yeah,
it's still a ton.
コンティニュエーションで、追撃可能に。
Oh, it's going to be able to be followed by a continuation can be used following
And then the
burst
second
strike
point
too.
clearly
So
states,
continuation has more
continuation will be able to be used
values,
following
more
burst
things.
strike.
そして、動画でも出てましたね。特性によりソイルが最大3スタックに、増加しております。
What?
And then, of course, you may have noticed this in the trailer as well. A trait will raise the
What?
maximum number of cartridges to 3.
ラフディワイドの選択範囲もこれ他のタンクに合わせて5メートル延長されてます。
And then Rough Divide, of course, has been adjusted to match the other gap closers in the tanks as well.
でやっぱりこれガンブレイカーはソイルの最大スタック数の追加っていうのがかなり大きくて、より結構戦略的になってるかなと、そのボスのタイムラインに合わせて開幕から全部使い切っていくのか、ちょっと抑えめに始めるのかっていうところは結構。
Warrior was already 20, the other 3 were 15. And so they all just came up.
And then with the cartridges and the maximum stacks has been raised, I think that definitely adds an element of strategy. So you might want to decide if you want to go in full on and use up your different cartridges during the timeline, earlier in the timeline, or do you want to kind of save it for later, etc.
さて、タンクは、おおむね以上でございます。はい。
Oh wow, I didn't see that.
Okay, so I think that
Yeah, we're
covers
almost
all
to
of the
400 likes. Thank you all so much.
さあでは続いて、ロール、メレー DPS 近接物理
Yeah, we did
DPS いきましょうか。
Making history.
Okay, next up is the melee DPS.
Look at this.
じゃあまずメレー DPS 共通の変更点からです。一つ目、牽制の効果内容がちょっと変わります。
Melee DPS.
So first is something that applies to all melee DPS, but the effect for feint is going to change.
レイドでですね、軽減の打ち合わせなどを盛んにヒーラーさんとタンクさんとしておりますとですね、まあ私黒魔だからなんですけど。
Not yet, Nick. We've seen the actions, but they did tanks. Now we're into melee DPS.
I bet they show the whole thing again after this.
Oh, yeah.
Because now we have a lot of
み
context.
たいな感じにちょっとなっていたので、はい、調整をしました。
So with this feint, and this is probably applicable to a lot of you who go into raids, and Yoshida being a black mage, he would discuss beforehand with the DPS and tanks and healers to kind of talk about, okay, so when are we going to place this? And they're like, oh, feint.
It's just way different.
Maybe we'll place it where auto attack hurts the most. So we are going to adjust that.
まあでも実際うまい本当メレーの人って実際には超大技の後に来る。
And then for those asking, especially with questions, we'll be actually doing a summary of this whole event as soon as the event is over. So just note that's coming. The links to said podcast is actually in the pinned comment here on YouTube, right up at the top.
まああまりにもなので、牽制の中に魔法ダメージ減少っていう効果も少しつけました。ただ当然効果量、魔法ダメージ軽減の効果量はアドル。
Oh yeah, that's going to be huge. It's useful.
軽減の方が大きくはなるんですけど、無駄っていうことは。
The job action trailer, their YouTube videos always go live immediately after the end. So if you want to watch the job action trailer right now, you
with
can.
some of these bosses, sometimes the auto attack that follows after the sort of tank buster or the large damage hurts a lot, and it's immediately after the tank has already used up their defense buff. So sometimes it does come in really handy to place feint right after one of those really large attacks. So we will there will be an additional effect of mitigating magic damage. Of course, that being said, the proper protection that you want to have against magic damage is addle that some of the casters would have, but just in case, I think that's a handy sort of benefit to it.
続いてですね、これさっきタンクでもお話しましたね。メレー DPS もそうですが、遠隔攻撃をした際に今まで中断されてたんですけど、こちらも中断されないようになりますので。
The adjustments that ranged attacks aren't going to break your combo. So nice.
And then the second point is similar to what we had discussed during the tank rolls, but the combos are not broken by ranged attacks that are inserted in between.
And thank you,
そして
Effective
もう一個
Gnome,
も
for that.
先ほどご説
those 10
明しま
gifted
した
subs on Twitch.
武器の
Legend.
物理基本性能の値というのを上げてますので、全体的に攻撃力が上がった分、威力という数字に関してはその上がった分だけ落としているので、ナーフしてるわけではなくて、計算式が変わったので、今までとは違いますよというのをご承知おきください。
And then third point is also, as we mentioned during the tank roll section, but again, with the adjustment of the fundamental damage attack calculation for physical attacks, we did have to adjust the potency so that it appears that the potency number might seem smaller, but it is still the same strength. We have not nerfed it. We just wanted to match it with the sort of.
There is a back-end coefficient that has been increased to be in line with
adjustment
magic.
of the fundamental
So they have to lower the potency
value.
so that when multiplied, you get to the same number.
はい。
Yep.
ではジョブのお話に入っていく。
Oh, Dragoon changes. Here we go.
よろしいでしょうか。
Okay, so we are moving on to the different jobs.
Now the party gets a buff when they're dead.
We're good.
まずは、龍騎から入りましょう。
Why did you just die already, Dragoon?
はい、まあ龍騎もね、かなりなんだろう、綺麗に回ってるので、まあ今回まず範囲攻撃のローテーション
AoE rotation expansion. Nice.
So with the Dragoon, I think these also have a fairly clean and straightforward sort of rotation that you can utilize, but we've kind of expanded upon the AoE rotation.
で、あとはウェポンスキルのコンボローテーションをきれいに成功させていくと実行可能になる新しいアクション。これまあすげえ派手なやつ。
New action.
多分出てたと思いますけど、はいはいはい。はい、追加されてます。
And then for the second point, a new action will be available upon successful execution of weapon skill combo rotation. It is quite flashy. You may have noticed something really cool going on in the video, but.
でですね、まあ新技追加されたり、まあ随分時間が経って古くなった技のアクションの上位版が登場して置き換えになったりしてます。
So now I can't break a combo with range, and when I do a combo right, I get a big shiny reward.
So with this one, of course, there are just new actions that are being added with the new level cap. And then with some of the existing actions, and of course, throughout the years, we've kind of upgraded some of these existing actions to become like a higher version of certain actions. And we've just kind of swapped them in place of the base skill. So it's not like we're going to be adding like, additional like button presses or like additional slots you'd have to fill.
で、青の流血は、今回特性に移動しましてですね、アクションとして実行したり、維持する必要はなくなりました。
That's a nice prime.
And then Blood of the Dragon will now become a trait, and so there will no longer be a need to execute it as an action or to maintain it.
Blood of the Dragon is
で、
now a
発動
trait.
条件下、それが発動条件だった技は全て通常時に使用可能ということで調整されております。
So for any actions that required for the Blood of the Dragon to be activated will be available at all times because Blood of the Dragon will be a trait.
で、あとはですね、スパインダイブが2チャージになっているので、まあちょっとね、移動に使いづらかったと思うんですけど、まあ移動用に1チャージ残しておけるように、溢れなければね、ロスすることはないので、1チャージ残しておけるようになってます。
And then Spine Shatter Dive is going to be changed to 2 charges.
Nice.
Some of you might have experienced like, oh, I wish I could have used Spine Shatter to kind of move over. But now you'll have that 1 extra charge that you can probably save. So unless you kind of like waste it.
Unless you waste it.
As long as you have it, be able to use it.
で、ランスチャージがリキャスト60秒。リタニーは120秒となっております。
And then Lance Charge recast will be changed to 60 seconds, and Blood Litany recast will be 120 seconds.
Wait, Blood Litany and what?
はい、大丈夫ですかね。はい。
Blood Litany and
じゃあ、
what?
ゆきし
I didn't catch it either.
Did you guys catch it?
That should be it for Dragoon.
さて続いて文句なんですけど、
はい
文句ってすいませんまたでかく調整というかいろいろ入ってまして、まず、疾風陣雷っていうその遊びがなくなってしまったので、まず陶器というシステムを、まあ、低レベルから使えるように、習得レベルを変更してます。
Crap, guys. Another
So
7.
next
Oh,
up is
chakras will now be unlocked at lower
and
levels.
So,
Oh, thank goodness.
We wanted to explain this a bit. And first of all,
Blood Lenti, 120
the
seconds
gameplay
is what the
element
chat's saying?
of stacking
Blood Litany, Blood
Greased
Litany.
Lightning will be done away with.
Nice.
So we are
Rather
going
than
to allow
180.
chakras to
Mr. Happy
be
made a video about
unlocked
this.
at a lower level.
そしてですね、もう一個、新しいシステ
He
ム
literally made this
必
video.
殺技っていうものを、搭載することになりました。
Mr. Happy got moved over to the development
And then we
team.
are implementing a new system that we called Masterful Blitz.
ですね、
Masterful
もう全
Blitz.
体的に拡張されてるんですけど、まず新しく3つのチャクラっていうものが、出てきます。
I like Blitz. That reminds me of Final Fantasy
So I mean,
VI.
it's been adjusted fairly significantly
Available change
overall, but
depending on the weapon
so,
skills used.
just
Nice.
going into
That's what those
a bit,
three icons were.
Yeah, exactly.
You will have 3 chakras.
でさらに、陰と陽2つの陶器があって、
And then so there will be like a yin and a yang.
その組み合わせによって必殺技の中身が変わります。
And so getting like a balance of those chakras and the 2 different types of it will
perfect
allow
balance down at 60
for
seconds now?
the different skills to be activated.
Yeah, it's probably going to be 60 or 120. But most likely 60.
moment.
Guys.
ちょっと
Holy
分かり
crap.
づらいよね。でまあ
Yeah, it's been going
チャ
off
ク
over
ラ
there.
を付与する仕組みって踏み台りが起動条件になってるんですけど、踏み台りが、2スタック、チャージのアクションになってます。
So with this chakra system, you will need to activate it using perfect balance. But perfect balance is going to be a charge action that can stack up to 2.
Oh, perfect. It balances charge
チャージタイム
action.
40秒なので回転が早いです。
And stack, each stack is charged up every 40 seconds. So it's quite fast.
Oh, wow.
手数で押すっていうコンセプトは変わってない
That sounds
です。
amazing.
ただ必殺技が入って
That sounds way more fun. Dave is right. That sounds way more fun.
好きと総称だ
Guys, it's 90
の
seconds
2
now.
つは方向指定が今回なくなりました。
And so, of course, the concept of trying to rush with the different skills that you activate and quickly going through these different skills has not changed. But with the implementation of
That's huge.
Masterful
Dude,
Blitz,
that's huge.
it does get a lot busier. So we have adjusted True Strike and Twin Snakes to not have like a directional condition.
Oh.
Got some Titan music
いいです
playing.
ね。ここまで
Oh.
いいですね。
大丈夫です。
I didn't catch that note. Titan music
長
distracted
年
me.
気持ちは良かったんですけど、
True Strike and
ラスト
Twin Snakes are no longer
今
positional.
回なくなっております
And
Because you're now
I
moving so
know
much.
a lot of
Yeah.
you had enjoyed using this and it felt great, but we will be taking shoulder tackle away.
Shoulder tackles
た
are going
だ
away.
純粋に新しい移動技突進技が追加されるんですけど、殴りません。
But in its place, we will be adding a gap closer or like a rush action per se. It will not be something that you use your fist,
ただ味方ターゲットして移動もできるので、味
but it
方
is
にその味方が離れてくれたやつにまあ魔文みたいなステップみたいなもんですね。
なるほどなるほど。
ステップして即ボスへみたいな使い方ができる感じです。
But with this rush sort of movement, it is going to be simply for moving around, but you can also target your ally or your party member to rush over to them.
Oh, nice.
So say you needed to kind of go towards somebody who had dispersed and went off into the distance, you can rush over to them. So kind of like there's an action that's similar
Black
in
Mage?
The
Yeah, you can rush to the Black Mage.
Mage's kit, but
Yeah, similar
you
to
can
them.
go in
Yeah.
there to kind of close your distance with your party member.
まあクローマの場合だと魔文を置いておいてモルゴルにステップした後魔文に戻るができるんだけど、今回敵もターゲットできるので、敵から味方へ味方から敵へっていうのができるので、そんな感じでまあなので羅刹でこう味方殴ってしまうわけにいかんので
そうですね。
はい、殴らない技になって
So, I mean, with the Black Mage, though, you would place the ley lines and then take a step and rush into your party member and then just go back to the ley lines. But with this new monk action, you can target where you're going to be moving to. So it's not just like a going back and forth. You can target your ally to rush over to them and then maybe run towards the enemy. So because of that, and you will be able to target your party members. You don't want to shoulder tackle your allies.
味方は
That's
殴
what
って
they
いけ
should
ません
do,
よって話
dummies.
You think that? Oh, exactly. Yeah.
さあちょっと文句の必殺技だけ
はい
実機で
おや
お見
ったぜ
せしましょうかという感じでございますが
So we've never gotten 500 likes on a stream, and we're getting really close. So I'm just gonna shout it out. Can you guys hit 500 today?
Keep in mind-
example of Masterful Blitz on the gameplay screen, because I think just explaining it with words might not be optimal in terms of trying to get the message across.
Keep in mind that when
Keep it different.
macroing
Yeah.
gap closer, things like that, you can macro them to call specific
ooh.
targets for your
In
controller
game,
player.
they're showing us off in game.
すべてが
This is Masterful Blitz.
見える
So keep in mind, controller players, you can always macro to go to like position 2
Yeah.
in your party, so it'll always go to the tank, or position 1, so it'll always go to the tank or
見え
something
る
like
ですから
that.
ね
ね新しい
Because it's a new area.
ニューエリアニュー BGM
So there's
まあ当然ですけどお伝えしてあるデノミネーションって入ってる状態なので
はい
もう全体ギューってね数字が縮んだ状態です、
When just
You're gonna make me ask for 600 likes, aren't you, now?
Has
Like,
been
literally-
already implemented in this
All right,
build,
fine.
so please don't be surprised if
Challenge
the
you to
numbers
600.
feel a lot more compact.
Just crush through 500 likes, man.
はい
Oh, I love that. I love
感
that.
じです今の3スタック
Whoa.
That is fast. I
So
love
as you can
that.
See, that's the
What's the
three
range on that?
stacks,
Shoulder tackle is 20 yards, so it's a full gap closer.
Yeah.
まあテクニカルではある
So
と
I
思い
have
ま
to
す
assume that.
はい、30秒で
So that's the gap closer ability.
Yeah.
で必殺技だけありますよ
quite technical with a 30-second charge. So let me show you the Masterful Blitz.
はいお願いします Yes please
海なり
Perfect balance.
Oh, God.
あここにこれ溜まってんの見えますかね、
Okay, so there's the different symbols.
Oh,
Can you
that-
see
okay,
the
this is
three kind
Masterful
of
Blitz.
below that
Yeah.
chakra gauge kind of glowing there?
はいこ
So
れ
it's gonna be
が
like
チャクラですね
Astro.
でここに
Yeah, in a way,
必殺技が
yes.
出てるんで
おお
Based on what you
違
use,
う
something
チャクラ
happens.
を
で
つけた時に出せる
あ
So every 40
And so
seconds, you're going
once
to have a
it
10
is
second window
charged,
to fill
up to
that.
3 chakras that are opened up, you can unleash your Masterful
Okay.
Blitz.
でそれ今1個使ったことによって
はい
陽
よ
This looks a
陽
lot
の
陽の
of
陽
fun.
ですねはい
This looks a lot of
陶
fun.
器がついておりますね、
ははは
Now that's like a solar and lunar is what that looks like.
So, of
Yeah.
course, once we have used that stack of 3, we now have an element that's associated with it. Between the yin and the yang, it's yang at this time.
で例えばね3つとも同じ早期砲がねここに来てます
And so, we have something there right now. But another example is if we have 3 of the same.
うん
Look at how many glowing buttons there are on Monk. Jesus.
Yeah, I know, right?
今イン
Choices,
インが
choices.
ついてますね、
はい
ここに
And less of those are positional now. So you just do what you want to do, guys. Just make yourself happy.
インはいいんですよ
インの陶器が
はい 陰の陶器。
陰の陶器がついてます。
The yin and yang. It wasn't in my glossary, so I'm going with yin and
Sounds
yang.
like
but
it sounds like Astro with mud at the end. Every 40 seconds.
桜をつけて、
I love that, dude. Yes. Yes.
Look at those numbers,
And then you
guys.
have
That's
the
a good
other
call.
side,
Look
and
at
then
Yeah,
you
those
stack
look at those
your
numbers.
2,000
three
damage.
chakras again, and then you unleash a pretty flashy move there in your masterful.
And look at their
blitz.
life. 44,000, 45,000 at level
というわけ
80.
で忙しいので、まあこの
No, excuse me, level 90.
聖剣好きと、
So that's actually a huge help, huge indicator. With gear, you know.
なるほど。
はい。
But yes, so as you can see, it is quite busy with trying to maintain that gauge. So that's why we adjusted the two, True Strike and Twin Snakes, to not be restricted to a particular direction.
ではこれ以上はね、
はい。
メディアの皆さんの
そうですね。
仕事を奪っ
There's
て
the dash again.
So I think we will leave it at that.
That's
and
awesome.
We don't want to take away from
Dash is great.
the media and
Oh, yeah.
influencers content. So
はい。
That's so
Look at
generous
you
of them.
apps.
So generous of them.
敵シリーズとして
I'm just saying he already made this video like
Oh, PowerPoint.
2 months ago
はい、パワーポイント
about
で
all the
す。
changes he wanted to debunk.
Yeah.
And it's mostly this.
さあでは
This just feeds that fire that like influencers have such like control over what the developers do.
next up is Samurai.
That looks so dope. Samurai time.
一つ目、陣風と疾風で付与できるバフを範囲コンボでも付与できるようになったので、
あー
これは戦士とも同じです。
Can now
はい
also be applied by AoE combos. Thank you very much.
になるんじゃないかなと思います。
So first one is effects granted by Jinpu and Shifu can now also be applied by AoE combos. This is kind of similar to the warrior, but when you're doing your AoEs, it won't be so like not boring, but like it's strenuous and time consuming because the effects are applied to AoE combos as well.
新たな居合術と、つまべ返しに相当するアクション、新たに追加されております。
A new EI jutsu and an action in the vein of Tsubame Gaeshi will be available.
Oh, that's how it's pronounced. I've been saying it wrong all this time.
ちょっと待ってね。いやもう竜騎士のコメントがね結構で、もちろん竜騎士もねちゃんと範囲書きましたね。範囲のローテーションちゃんと拡張されてるんで、竜さんも大丈夫ですよ。はい。
People seem to be concerned about the Dragoon, but I did mention, right? I did write it down. We have expanded upon the AoEs.
パワポに書いてあるんでご確認ください。
It's on the PowerPoint. Don't worry. Please check.
で、ですね、侍なんですけど、やっぱピュアメレー DPS として思いっきり正当進化です。
So with the samurai, of course, we wanted to kind of expand upon that pure melee DPS.
新技追加が主なんですけど、ツバメ返し、それから名鏡止水のが2チャージのアクションになってるので、コンテンツに合わせてのね、開幕バーストとか調整の余地っていうのは結構増えたかなと思います。
And of course, with the samurai, because it's just a straightforward sort of evolution from the last expansion, we have just primarily added new actions. But the Tsubame Gaeshi and Meikyo Shisui have become stackable to 2 charges. So whenever you go into a particular content and you want to go into a fight with that sort of burst of attack, there is a bit of wiggle room if you wanted to like make adjustments there.
で、名鏡止水状態ではですね、コンボの3段目に該当するアクションを打つと、コンボ2段目のバフが得られる。名鏡止水の状態の時だけですけどね。そんな風になってるんで、使い勝手自体も向上してると思います。
And then when you are under the effect of Meikyo Shisui, and then you go into that third phase of your combo rotation, you will be granted the effects of that second combo action. So we're hoping that that will allow for ease of use to be improved.
はい。はいはい。
Okay,
じゃあ
so your
侍
damage
は
up buff,
以上でございます。
speed up buff, yeah.
Okay, so that covers the samurai.
And not a lot
では
of changes to
続いて
samurai.
忍
Makes
者で
sense.
す。はい。
Ninja,
Next up
ninja,
is
ninja.
こちらまず一つ目ですけど、フートン、ドトン、ライトンにですね、それぞれに
Actions linked
まあそ
to
れらをベースす
Raton,
るアクシ
Doton,
ョン
and
というの
Huton
を
will be
追加
added.
しております。
Okay.
So
That
with this
sounds
one,
interesting.
Actions linked to Raiton, Doton, and Huton will be added.
で、あとはですね、アクションで、フートンを付与できるっていうものが追加されているので、フートン付与維持が楽になるんじゃないかなと思います。
And then an action making it easier to apply Huton would be added. So whenever you do want to sort of apply or keep Huton, and it should allow for you to do that.
まあ結構すでに忙しいジョブですし、まあそもそも忍術なんてミスしてられないし、これ以上忙しくならないようにしてあります。
And of course, with the ninja, it is quite busy. And of course, you can't miss any of those ninjutsus that you are doing. So we tried our best not to make it even busier than it is already.
ツイッチに4因は勘弁してくれって書いてあるんですけど、残念、4因はございません。なるほど。はい。
People are saying, "Oh, we don't want the fourth sigil," but don't worry, we do not have that.
かつですね、今回映画がなくなっております。ですので、ドットがなくなりました。
And of course, we have done away with Shadow Fang, so the dot will be gone.
ドトンやライトンの追加で、まあさっきね、新たな攻撃、まあこれ動画にもありましたね。で、分身の術の効果時間中に使える専用アクションなんかも、追加されたりしております。
And then, of course, as mentioned, there are some new actions that are linked to Doton and Raijin, as you may have seen in the video. And then when you are using the machine,
There's a lot of big changes.
Yeah. I love that 14's trending right now.
There's a lot of big changes, guys.
Whenever you're using the Bunshin, there is going to be a specific action that will be added to that as well.
はい。大体忍者以上でございます。ありがとうございます。
That should cover ninja.
はい。
There's like more buttons. How are they doing it now without adding more
ピンク
buttons?
スメルディペース最後は、こちらでございます。
出ました。
新ジョブリーパーでございます。はい。
Last but not least, this is our new melee DPS
Reaper.
job, Reaper.
まずですね。
Lots of different
両
bullet
手
points.
釜、新しい武器。両手釜による攻撃。
Uses a sight to attack in tandem with their avatar and can serve as the avatar's vessel to unleash more powerful
と
attacks.
いう、キャラクターとの連携で攻撃をしていきます。で、最終的にはアバターを自分自身に表示させて、融合するみたいなことができます。
So of course with Reaper, they use the scythe, like a double-handed scythe to attack. So you have your own attacks that you are unleashing, and then you have the avatar that will also attack at the same time. So you're attacking in tandem, and then plus you will be able to service the avatar's vessel, and so you allow for it to kind of possess you to unleash even more powerful attacks.
続いての項目どうぞ。で、1個だけ、まあシナジーパーティー強化するシナジーバフ持ってきて。
Just one job that does this. It's able to grant enhancements to party. Sorry, this is the only like synergy related action that this job has.
まあそう動画でもねなんか知人さんかな、からなんかねまがまがしいものを抜き取ってましたねなんかね。
You may have noticed in the video, Reaper was trying to take something out of the bard. It looked kind of ominous.
Yeah.
でまあ移動
Able to grant enhancements to party. I love
It's
it.
like we have one thing. We have one
特定の状況で
thing.
まあ結
Oh
構
yeah,
役
I'm
立
gonna
つア
take
クション
that.
とか特徴的な動作をするアクションが結構大きいです。今までちょっとまたタイプが違いますね。やっぱ進捗だけあって。
はい。And
You may have
ironically,
also
they had it
noticed
buff a
this in the
party in the
video,
job action
but,
trailer.
some of
They
the
didn't buff a bard.
movements that the Reaper does is quite
Buff a
unique as
bard.
well. And so it says here, unique and specialized actions give them an edge in specific combat situations.
ざっくりですね流れのイメージをちょっと口頭でねまずご説明しようと思います。
はい。
So just a very rough and sort of general explanation of the flow here.
まずこの画面にある2つのゲージなんですけど、1つがソウルゲージ。
はい。
So if you take a look at the job HUD there, you see two different sort of gauges, but one of them, the top one, is the soul gauge.
でまあソウルゲージを貯めて
The soul
アバタ
gauge.
ーと一緒に攻撃ウェポンスキルを使うその、ソウルゲージを消費してね。
And then, so you would charge up the soul gauge in order to unleash different attacks. And this also applies to some of the attacks that you unleash together with your avatar. And that would sort of deplete some of the charge that is built up in the soul gauge.
でそのアバターと一緒に戦うとシュラウドゲージっていうのが今度はたまるので、それが一定以上たまるとアバターと融合できるようになるので最終的にはアバターと融合してさらに特別なコンボをばらしていくみたいなのが基本になります。
And then once you unleash the weapon skills using your own attacks plus the avatar, then a second gauge starts to fill up. That is the shroud gauge. And with this accumulating charge, then it will eventually allow for you to kind of let the avatar kind of merge with you. You would become the avatar's vessel, and then you are able to unleash even stronger special combos. So that's kind of like the basic flow.
どちらかというと、
Lahi?
DPS に近いです。
Chat was starting off with Lahi, so I was like, yeah,
そうなりました。
Lahi.
Because of that, I think we lean towards that sort of pure melee DPS. It kind of resulted in that way.
Your melee
侍の
DPS.
方がピュアではありますけど、侍と同等のピュアメレー DPS とは言わないですけど、
Yeah, but a pure melee DPS with a buff is broken.
Yeah.
Of course, our samurai is definitely a pure melee DPS. So it's not quite as extreme as the samurai, but
it's okay.
I think it
Slight
does
step down.
skew towards that sort of melee, pure melee.
じゃあこちらも見ないとわかんないよっていう YouTube でチラッチラッ
まあわからないですね。
吉田見ないとわかんないよチラッっていうコメントを見たので、
Oh man,
を
this
見て
is
みましょうか。
greatness.
And I think I see a lot of comments in YouTube, I think, saying that, oh, but we won't understand unless you show it to us, please.
Oh, you're gonna show us?
Show us just a little bit. So allow us to show it on the gameplay screen.
All
さあ
right,
どうぞ。
here we go. Gameplay Reaper.
こちらが
Here we go, guys.
Oh man, I'm so
あ、カモ持
excited.
ってる。Yeah. She has size.
これどっかのプロデューサー兼ディレクターがステージで来て社長と一緒
We
に
try to
並ん
make
で
them
写
all
ってる写
intimidating,
真
but it's tough.
でなんだこの会社って言われ
There's
て
only a couple gear sets that do it.
Oh, this reminds me of a certain
Happy's
outfit
Machinist
that a
does.
certain producer director of a game had worn at a certain event and stood next to our sort of CEO and made people wonder, what kind of game is this?
ざっとゆっくりちょっと動かしますね。
ほい。
For just a rough overview and kind of take you step by step.
お願いします。Yes, please.
準備をします。
Sorry, one moment. We're gonna.
All right, we'll do gobbles.
で、これ1個ね、アビリティじゃね、仕出しのやつにかけました。
You have a good one, man. Thanks for being here. Hopefully we'll see you at some point in the future.
Stick
で、枠を
ability,
入れました。
then apply the debuff.
で、
Oh yeah.
うん。
Backside.
おいしょ。
I'm sorry, side attack.
Oh, I like
back
that.
Attack. Oops.
I like
We
that.
ran out of charge. Sorry.
で、こう、
GC's
な
on
る
his own
ってい
server.
くと、まず、
Yeah.
Media
ソ
tour.
ウルゲージが溜まり
Oh,
ます。
he's already on. He's on the media tour server.
So
Is it-
as
how
you
do you-
can
do you see that name
when
somewhere,
you
or-
continue to hit the
Top right.
enemy, the soul gauge kind of fills up.
Oh, it's hidden by my stupid start bar. 1 second. Ah, yes. Media Tour 2001.
9,000
で、アバ
damage.
ターを使って、で、こんな形で、こ
I
う
haven't seen anything break
2,000,
10, 9,500.
But he hasn't crit or direct hit it yet.
Sorry, it's kind of hard to
Yeah,
jump
we're
in
hitting
with
for
the translations.
100,000 right now.
で、これでシュラウドゲージが50に、アバターを使えば使うほどシュラウド
He
ゲージが
never
溜ま
broke
る。
9. He never broke 10.
But again, just a reminder, once you attack using your avatar, the shroud gauge starts to fill up.
で、これですね。変身します。
Yeah, that ghostly
And
avatar looks
transform.
amazing. Oh yeah.
こんな感じ。
わ
Look at the eyes.
Sick.
う
ち
Love
ゃんと
that
ね、
aspect.
皆さんのキャラがこのモードに
Do you think you
表示あり
changed
ま
to
す。
that glam regardless of what you're wearing?
But yeah,
I don't know. I think
each of your
so.
characters will take on its own form, or not its own form, but I'm sorry. It's going to take form, and it'll still be your character.
完全にダークサイドになりました。
Yeah, that's a weird Lala.
Yeah, now, yeah, he completely
I think that's Lala's
falls
true
into the
form.
dark side.
They've been revealed finally.
これはいい中にって書いてあって、ちょっと嬉しいですね。
英語にしづらい。
This is very, very emo.
Emo.
で、ちょっと移動アクションなんですけど、
はい
変わってまして、このポジションから向いている進行方向に対して前に移動するアクションと、
はい
後ろに移動するアク
Those
ション。
Aetherites look good.
So as for a gap closer, there's a move where it'll allow for you to move towards like forward, and then there's a way to move kind of backwards.
で、その位置にですね、ゲートを開けておくことができる一定時間、勝手に残るんですけど、
It's
こ
weird
れで
that the
ゲートの残る。
inventory that they didn't shift the gear down to be in
Basically, you'll
line.
be opening a
But the
gate
removal of
of
the belts
sorts,
creates a
like
gap.
bridge that you can
Yeah.
go through, and it stays open for a certain amount of time.
で、ゲートが閉じる前であれば、
I would have assumed it would have all shifted down.
なるほど。
Maybe they're not done
So
making
if
those
you are
adjustments.
able to move before the gate
Development
closes up,
footage
you
subject
can
to
go back
change, you know?
to whatever position you started off from.
That's more going to be coming with the media tour. So for those who get to go cover that, they're going to let the content creators dive into the detail for you guys.
別にリーパー使ってるわけじゃないんですけど、
They said the embargo from that will lift sometime in mid-October. Mid-October was the phrase Fox Fun used.
一旦ゲートを置いておいて、
はい
ギリギリまで殴って戻るみたいなことやってました。
なるほど。
はい
Of course, right now we're just making adjustments to it, so it's not like this is a main job or anything. But you would a way to go about using this gate is to kind of leave it where it's in front of like an enemy of sorts, and then you close the gap towards them, hit them, and then go back.
じゃあどうしようかな。そうね
Okay.
そうだけど違う。
That is awesome. What an AoE. I don't know if that really did damage. Regardless, that was...
Soul gauge filling.
Yep. Ooh, big chunk.
ちょっとここから早いですよ。融合した後。
Consume into combine mode.
Really quickly
Yep.
after
New
opening the
combos.
avatar. Wow.
Oh yeah.
Over.
Now easily over 10k. 17k right there.
すごい。Yeah, it's very fast.
融合する
Still never broke
と
20.
ちょっとプレイ速度変わるので
It's broke.
結構テクニカル
Avatar
で
is
すね。
quick.
で今までのように
Looks
そ
like
の
like dancer,
なんだ
like
ろ
where it
う
has that
単
like
体
brief
技
sprint.
でゲージを貯めてってよりはソウルスライスとか割とチャージアクション使って一気に50貯めて長めにこうソウルゲージを貯めてようやく呼び出してみたいな感じじゃなくてどんどん切り替えていくことになるんでプレイ感今までとかなり違います。
But with the tempo of these different actions that you have to do, it is quite fast. So it does require a lot of like technical aspect of it, and it's not necessarily like a single target all the time. Sometimes it's like a soul
Oh, also this
slice,
is a level 90 hitting a
and
level
adding
80.
some different abilities in there.
I was like, that's
it's
where I
not
got
like
confused at the beginning.
an endurance thing.
There's
Like
a
you don't
25,000.
like
Big crit.
build and
That's
build
the
and
record
build and
today.
build and
Yeah.
unleash at one time, but it's quite fast. So I think the play style is quite different from what we had previously.
Right. And that's the point we're trying to make is the number doesn't matter.
Jobs.
I think people are going to point it out. We're trying to say like, those are the numbers. Don't think like the numbers exist today.
That being said, looking at the different jobs, this one included, the tempo does feel really good. So I think it is quite interesting.
これはね結構やり込んでいただけるんじゃ
Hey,
ない
look at those islands out there.
Oh, island sanctuaries?
And so I think the more you get your hands on it and try it out, I think it's something that you can kind of master and try to make the most out of it because it is quite fun.
And that's really the point, Dave, is that people are going to see these numbers and freak out. So we're trying to make note of them now.
ガス欠
To show like
にならないように
just expect
していかな
this
きゃい
and
け
it's
ないので
fine.
だからまあまあ人気がきっと出るだろうなと思って、もうちょっと優しめにしたかったんですけど、意外と
There's a lot
なんだ
of
ろ
these.
ういい感じの難しさになったかなとは思う。
I'm excited,
まあ
dude.
練習
This
したら
this job
そ
looks
れだけ
incredible.
面白いかなとは思うんで。
I mean, he's got 30 buttons on that bar.
Yeah.
But of course, you have to be mindful of like resource management.
60 likes away from
Making sure that your
the
gauges
current
are
goal,
up and,
600.
You're
Just reminding you of the
going through
challenge
this
that
properly,
y'all
managing it
brought upon
properly.
yourselves.
And of course, with this being a new job, very flashy moves, we expect it to be very popular.
Yes.
And so we were torn about making it a little bit less challenging, so to speak. But I don't know. I think it's a good kind of difficult, and again, it's something that would be fun to kind of master. And the more you delve deeper into it, the more I feel like you can get out of it.
まあベースのコンボには方向指定がないんですけど、
はい
アバターとやる技みたいな時は方向指定が存在するものもあります。なんかそこはどっちかというと味付けです。はい。
Of course, the base combo doesn't require any sort of directionals, but once you start involving your avatar, there will be. So be careful of that. But I think it's just
Base
it adds
combo,
flavor to
No
the
positional.
different abilities
Avatar
that you
involvement,
簡
positional.
単じゃんって今度コメントがあるんだけど、さっき言った早く高速移動しながら
That's not any
高
different than
速
Monk at
で
this
回
point.
さなきゃいけない中で出てくるんで、しかもさっき使ったのどっちだっけとか出てくるんで、そんなに簡単ではなかったですよ。はい。
And then we also have those people saying, "Oh, but it's an easy job" in the comments, which is not true. You are going to be moving around the battlefield pretty quickly, and you're also trying to get through your rotations very quickly. So, and you also have to remember, okay, so I've used this skill, so where does it connect to next? So it's not easy per se.
今ね YouTube でね LB3 を見せてくれるコメントが
プロテストが始まってます。
Twitch もそうなんですけど、 残念ながらですね、僕今日今使ってるこのメディアツアーのワールドはですね、デバッグコマンドの LB3 フリーが使えないんですよ、残念ながら。
I also see comments saying that, oh, we want to see Limit Break 3.
Yes, we do.
But I'm afraid this is in this world that we created for the media tour, we don't have the debug command to unleash the LB3. But we don't have the debug command LB3 free. So sorry, I'm not able to show it to you.
That'll be coming soon. That'll be more marketing PR.
もうすでに公開しているベンチマークトレーラーの最後に
No, because you won't get into dungeon.
We won't be in, right? We won't be in unless they change up how they've done the media tours in the past. So.
But that being said, you may have seen the benchmark trailer, but when you see Xenos at the end and he does this really flashy move, that is the Reaper's LB3.
Okay.
なのであれをご覧いただくと LB3 リーパーの LB3 がこういうやつかっていうのがわかります。はい。
So I think that would be a good reference if you want to see what the Reaper's LB3 looks like.
Okay. It looked like
はい。
it.
ではちょっとこれでまあ
I'm
リーパ
kind
ー
of
終わり
bummed
にし
it's
よ
not
う
like
と
an
思うんですけど、
LB2 and
ま
there's
あ
not
2
something
時間
even
であるん
bigger.
で、
そうなんです。
3休憩
はい、なのでここらで一旦ちょっと手短に10分ぐらい、10分休憩ぐらいを一回挟みたいな。
Come what you
で
must.
休憩開けたら残りの遠隔
はいはい
シリーズの DPS とヒーラーに行く。
全然4時間どころじゃねえなこれ。
おかしいな。数字で言いますと、当初思ってたら今40分ぐらい
押して
ます。
はい。
いや、かかるもんですね。
So we have actually clocked in about 2 hours now, and we haven't gotten through all the. Well, we've gotten through the
tanks and the melees.
Videos, but
Yeah.
I think we would like to take a 10-minute break, and
10
then we'll
minute
jump
break.
back into the remaining DPS. Yeah, we're on about a 40-minute delay at this point, so I think we want to take a quick break.
ですので、ここから10分間休憩取りたいと思います。予定外のマジ休憩なので、お供は特にございません。本当の休憩でございます。
We'll go over everything we've learned so
Now we want
far.
to have a 10 minutes break.
Here.
It's pure break, so we have no video to show during the break. This break, so 10分後にお会いしましょう。Let's see you again in 10 minutes.
Okay. They're normally 2 to 3 hours, and this doubles it. So they were like, "Oh, it'll be 4 hours." I'm like, "Yeah, 4 to 6." All right. So, starting at the top.
Hit it at the top.
Okay. I got a long way to scroll here.
I can just also scroll my stuff in here.
Okay. So this is gonna be 3 parts. They went over the PvE and battle system changes, job changes are kind of the 3 things they're getting to today. Those all sound very similar, so we've been hitting on that. So we don't really know how much more there's going to be after this. Disciple of Land and Hand and anything related to PvP would be in the next live letter for early November. There is no media tour date dated, but the embargo for whoever is invited to the media tour would lift sometime in mid-October, and that Yoshi P was, this is notable, was excited that lots of, here's the phrasing, Western influencers that he looks forward to talking MMO shop with. Okay, that's a big deal. Okay, lots of ooh, that doesn't work. I thought that would work. Why did I think that would work? I thought I was helping. I'm not helping. All right. Lots of talking MMO shop with. Sorry, I was using this to reference abilities while we're here. If you want to come hang out of the house, come hang out of the house. Remember, everything here is still development footage. Part 1, job adjustments. We need to talk about some general guidelines that were the driving principles, because they're not going to go over every single tooltip and every single change. They liked the way Shadowbringers played out, so they are going to build upon 5.0, not revert back to something from a previous expansion or move to something entirely new. This would build upon. There will be new actions, but not brand new like system changes, like when we've moved to kind of all these gauges and everything. The recast timers of primary abilities are, as a general rule, going to be realigning with 60-second or 120-second intervals which implies that whole raids, or that if you jump job to job, that you will have a standard tempo you're used to, but this won't be all abilities. One that they took note of is that Black Mage, for example, seemed really out of alignment with everybody else. Hano, thank you so much for the 4 months. Guys, thanks for all the subs tonight. I can't say thank you as easily while we're in the middle of it, but I really do appreciate it. We just crossed 15 hours of today's stream, and like you guys made that possible. Seriously, all the support, you guys hanging out in chat, you guys sharing Prime with us, is all thank you. So there we watched the job action trailer. That thing's like 15 or 20 minutes long. It's long. It's probably already up on YouTube. They'll probably show it again after this. And it didn't make a whole lot of sense at the time. Some things made sense because we've been calling for certain changes. Some things seem very obvious. Other things made sense now that we're getting to go over the jobs in the jobs we've gone over, which is just tanks and melee DPS. So tanks, one of the big driving things is that now using defensives at optimal times will grant bigger benefits, whether you are main tank or an off tank, and that ranged attacks do not break combos. One thing they did not state in this section that is effectively true is that warriors had a 20-yard gap closer. Everybody else's is 15, at least for the next 63 days. And everybody else's got brought up to 20 yards. This is gonna apply to both melee and tanks. There is a holdover from when they moved into ARR, where there was basically a coefficient driving how hard magical potency hit versus physical potency hit. Thank you, Cameron Morrow. And for Shadowbringers, that was not really adjusted, so magic was high. So they are going to bring physical up on the back end, so they're going to tie those. What that means is that so that the physical does not become overwhelmingly powerful, the potencies on all physical skills in the game, all physical skills are going to go down, but the damage, the strength, the effectiveness, the final damage total will be the same. So the potency will look like a nerf because the back end is being kind of fixed. They fixed the difference. Paladin was up first. Requiescat is now no longer it's going to be the same regardless of how much mana you have. And it will be a 3 attack combo starting with Confiteor, and then Warrior, your damage effects, your Storm's Eye is now going to be triggered and extended by AoE. It was extended by AoE before, but you had to get your Storm's Eye up first and then continue it with, and so that's just going to make like opening with AoE pulls and dungeons and stuff a lot cleaner. Onslaught no longer costs anything. There are now 3 charges, and then Upheaval does not cost anything either. The inner release window is going from 90 seconds down to 60 seconds. This is a general trend where everything that was like a burst window that made the job fun, all those 90-second windows are going down to 60 seconds or less. Nascent Flash, they said now helps with off tank. I don't really understand what they were meant by that, because Nascent Flash already grants the target party member Nascent Glint, and so I guess maybe you're granting flash to them, and then you would grant glint to yourself. Maybe I don't really understand. Like they didn't, without a tooltip, I don't really know what that side comment meant. Dark Knight, no more Salted Earth macros. Salted Earth is now centered on you and is going to make a new action available. Simulacrum, your buddy. Let me switch over here. Is going to Simulacrum. Let me just get my actions up. Come on. We're going to sum all this up on YouTube, so if you guys can't stay for the whole 6 hours and you need to lurk and fall asleep to our mesmerizing voices. Anyway, is also going to gain a new action when you gain one of the new abilities. It's this guy, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's called Living Shadow. Living Shadow. That's what I'm looking for. Right here. Level 80 ability. It's going to gain new job abilities when you do, so it's going to kind of mirror you, and it looked like that in the job tutorial. It's better mirroring you. Delirium is dropping from 90 seconds down to 60 seconds. Where's my Delirium? I don't know. Somewhere over here. I haven't played Dark Knight enough lately, so I don't know where it is. There it is.
And so that's going to make your inner release window drop from 90 seconds down to 60 seconds, which is great. Keep in mind, gap closers on these jobs are both going up to 20 yards. There's also going to be a new, the Blackest Night type ability that's single target and defensive. Gunbreaker, big changes on Gunbreaker. Gunbreaker here is going to move to 3 charges on the gauge. 3 charges on the gauge, 20-yard gap closer. And we are now going to see continuation change. This is one that we kind of need to see. So here's the way it works right now. Okay, the way it works right now is I do Keen Edge to Brutal Shell to Solid Barrel. This is going to grant me a cartridge. With 1 cartridge, I'm going to pass Gnashing Fang to Jugular Rip, basically continuation, to Savage Claw, back to continuation, which is Abdomen, to Wicked Talon, and back to continuation, which is continuation. So continuation is changing. And then, while I'm waiting for that to come back up, I'm going to go Keen Edge to Brutal Shell, down to Solid Barrel, and then I'm going to burn it on Burst Strike, and then it's back around. But there is no continuation. There is now a continuation after Burst Strike, and this will instead, button-wise, look like Keen Edge to Brutal Shell, that's 2 buttons, to Solid Barrel, which is your basic 3 button, Gnashing Fang to trigger the 4th button, and then we are going to go Jugular Rip, Savage Claw, continuation again, back to the same button. These 2 are combining, back to continuation, so it's 1 less button. 1 less button, but it'll feel a lot better, especially with a 3rd cartridge. It looked like they consumed 2 at once there, so I don't really know what was up with that. Now we move to melee.
Melee.
Let me reset the target.
30 likes to 600, guys. You're so close.
Melee. I don't have my melee jobs leveled because I don't like melee, so here we go. I'm liking it more. I'm getting there. I'm getting there, guys. I'm getting there. I promise. I'll like it soon enough. All right. So Feint. Feint right now lowers target strength and dexterity by 10%. This is going to be changed to instead reduce physical damage dealt and reduced. It'll reduce physical a little bit more so that it doesn't take away from Addle. And then ranged attacks, once again, don't break combos. And a reminder that physical and that your physical potencies are going down, but not because they're affecting damage.
Okay.
Dragoon. Dragoon's up first. We got a new AoE rotation expanded, new action added on completion of weapon combo. Blood of the Dragon, right here, is now a trait. So this is going away. I have no idea what's going on with these bars. Something broke. And then we're getting an extra charge of our gap closers. So we'll get an extra charge of that for your your spine shatter dive right there. That's getting an extra charge. Monk changed a lot, guys. Monk changed a lot. Any of you that weren't here with Monk changed a ton. Plague and Lucid, thank you guys for sharing Prime with us. We are rapidly approaching 7.2 million in the giveaway.
Oh man, Chris is gonna go broke.
So chakras are now going to unlock lower. This is something that Mr. Happy literally made a video on. If you want to go watch it right now, you don't have to wait for mid-October for that one. It's already out.
Sounds like they're coming back.
Monk if I summarize next time.
But we'll also be doing this in the full podcast summary as soon as the live letter concludes.
Letter from the producer live number 66. We are now
Thought that at least caught you guys up that were late.
Job changes.
Because I got most of the way caught up.
Yeah, there's so much information.
I mean, I was trying to do 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I got through an hour of it.
Oh, physical range DPS, baby.
Our physical range DPS.
Oh, I love that artwork, guys.
そうですね。はい。じゃあまず共通点からなんですけど、まあ遠隔物理の共通点としてはさっきお話しした基本武器の性能を上げてるんでというお話になっております。
And so for the physical range DPS, and this goes across all of the jobs within this role, the parity between the physical and magical damage attributes of weapons will be at the same, and then, yeah, it's just similarly to what we had explained about how we're bolstering the physical damage calculation numbers.
まあそれぞれがオーソドックスに進化している感じなので、まあこの後説明していきます。
And each job is just they have been updated accordingly in a fairly orthodox manner. So we'll just jump into each individual ones.
で、共通しているポイントとしてもう一個あって、ダメージ軽減系の、バフですね。パーティーバフは3ジョブともリキャストが90秒になってます。
But there's one additional point that applies across the physical range DPS jobs is that any sort of buffs that mitigate damage, the recast timer has been adjusted to 90 seconds.
さあ、では銀融詩人からいきましょう。
Okay, so jumping right into Bard.
はい、どうぞ。
All right.
まず既存3種類の戦火アクションから派生する、パーティーバフアクションを追加しております。
Says each of the 3 songs will make available a new action that applies a party-wide enhancement.
まあ歌によるね支援を結構リクエストされる機会が多かったので、既存3つの戦火アクションから派生して効果内容がねこうさらに上昇していくみたいなパーティーバフを追加してます。
So of course, there has been a lot of feedback and requests for more like abilities that would allow for like support using songs. And so we wanted to take the existing 3 songs that the Bard has in its kit and kind of add a sort of party buff and something that would enhance its effect.
で、まあエーペックスアローから発生する新アクションが追加されてたりします。
Please make bards great again.
And then a new action will be available upon execution of Apex Arrow.
旅心のメヌエットとかバトルボイスがリキャスト120秒合わせになるなど、細かく調整が行われています。
And then other adjustments include Wanderer's Minuet and Battle Voice recast timers have been adjusted to match 120 seconds, and other various adjustments have been made.
あ、ちょっと待ってね。
はい。
Sorry, one moment.
Seems like they're just making combos longer across the board. And then encouraging you to keep them.
Yeah.
Bard does look surprised. Like they were like, "Oh God, are we being included?"
What?
I thought you forgot about us.
詩人はそんなところです。はい。
Dancer looks like, yeah, I know him the best.
変えるとこあんまねえだろうって言われてる貴公子なんですが、はい、貴公子に行きたいと思います。
And then next up is I'm seeing comments that, well, machinist, there's really not much you can change with the machinist, but we'll talk about the machinist anyway.
Yeah, the machinist is great.
まあ一つ目、機械をモチーフにした新アクション、回転のこぎりが追加されてます。
強そう。
Oh, they do. They did. They are adding chainsaw. Perfect. I'm
mechanically themed action called chainsaw.
Exactly what they needed.
であとはですね、動画にもありましたオートマトンクイーンに新しい攻撃アクションが追加されてます。
And then this was featured in the video as well, but a new action will be added for the automaton queen.
そうですね、他だと整備が、2チャージのアクションになってます。
And then in other changes, reassemble is now going to be chargeable up to 2 charges.
でこちらはですね、管理が必要なので、溢れないように、適時使っていただく。
I love chargeable actions. Edgar lives.
And of course, with
Edgar lives.
This ability being charged, you don't want to waste once it's charged up. So please make sure that you are kind of strategically placing it and allowing to build up as needed.
あとは本当主に新技追加で、少ないホットバーで快適にっていうところは、変わらない形でやります。
Right now. Does it round up?
I'm betting it rounds
The
up.
rest of the adjustments are primarily just new actions being added. We have not changed the concept of trying to keep the number of abilities that are assigned to your hotbar and still play comfortably.
はい、寄稿紙も以上となっております。はい。
So that's it for the machinist.
続い
And
て
here we go.
踊り子ですが、
Dancer.
こちらどうぞ。
Next up is the dancer.
ウェポンスキルで、付与される
Flourishing Cascade will not be shared across single target and AoE skills.
単体と範囲で共有がされるようになります。
Weapon skill effects such as Flourishing Cascade will now
I'm
be
wondering that
shared
too,
across
Scott. I don't
single
know.
target and
We'll have to play
AoE
around with it and
skills.
let you know.
他にはですね、どうぞ。この辺のテクニカルフィニッシュ、インプロとかですね、攻めの単語からさらに発生するアクションっていうのが今回追加されています。
That's a key
And
phrase.
new actions will be available upon the execution of technical finish, improvisation, and devilment.
Oh, nice.
踊り子はバファーのね要素が強い DPS として、そのまま進化してます。はい。
So of course with the dancer, it does allow for different buffs to be applied, or they allow for applying different buffs to your party members, and so we've kind of kept that direction with the update here.
単体とさっきお話したようにね、単体と範囲で面倒だったプロックの、管理を統一してあります。
And then, as mentioned earlier, the different pucks that are applied sometimes, and it was rather a hassle because you had to differentiate between like single target versus AoE, and some of the pucks that had to be managed between those was made or is going to be made simpler.
でですね、快適性をね今回向上させるために、単体アクションのみ、ダンスのステップアクションにこう切り替わってたんですけど、ダンスモードに入ると、今回範囲攻撃も同様に、ステップアクションに置き換わるようになってるので、ホットバーを切り替えね、範囲と、単体で分けてた人は範囲側でもそれができるようになるので、かなり楽になるんじゃないかなと思います。はい。
And so, because we tried to make things a bit more smoother in terms of like executing your different rotations, previously, whenever you were doing a single target attack and your hotbar switched to the different step actions, and you'd have to switch over because AoE does not have that kind of simplicity. We actually updated it so that you don't have to worry about it with the AoE attacks. It's in a similar system where it'll switch into that sort of dance step action mode where the buttons will be replaced by the necessary next steps. So I think before, if you had sort of had to manage like two separate hotbars for single target versus AoE attacks, I think it makes things a lot more simpler. Yeah.
であとはですね、ダンスを成功させると付与されるエスプリっていうのがあるんですけど、踊り子本人だけ今回から、確率で蓄積じゃなくて、本人だけ確定で蓄積するようになっております。はい。
And then, of course, there's a spirit, which is applied sometimes when a dance is successful, and it's applied. Sometimes it's applied to yourself at random, but we've changed it just for the dancer themselves. It's going to a spirit is going to build. It'll be guaranteed to build.
大体踊り子そんな感じ。
Okay, that's gonna be useful.
Okay, so that's it for dancer.
詩人が本人に影響
Alright, what's
が
our
ないっ
next
て
role?
やつはね、まだギリまで
Healers or
調整してるんで、今はちょっと明言を避けさせてほしいです。
His hotbar on his UI went casters next.
People were talking about with the bard, it doesn't seem to take any sort of effects on the cell.
And usually they end on one of the new jobs.
I'm afraid we are still making adjustments still, so I can't confirm nor deny on that point.
Making adjustments still more to Bard.
はい。
Can't confirm or
コメントで
deny.
ごねればいけるかって書いてますけど、ごねっても無理だと思います僕
そういう
ら
問題じゃない
僕ら別にそういうので調整してるわけじゃないんで、
Some people are commenting that, oh, maybe we can negotiate by commenting on here. I think it's a little too late for that. That's not what what we base our decisions on. I'm sorry.
違うんですよ。なんかコメントでね、詩人だけなんでって言われるんですけど、そこの軽く上げると全体を落とさなきゃいけなくなっちゃうので、別に全体バランスから知ってるんですよね。踊り子もね、本体軽くもっと低いわけで、はい、そこはバランスなのでそれをしてください。はい。
And I do see that people are commenting on, oh, why is it just barred? Why? It's not fair. But I mean, this affects the damage that is being dealt. And we do need to look at it from a balance perspective. We also made adjustments to the dancer too, where some of the damage has been sort of adjusted as well. So please understand.
はい。では次いきますよ。
行きましょう。
はい。
I haven't even checked the legs. Oh, guys, you're close.
魔法 DPS ですね。
Magical range DPS. Magical
共通
DPS.
項はですね、シンプルにアドルのお話で、アドルにも、さっき牽制に
What happened?
魔法ダメージ軽減の効果を少しつけますよと。
Oh my gosh, thank you guys so much for this. It's so
今度は逆で
humbling.
アドルには、
Thank you.
物理ダメージの減少
Thank you,
効果
thank you.
を少しだけ、入れることにしました。
So with magical ranged DPS, of course there is the major change would be to addle, kind of similar to what we've done with Feint, where it adds just a
identical.
little bit of magic damage mitigation.
That way it
or
has more
reduction.
use. It's identical.
With
It's just
Addle, it'll
inverted.
allow for just a little bit, but some reduction of damage in physical attack.
さあ、では各ジョブの話に移っていこうと思います。はい。まず黒魔導士です。
All right, Black
So going
Mage.
into the individual
Black Mage is
jobs,
perfect.
first
We've
is
made
the
no
Black
adjustments.
Mage.
まず一番でかい変更点がですね、エノキアンが特性に変わりました。アストラルファイヤーかアンブラルブリザード中
Enochian's a trait.
付与されれば自動的に、
Enochian's a trait.
するようになってます。
The Eno chain
So I think one
has
of the
been
most
traded.
Major changes is
Oh, wow.
that Enochian will be a trait that is automatically applied
Wow.
while under the effect of astral fire or umbral ice.
こ
Yeah.
こはちょっと悩まなかったわけではないんですけど、
That's big.
やっぱりこれ
That means you
が
can't open
分
with
か
Fire
りにくさを
4.
さらに生んでたり、
But that doesn't mean, yeah.
Does it go at lower level? When does Nokia become
プ
available?
レイヤー
It
の
was
間
a
の
part of the,
軽さを
I think
結構
level
生んじゃってたの
55
で
or 54, sorry, 54.
Does it come down like when they made
I
chakras
bet.
slower?
And this
I
was
hope
actually
so.
a
That'd be
very hard
nice.
decision, or like it did require a lot of thinking, because while it was it was causing a disparity with the player's skill. So we decided that we were going to make the update.
Yeah, people have asked for that for a
特定
while.
の状況で続いてですけど、アストラルファイヤーとアンブラルブリザードを切り替える、さらに特定の条件がある中でアストラルファイヤーとアンブラルブリザードを切り替えると発動できる、すごい魔法が、炎と氷が合わさって最強に見えそうな魔法が追加されてます。
And under
Oh,
certain
yeah.
conditions, swapping between astral fire and umbral ice will make new actions available. One of which is a fairly cool looking, it looks like a combination of fire and ice kind of a spell.
黒魔同士はやっぱり侍同様にピュア DPS として戦闘進化してます。蘇生も持ってません。はいはい。
And with the Black Mage, of course, kind of like the Samurai, we wanted to kind of evolve it as a pure DPS. Of course, no raise.
Yeah, no raise for Black Mage.
でやっぱりさっきお話したようにね、初心者の方にも軽く格差がちょっとね広がりやすかったので、エノキアンを特性化してます。
And of course, going back to Enochian, it was quite hard to grasp for certain players, especially those who are unfamiliar with the different the Black Mage actions. And it did cause a disparity between the damage dealt. So we have decided to change Inokian to be a trait.
他にはですね、ファイガプロックとかサンダープロックの継続時間、プロックの継続している時間ですね、を伸ばしてあるので、ちょっと折り返しでやらなきゃいけないこと今回増えてるので、その分サンダープロックの継続時間を伸ばしたりしてます。結構この辺小手先のテクニックが効くようになってるので、お試しください。
And then the proc that is applied whenever for Fire 3 or I'm sorry, Fire 4? Sorry, Faiga is Fire 4, sorry. And Thunder. And the proc that is applied whenever
I really
those
wish
are
they changed their names
in effect
for spells.
Has been extended
Nice.
because it helps with the rotations and there are more things that you need to be doing in your different like skill sets and going back and forth and some of the repeated steps that need to be done has kind of increased. So I think it helps with if these procs are on a bit longer so that there's room to kind of make use of that.
あとはですね、ファイラとブリザラどうなったんだろうっていうコメント見ましたけど、ファイラとブ
If
リザ
y'all
ラ
are seeing
は
600, it shows me 599.
登場してですね、
So thank you guys for the 600 likes.
半焼きのローテーション
Thank you for the
が変わります。
599
はい
likes.
And then Fire 2 and
And it goes
Blizzard
down
2
to 598. So I was
is
like, all
going
right.
to have
There it is, 600.
like a
And for the
one
11
step higher
dislikes, I love you
that,
guys.
so that your AOE rotation will change.
ついに魚が登場するのかって言われてますけど。
Are we going to have a 4 or 5?
そうただ日本語名だとね、英語とかはね、
There it goes. Now it's
4、
going back up.
5とか
番号なんん
なでけど、
ですすよね。
日本語だとね、どうするんだろう。これ実はですね、FF 委員会で議論をしました、ね。
わあ
どうしよう。
So you got to understand with the Japanese names, and you may be familiar with this, like Fai-a turns into Fai-ra, Fai-da, or Fai-ga, and then we have different tiers and different suffixes that we put in the Japanese language. And once you get to a certain point, you have to start making up some of these suffixes. And we had to bring it up to the Final Fantasy brand committee and make sure that they're kosher with it. And we had to like debate about this.
だって魔法の系統を増やすってだって FF の歴史上結構重要なわけですよ。
For those who are tuning out because it's so late, thanks for being here. The VOD will be up. The summaries will be up. Just be sure to keep it locked to all of the channels. Make sure you get what you
マ
need.
ジか。
And you know, because the franchise is very, we have a long running history, and having that sort
Oh,
of
please tell me they're changing their
additional
names.
tiers to these magic spells is actually a big deal because it's kind of breaking history. But the current sort of brand executive, Mr. Kitase, was very kind to say, well, the only people who go a higher tier beyond what was already established is 14. So, Mr. Yoshida, I will trust it. I will trust your judgment to come up with a nice suffix.
そう言われた私、
We'll get fire
日和りまして、
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
日和りまして、
Give us
今回
freaking
ファイラの上位はハイ
suffixes.
ファイラ。
We
Yeah,
like
I like
suffixes.
suffixes. I think you have the numbered ones for single target and the agas, etc. for multi-target. Like, go.
On the flip side, so I went with high fire.
Oh, and you guys pushed me over to 49,300. 700 to go till 50k subs. Thank you for the subs, guys. Welcome to everybody who hit that subscribe button on Ginger Prime.
And I mean, one of these days, yes, we will eventually have to expand further out in our tiers, and we will have to come up with a nice sort of suffix to add on to there. But this time, I think I kind of chickened out.
みんなね、見損なったぞ吉田とかね、そのひよってんなとか結構コメントあるんですよ。いいっすか？でも僕がね、仮にですよ、このために ファイ行ってしたとしますよ、
うん、
そしたら毛ある行とかですからね今後全部
そうねそれは困る
いいんですねそれで
And I see comments on the Japanese side. Oh, you chickened out, Yoshida. but let me. To be fair, like if we add like say a gyo suffix and like it's by gyo, anything that's like a tier 4 or tier 5 magic is going to be like tier gyo. You know?
Oh, thanks, Brad. Welcome.
まあなんでまあ今回はちょっと、私いろいろ考えまして、
なるほど。
そこに無難に。
Fire gacha gamon them na.
So after much thought,
This is all
we have
just in
decided
Japanese. It
to
doesn't affect us.
settle
We're all
on
Right, we're all numbered.
あとはまあまあちょっと話を黒魔同士に戻すと激星魔が2スタックのチャージアクションになって、で30秒でチャージするんで、これも結構腕に差が出てくるかな使いどころって感じですね。はい。
And I'm sorry, there's another charge action for Black Mage that has been added. Another charge has been added to that stack.
5連魔は一応言ってみたんだけど、
I didn't catch which stack. Chat, do y'all catch which stack?
And then there was comments about, well, what about an additional like a multiple casts, like a five consecutive
Is
casts?
That foul?
And I
No, they
proposed
only
the idea,
showed two.
but it was rejected.
まあでも黒はタイムラインに合わせていく面白さが一番面白いところだと思ってるので、
I'd love to see like ley lines become like a charge action.
一緒に苦労してい
Drop
き
a
ましょう。
couple. Gotta move, adjust your ley lines.
Sorry, going back to what Yoshida-san said about Gekisima, that's Sharp Cast. Sorry, Sharp Cast has an additional charge now.
Charge,
with the
Sharp
update.
Cast.
But in any case, with Black Mage, it is trying to match your different spells according to the timeline of the battle. So that challenge still remains, and I think it still sort of lives up to that.
さあでは続いてのジョブ赤魔同士に行こうかなと思います。はい。
Red
Okay, next item is
Mage.
the Red Mage.
赤魔同士はですね。
No, healers will be last because they'll end with Sage. Nico, we'll cover all that here for you in a second.
はい。
Ooh, new actions after
New
Scorch.
action will be available
Oh, that's
upon
exciting to read.
execution of Scorch. I think you've noticed that in the video.
であとですね、次の
Yeah, that was nuts.
バルフレア、バルフォーリー、スコーチを範囲攻撃に変更してあります。なので範囲
Verflare, Verholy, and Scorch are now also AoEs and can be a part of the AoE
And
rotations.
then the second point is Verflare, Verholy, and Scorch
That's huge
will be
for
changed to
dungeons.
AoEs
That's
available
huge
as
for
part
dungeons.
of AoE rotations.
Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my gosh.
で
I'm
あとは
really
ですね
excited about that change.
ちょっと防御バフの結構パーティー
Ooh,
用
a defensive party wide
結
enhancement.
構強いなと思ったんですけど、
Yeah, we saw that
これ
shield
が
go
入
up.
って 割とね
Yeah, exactly.
サポート側に
That's awesome. That's a little bit more of that utility.
And then the third point is a defensive party-wide enhancement will be added, which I think is pretty powerful. So you can also help out in a support sort of way.
その名もバマジク。
バマジク。
バマジク。
An AoE heal, an instant res, and a defensive makes them like the best DPS utility in the game.
Yeah.
もう出てるかな大丈夫
So unless they removed raise, this is crazy.
Yeah.
バマジク。ごめんね。発音が悪くて。バ
This is ridiculous for the world first is.
Everybody
Let's
bring
give it
red
two
mage.
mages.
Magic barrier.
I don't know.
Because
Because this is also them not covering every change with the jobs. So,
We were
It's gonna be
expecting
so
something like
good
Battle
for
Magic
Prague.
or something like.
Summoner's up next, guys. I don't know if y'all. I clipped the full reaction to the job action trailer, so hopefully y'all enjoy.
Any of you not here for Summoner,
魔法剣各
This is
種
massive.
ブラックマナー、ホワイトマナーの消費量が減ってます今回。
So with the Red Mage, there are a lot of granular changes that have updates that have been made. Of course, we have added new spells, but we have also adjusted the weapon skills and the different sort of the magic sword, the black mana and the white mana depletion amount has been reduced.
で、マナフィケーションを使ったら、もうそのマナフィケーション1回分で、フルコンボまでいけるようになっているので、開幕のバーストはかなり速くなりました。はい。
And then with manification, you are able to do like one combo with it. So the burst that you can have at the start of a battle definitely is quicker.
ただまあそのままだと魔法剣の回数が上がりすぎて、それはそれでキャスターっぽくなくなっちゃうので、各魔法を使った時のホワイトマナとブラックマナの増加量っていうのを下げることによって全体の頻度は変わらないようにしてます。
But that being said, if it's done as is, of course, the spell blade frequency becomes a lot. So we made it so that we adjusted the white mana and the black mana, like the increase of those two different manas.
Okay, so they actually, while they give it, has it spend less, you're actually more in your melee rotation a lot longer, but it takes longer to get into your melee rotation. Do you follow that? Does that make sense?
Hopefully this doesn't make it so that the spell blade frequency goes like way too much.
I bet it lines up with that 60 and
but still
120
with
seconds.
That sounds about right.
We do have the mana kind of filling.
Seems like range just got good across the board.
You should hopefully not waste the mana that is accumulated.
でですね、ステージによって使いづらいというのと、フィードバックも多数あったので、ようやくかって言われるとは思ってるんですけど、ペプラスマンとアンガジマンの威力が同じになったので、移動に必要かそうじゃないかで使い分けてください。
They already expressed concern that melee wasn't as strong as ranged.
Of course, there was quite a lot of feedback about this and mention about how it's difficult to use at times. So the placement as well as engagement. The potency of these two will become the same.
他にはエンボルデンのリキャは120秒でマナフィケーション120秒っていう感じ。まあそこはエンボルデン変えてないですね。はい。
Then Embolden recast timer is 120 seconds, and manification is 110. So
they're slowing it down.
Should not have been changed.
Just a little. It's come from 110 to 120.
デプラス芸人はじゃあどうしたらいいんだよって、そんなのあれですよ。アンガジェマンのアクション入れなきゃいいんですよ。
Yeah, I'm so freaking hyped for all of it. That is the best and most accurate way of expressing this.
No, I think this is going to feel a lot cleaner.
Yeah.
Displacement and engagement and swapping between and choosing the proper one. Well, if you are particular about displacement, just use displacement then.
はい。赤魔導士こんな感じでございます。
So that covers the red mage.
さあ、そして、ほぼ新ジョブになった召喚士を
Summoner looked massive.
Next up is, I think it's changed to basically a new job.
Yeah, it is a new job. Thank you. We got 3 jobs this expansion, guys. We got a summoner finally.
But again, yeah, if you could look at this from a completely new perspective, it's changed quite a lot, so I think you can consider this a new job almost.
まずはというわけでジョブのメカニクスを大幅にリニューアルしております。
Of course, so that being said, significant changes to job mechanics has been made.
さらにですね、ドットが全部なくなりました。
And then all actions applying damage over time will be removed.
新生14以降ですね。
Yes.
これは召喚士ではないドット士だと言われて
That
お
makes
り
sense.
まして、ついにドットが全部なくな
All
ります
actions applying
はい
damage over time will be removed. No
Since
dots at
around
all.
the born, a lot of people were saying this is
Whoa.
not a summoner, it's just a dot placer.
Yeah.
And so we've removed it.
Wow. Okay, that makes sense.
そしてですね、
You can't dot
敵
manage
で
if
は
you're
ない
changing through those Magicite
と
phases.
ガルーダ、タイタンを
Able to summon
召
Ifrit,
喚
Garuda,
可能
Titan,
に
not
なって
just Eggies. Thank you, thank you.
Next
We
is
love
able
that.
to summon
I hope they
Ifrit,
give us the
Garuda,
ability
and
to swap
Titan,
those out for
not
different
just
avatars.
Eggies.
ただこれですね、
はい
イフリートルビー、
うん
タイタントパーズ、ガルーダエメラル
は
ドと言ってですね、万神読んじゃいけないからね、そんな気軽にね、
なるほど
14の場合ね。なんでまあそこにその力を
Yeah, it actually
Hmm.
honestly opens it up for future casters. Like if they
No,
wanted a
no.
dot mage, like a green mage.
But that being said,
you know,
these
like in that regards
are,
from what is-
Ifrit
what's a
Ruby,
role that a
Titan
job could have.
Topaz, and Garuda Emerald. So we're not literally calling forth these primals, of course, because it's too dangerous in the world of 14 to be summoning primals. So the concept is we are sort of transferring their energy, so to speak, into these different sort of jewels, so to speak, and sort of calling the.
I wish they called a
those
magicite.
forth.
でその三番神を呼ぶと、本人召喚士本人にエーテル属性が付与されるので、
はい
その力で召喚士自体のモードが変わるようなイメージになってます。
なるほど。
By summoning these different sort of summons, the summoner, him or herself, will gain the sort of elemental ether and
Yes.
sort of switch into different modes.
Yeah, magic burst.
でですね、まずやっぱり召喚士っていうイメージに沿うように今回本当に大幅に、変更させていただきました。
はい。
So with this update, we really tried to bring out that sort of feel of a traditional summoner.
で、
I wonder if they will change the storyline of
流
the
れなんで
summoner,
すけ
but
ど、まあデミバハムートを召喚すると、
はい
まあ今まではデミバハムート召喚、フェニックス召喚、なんかこうダウンタイム、なんかもうひたすらルイ打つしかねえみたいな、ルインジャーみたいな状態だったのが、
はい。
Depends on if this
大き
changes
く
the
変わります。
way how it works at
So
80,
in
70,
terms
60, 50.
of the
Yeah.
rotation or the flow of the summoner, of course, up until now, you would have called forth the Demi Bahamut, and then it goes away, and then you call forth the Phoenix, and then you have some downtime where you're just casting Ruin or
Mhm.
Ruin
Yeah,
3,
pretty much.
right? Just doing that until you've accumulated enough to summon them again.
で、デミバハムートをまず呼ぶと、属性エーテルを3つもらうので、
はい
その力を属性エーテルを使っ
That's
て、さっき言った
That's
イフリート、
awesome,
ル
dude.
ビー、タイタントパス、
Yeah.
ガルーダ、エメラルドを召喚して、その属性の力でまず戦います。
If they don't make any of this stuff available to you
And
until
so
you're in
with this
Endwalker, they don't have to change
updated
the storyline.
flow, of course,
true.
you will call forth the Demi Bahamut, and then you will obtain this elemental property, so to speak, and then you will be able to summon Ifrit Ruby, Titan Topaz, Garuda Emerald, and then you would fight using the elemental properties of those different
I love that. I love that your
で
attacks,、
その後フェ
brought
ニ
on
ック
that
スを召
elemental
喚すると、
property.
フェニックスからもまたエーテルを3つもらえるんで、また3種を使ってというのが
なるほどなるほど。
一連の流れになります。
And once you've depleted those three, and then you would call forth the Phoenix, then you would receive again 3 elemental properties, and then you are able to summon these 3. I don't want to call them primals, but they're the summons that you can utilize those 3 elemental properties again.
で、イフリート、タイタン、ガルーダ
Does that mean they don't have
って
to be
どの
used in
順
the
番
same
で呼ん
order?
でもいいです。でそれ
I
ぞれ
don't know. I
召
think
喚
you
シン
could.
フ
I
ルされ
wonder
る
if
特徴が
you
違
have
うの
that
で、
control.
ボスのタイムラインに合わせて先にこれはタイタンから行こうとか、今回はイフリートにしようとか、 っていうのを考える余地としての入ってます。
なるほど。
And of course, we have these three, Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda, but there's no
Yeah, I
specific
wonder.
order that you need to call them for.
No specific
So,
order, but it sounds
depending
like you
on
can
the
call them in
battle
whatever.
timeline, you can choose.
That's gonna
Let's
be
say
situational.
you want to do Titan first. You
Mhm.
can do that. Or
But you're gonna have to go through all
yeah, you
three
can
before you can go back.
quickly.
Yeah.
You can be flexible
Yeah.
between those three.
で、置き換えアクションを駆使した結果、
うん
COI コン数は激減しました。
And then also part of the adjustment was to kind of consolidate some of these actions. And so the icons that are being used in your hotbar will be quite significantly condensed because these will switch out depending on the different actions that you're taking.
で、めちゃくちゃ悩んだ末に、
はい。
え
Kind of like
ー、
eight buttons on
しました。
Mm-hmm.
And then so after a lot of debate
Reaper got 'em.
and a lot of discussion, we did decide that we will keep resurrection.
Oh, summoners can still resurrect.
押しましたよ。
はい。
なんかめっちゃ変わったんで、めっちゃ変わったのになくなんのかよって言われると申し訳ないなと思ったんで、今回は首の皮一枚で残りました。
はい。
And with this significant change to summoner, and people are being, I don't know if people would be shocked with the changes, but like on top of that, having resurrection being removed, people might really get upset. So it lived by the skin of its teeth.
Okay.
Resurrection is still there.
フィジクさんも残っちゃいました。
Yeah, that means that I guess
Physics, too.
resurrection is still
It's kind of stayed behind too.
shared between, you know,
さあ
that
じゃあ
with
もう
the
分からん
alchemist.
というお声が多いので実況に行こうかなと思います。
And I'm sure people are wondering, well, I don't understand with all these words. So let's look at it on the gameplay screen.
Oh, we're gonna show it off. Awesome.
よろしいですか。
どうぞ。
はい、
Yes.
お願いします。
Yes.
Any of you that didn't see the job action trailer 2 hours ago, this is nuts. So if you're looking away from your monitor or anything, you're just listening, this would be worth tuning into.
Yeah.
I'm gonna, yeah.
Eyes up, Guardians.
ここでまず先にちょっとエイミラプリの話をしておいてもいいですか。
はい。
This is a
And before we
massive
dive
change.
into actual gameplay, I would like to talk about Eggy Glamours.
Oh,
actually.
Eggy Glamours.
It is.
Hold up, Eggy Glamours.
ですね、今回呼べる召喚獣が増えるということで、
はい
すべての召喚獣に対してまずサイズの変更ができるようになってます。
And so, with the number of summons you can call for, we have made some adjustments, one of which is to change its display size.
ただこれあくまで自分から見た時のなので、術者というよりは周りの人がやらなきゃいけないので、それは変わってま
I
せん。
really hope they have a UI and you can be like,
But
I want
that
to,
only
you know,
affects,
this slot I want this
you
summon, this
as
slot
the
I want this
person,
summon.
like, calling
Because that
forth
actually
these
gives me as a
summons.
summoner. Sorry.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, it only affects how you are able to view these.
Okay.
で、まあ今実はここにカーバンクル出てるんですけど、
はい。
召喚師自身のレベルが上がっていくと、ここがエフリートエギになったりするんですけど、
うん
まあ僕はカーバンクルの方が可愛くて好きなので、これエギミラプリしてありますカーバンクルを。
あ、なるほど。
はい。
So of course, with the right now we see the carbuncle appearing on the screen, but you may be familiar as the player character goes up, this Eggy would turn into like an Ifrit, but then right now I like the look of carbuncle, so I have glamored it to a carbuncle.
まあでもそんなもんですかね。
Yeah, no dots.
まあ呼びますよね。
はい。半分と出ま
まあ半分と出
した。
ました。
That actually looked a lot cleaner
We
for
have some-
Bahamut being summoned and then using his ability.
3つわかります？この
But maybe I missed that.
鎖に繋がってますけど、
はい。
はい解放されました。でこうなるとこの3つの万神が呼べるようになります。
はい
どれからでもいいです。
うん。
And then, of course, with that, you get the elemental properties. I hope you can see it under the gauge. There's like 3 jewels kind of chained up, and now those have been unlocked. And so that shows that you are able to summon Ifrit, Titan, or Garuda.
で呼び出すとエーテルが付与されてカウントダウンが始まります。で2スタックのアクションが付与されているのでイフリートの技を使います。
なるほどね。
So once you call forth these elemental primals, you do get that sort of ether applied to you, and then you see that there's a 2-stack action, and so you are able to execute Ifrit's actions.
これ今のはイフリートのエーテルをもらったので、詠唱時間が長い代わりに強力な炎の魔法が2発使える。あと突進と追撃っていう攻撃が使えるようになります。イフリートのモードとして。はい。
And so we were looking at Ifrit's actions, but with the elemental properties or ether obtained from Ifrit, while cast time is long, it is a very powerful fire-based spell that you can cast. And then there's also like a rush sort of attack that you can do, and this is the Ifrit actions that is available.
でここはやっぱり詠唱が必要なアクションになっているので、ギミック処理をしなきゃいけないタイミングでイフリートを呼んでしまうとロスになるので、他のものにしましょうとか、動かなくていい時にイフリートを使うようにしようとか、そのあたりはうまく考えていただければいいかな。
Well, this kind of ties into what we mentioned about timelines, but with Ifrit's action, one of this requires for you to cast, and it's a fairly long cast time. So say you're in some kind of fight where there's a mechanic where you have to move, then you would lose the opportunity to cast the magic. So perhaps you'd want to time it so that you don't need to move around to process some kind of mechanic, or you'd have to be pretty mindful of when you activate these.
で実際に召喚をした瞬間インスタントで召喚するんですけど、登場した時にリコー技を一回バーンってぶっ放してはくれます。
And then, of course, when you are calling forth these summons, it's an instant, but there is usually like a starter move that it unleashes when it's first summoned.
で、タイタンを呼びます。
Okay, so now we're calling forth Titan.
かわいい、ちっちゃくしちゃう。
I set his size to be small, so.
で、今タイタン
Guys are small.
使えるようになったんで、こっちは。
I love that.
So let's take a look at what he
挟
can
むん
do.
ですよ。
Smashing from two sides.
で、これは回数じゃなくて時間なので、もうひたすら打ちまくる。で、これはもう全部インスタントなんで、移動がすごい楽です。
And with Titan's moves, it's actually interesting because it's within a timed section that you can unleash unlimited numbers of times of his moves, and it's all instant. So you can move around and cast at the same time.
で、ガルーダを呼ぶと、
Next up is Garuda.
設置型のダメージ효果を置きつつ、
Oh, okay.
これはもうインスタントキャストなんで、これも移動かなり、機動力がだから高いです、相変わらず召喚が。
I love how the attacks are themed off the
But
summon.
with Garuda, hers is more of like a placement damage, and this is also instant, and so you can move around as well. I think Summoner does have like a good bit of mobility.
で、フェニックスを召喚するとまた3つ付与されるので、フェニックスが終わったらまた使っていく感じになります。
And then once you've gone through that round, and then you call
Then you
forth the
Phoenix and then refreshes
you
your
will
Aethers.
obtain the 3 elemental properties again, and so you can utilize these elemental primals again.
ちなみにこの3つの、召喚モードは、やっぱりそのタイムライン内で3つともそうは言っても使わないと軽く出ないので、なんかもうとりあえずタイタンだけ使ってきゃいいやみたいなのやると目も当てられないことになるので、で、 デミバハムート召喚と、フェニックス召喚の間にやっぱちゃんと使い切らないともったいないことになっちゃうでしょ、リキャストタイムが。
はい。
なのでそこは必ず組み立てが必要になってくるので、
なるほど。
はい。
With these 3 summons that you can do, of course, you need to utilize these in the battle timeline, or else, of course, you won't be dealing very much damage at all. Like, you can't just lean towards, oh, I like using Titan only, so I'll use Titan only, or you will not be able to deal much damage at all. So whenever you do cast your Demi Bahamut and the Phoenix, and the elemental properties that you attain in between those is something that you don't want to put to waste. Make sure that you are utilizing these and sort of building your strategy so that you can utilize those 3 within the recast.
はい。大体そんな感じでございます。かなり試行錯誤して作ったので、いいところにね。落ちたのではないかなとは思っておりますが、当然そのドットがなくなった分はね、通常の栄唱火力へ全部持ってってるんで。
Summoner looks like a little bit more bursty mobile Black Mage, kind of splitting the gap between Red Mage and Black Mage. Yeah. I can res, not going to buff you guys that much, do a little bit of healing with Phoenix.
ね、また結構栄唱増えるとさ、
Yeah, they said that you can still Eggy Glamour,
既存にしやがってって言われたくもあんまないし
but he's showing off like Carby, so
But
doesn't sound like they're
with the
getting a
summoner,
UI
there was
thing.
a lot of trial and error and a lot of debates to get it to where we got it. But I think we were able to get it to a good point. Of course, with the removal of all the dots, we did try to skew back to having the summoner have their damage kind of come from the different casting of the not the spells, but like the different summons that you're bringing forth. So, and we also looked at just how mobile the summoner is, but at the same time, it is the charm of a summoner is the mobility of it. So I think we were, and there were people who were choosing the summoner because of such mobility. So that was another point where we had to rack our brains. But we didn't want to make it so that we're casting all the time either. I can already imagine the comments from players saying, "Oh my gosh, you're turning us into the Black Mage. Like you're kind of dragging us into this, Yoshida." So I wanted to avoid that as well.
さあでは、以上でキャスターでした。
はい、ありがとうございます。
It's really
最後ヒーラーロールのお話
16 core abilities. It's 20 abilities with 4 stances.
Yeah.
まず
Healer
ヒーラー
adjustments,
共通項
guys.
なんですけど、各ヒーラーに新しい単
Last
体
section.
バフの付与アクションを
And then-
追加しており
Probably
ま
watch
す。
it again, I
単
assume.
体バフですね。
Or they've got more
So
announcements. I mean,
the first thing is new actions that
Yeah.
apply single target buffs will be added to
much.
each healer, and emphasis on single target buffs.
でそれからですね、全体的にヒーラーの攻撃魔法の栄唱時間が短くなっており
Ooh,
ます。
cast time on offensive was reduced.
And then overall, we did reduce the cast time for offensive spells.
そしてですね、全ヒーラー待ってた、リミットブレイクの効果範囲がですね、50メートルに拡大されました。
And then limit break area of effect will
Oh,
be
thank
expanded
goodness.
to 50 yawns.
Oh
And
my
I
gosh, thank you.
hear Foxclaw clapping.
I'll be right back. 1 second.
What is it right
届
now?
いてねみたいな、ナイス LB 届いてねみたいなやつがなくなるんじゃない
これ
かな。
は悲しい。
It's only 30 now.
We will finally avoid situations where people are like, oh yeah, great LB, but I was not in the area of effect.
で、まあ今回その以前からお伝えしていたように、ヒーラーロールに関しては賢者を加えた4ジョブでピュアヒーラーに、バリアヒーラーにという、バランスになります。
But also with the healers welcoming the new Sage job, we will be splitting it up with 2 jobs being a pure healer and then 2 jobs being barrier healers.
基本攻撃魔法の詠唱時間は軒並み 1.5 秒になってます。はいはい。
And then for the offensive spells, like the primary offensive spells, they're in general going to be a 1.5 second cast time, which is pretty quick.
まあアビリティがねかなり増えてきて、アビリティを使う機会が多いので、まあグローバルクールダウンにどうしても食い込んじゃってすごい気持ち悪いストレスっていうところがあったと思うので、そこを軽減するために詠唱時間を短くしてあります。
With needing to execute abilities, it tended to, like casting tended to sort of eat into the global cooldown time. And I'm sure people were very frustrated or would have been very frustrated with it. So we're hoping that by sort of reducing the cast time for basic attack spells to 1.5 seconds,
Wow.
Reduce the frustration and stress.
それでは白魔導士からいきましょう。
はい。
Jumping right into White Mage.
白魔導士はですね、もう正当進化オブ正当進化以外の何者でもございません。効果も見た目も特徴的な、リリーを設置するという設置型の回復アクション、これ非常に便利で強力ですが追加されております。
So with the White Mage, this is just a simple update, as simple can be. Let's see, it reads a functionally and visually distinct restorative field action will be added.
ピュアヒーラーに該当します。
はい。
And of course, White Mage will fall under that pure healer category.
ホーリーのジョイ、
はい。
ホーリジャだったかなが使えるので、
It was a turret.
そいつでもリリーが咲くっていう。
なるほど。
Yeah, flower turret. Nice.
And then a higher tier for the holy spell will be
Yeah, this is what we're
added.
talking about.
And so that will also contribute to the accumulation of lilies.
で、非常に残念なお知らせなんですけど、アクアオーラさんがついに解雇されてしまいました。
あらあら。
Astro changed a lot,
And
guys.
one unfortunate news with the White Mage is that Fluid Aura has been relieved of its duties.
あとはですね、ディバインベリゾンがチャージアクションになってますね。はい。
And then another update would be Divine Benison will become a charge action.
Yes.
白魔導士に関してはもう本当に今までの操作感のまますんなり扱えるアップデートになってると思います。
Benny?
But yeah, with the White Mage, it's pretty straightforward.
Divine
I think,
Benison, the shielding.
The controls will feel
Yeah.
As it was, and it'll be a fairly smooth transition with these updates.
はい。
はい。では先へ進みます。続いては先生術師です。
Moving on to Astrologian.
先生術師はピュアヒーラーに寄せることになりました。
So with the Astrologian, we are going to skew it more towards a pure healer.
ダイアナルセクトとノクターナルセクトを削除して基本的
The
な
stances are gone. Oh my god.
ダイアナルセクトの時の効果に、変更してます。
Oh wow.
So the diurnal sect
People have been debating
and
that.
nocturnal sect will be removed, and basic healing actions will be adjusted to have the same effects as they would have while under diurnal sect.
Good.
ただこれ、ニ
Tired of whipping that
ュ
just
ートラ
because
ル
I
セクト
synced.
ってアクションあるんですけどそのニュートラルセクトの効
It's gone.
果中のみバリアアクションが使えたりっていうことが先生術師の特徴として、あったりします。
But that being said, there is going to be an action called neutral sect, which while you're under its effects, there will be some barrier actions that you can use.
で、あとはディビネーションの効果を変更してます。
And then we've adjusted the effects of divination.
ディビネーションによる範囲よだめ上昇バフが、カードの引き運にすげえ左右されるっていうのが、ストレスだったのでこのあたり条件を見直しています。
The effects of it was really affected by the luck of the draw, so to speak. So it has been adjusted.
まあ通常で使えるようになるって感じです。はい。
Basically speaking, you can use it in like normal circumstances.
で、その代わり、カードシンボルに依存する効果を持つセルフバフが付与されるようになるって感じです。なるほど。はい。
So while you can use it at any time, what will change is that depending on the seals used, it allows for enhancements to be applied to yourself.
で、
There was a second card,
リドロ
guys,
ーは
on
で
the
すね、
UI.
チャージアクションじゃなくて、
You have, and it sounds like maybe minor arcana is split out from the main.
一
Yeah.
回使えるっていうアビリティになり、あとはマイナーアルカナにも変更が入っています。
And then redraw will become will no longer be a charge action, but it will be changed into an action where every time you draw, you can use it once. And then there will also be a change to minor arcana.
あとは動画にもありましたけど、回復と攻撃を結構兼ね備えた、範囲魔法が、追加されてます。
And then the other update would be, you may have seen it in the video, but there will be an AoE spell that kind of has a healing capabilities as well as an offensive element to it.
まあ、やっぱりちょっと ID 行くときに、まあ、白
Yeah, that's
は
what they need.
ホーリーが
Especially for
強す
dungeons.
ぎだろうっていう
Because I
と
feel
こ
so
ろが
useless when I'm
結構言われ
when I'm
て
like
いたので、
casting like
今回、
expected Helios or Helios,
他のヒーラー
and
に
then
も範囲
what am I just supposed to like
No.
put combust on some things? Like what's the plan?
ちょっとそれぞれが特徴違うんですけど、範囲を、持たせてます。
Yeah.
And this is kind of based on some input that we've noticed whenever people go into instanced dungeon. Holy that the white mage can use is quite strong, and so we wanted to allow for other healer jobs to have something similar. Of course, not their characteristics differ from each of the different jobs, but we did want to have some kind of AoE spell.
まあこう議論したんですよここは。
Yeah, it looked like the Lord of Crowns is the AoE offensive, and Lady of Crowns is the AoE heal.
いやだけど、でもなんか特徴どんどん削れていくのも違うと思うんですよね。なんか全員スタンつけるもなんかもうなんか大雑把すぎるし。なのでそれぞれになんとか特徴を持たせて、なるほどね、こういうニュアンスねとか結構苦労したので、いろいろそれぞれ特徴が違います。はい。
It just feels hard to use
This was
gravity
really quite a
versus something
point
that
of
was be
debate,
more
actually.
effortless.
Like, do we want to add stun to this, or do we want to remove the stun effect from holy, but we don't want to like kill individuality either. But if we add stun to all of them, then it just seems to be very sloppy. So we wanted to make sure that each
Add a slow or add another kind of
its own
random,
sort of
different debuff for each one for
characteristic
the
or
AoE.
like a signature like difference between them. So we're hoping that when players get to try it out, they would understand, oh yeah, this is the kind of nuance that you're going for.
はい、じゃあ続いていきましょう。はい、続いては
We saw on the job action show that they still
学者になり
cast
ます。
something on other people.
Okay, next up is the scholar.
学者はですね、ここからバリアヒーラーになりますが、学者は改めてバリアヒーラーとして、調整されてます。
I don't
Of course,
really
we're
know.
moving into the barrier healers now, but with the scholar, we have sort of made adjustments so that they are leaning more towards that sort of barrier type healer.
まあ学者もですね、なんか
I think it's that divination is going to be more consistent, and then the seals are going to determine what happens to you, but the party's going to get the same thing all the time.
まあ学者で今回一番でかいのはどうぞ。戦闘時にも効果あるパーティー移動速度上昇っていう バフが渡されます、学者に。これが、ね、
So with-
実は一番でかい。
With the scholar, there wasn't really
Oh, nice.
much we
Movement
would-
speed
could have
scholar.
changed like significantly. I mean, we did make adjustments, and part of it was changing or updating the behaviors of the pet. But I think one of the most major changes to scholar would be a unique job action which can enhance the party's movement speed even during combat.
いやいや、当然永続じゃないんだよ。ちょっと待って、永続だともう学者必須になるやん、それ。
the buff is not continuous perpetually. if it's perpetual, then people are going to be like, no, must have scholar all the time.
そんなわけないじゃない。さっき動画でも最後ね、召喚じゃないや、学者チャチャチャって走ってると思うんですけど、あれそこからアップしてるってこと言いたかったんです。
But you may have noticed in the video, like the scholar was running just a little faster towards the end of that job action, and that's to signify that enhancement has been applied.
まあいわゆるスプリントと同じ速度が一定時間使える。で、スプリントとは重複しませんっていう感じですね。
So it's basically like sprint, where your movement speed is faster for a certain amount of time, but it will not overlap with sprint.
で、他だとですね、パーティーメンバー1人を対象とした結構ね、強力なバフが追加されてます。
And then another update would be there will be a fairly powerful enhancement that can be targeted to a single party member.
で、ちなみに今お話ししたその移動速度上昇が付与されるのはどっちかというとサブ効果で範囲軽減のアビリティなんですね。それは学者に。
There's a lot of
で
buffs
さら
going
に
out.
移動速度が一定時間上がります。
Yeah.
Shadowbringers was worked so
new
hard to
action
remove
that we
synergies.
mentioned earlier
and
about
they're adding
quickening
back.
the movement speed of your party is actually like a fringe benefit of the action itself. It's actually meant to be like a damage reduction buff that applies to like a range, an area of range.
まあスプリントとは重複しないんでね。そこは。
But of course, it doesn't overlap with sprint. So.
はい。召喚もすいません。これぐらいしかお伝えすることがございません。
Sorry, that's about
Have a good night,
all we
dirty
can
dishwasher.
Share. That's significant for the scholar.
さあ、それでは、
No,
残る
no, I still have questions. Are we still gonna have
こちらに参り
freaking
ましょう。
Celine and
Yep.
The
They
last
said they
but
weren't
not
making
least,
that
はい、
bit major overhaul, so they weren't going to make changes.
はい。
Sage time.
at
Sage
our
time.
Sage.
で、こちら、バリアヒーラーとして、
Just
必要な能力は一通り所持しております。
So the Sage possesses all the actions essential for a barrier healer.
ちょっと変わってるのがですね、敵を攻撃すると同時に指定しているパーティーメンバーを回復するっていう。
Able to attack and heal at the same time.
And what's really unique about the Sage is that while you're attacking an enemy, you can specify or target a party member to heal at the same time.
あとは回
I
復
was wondering how it was
と
doing
か
that because it looked like mouse over healing.
回復用のリソースと攻撃用のリソースっていうものが、まあ、今回存在してます。まあ、ジョブハート言ってると思いますが。
You think it just latches onto the nearest?
And it
They said you
draws
get to
upon
choose,
unique
but I wonder if you
resources
like
for
apply a
healing,
buff to certain people, like,
enhancements, as well
all right,
as
I'm going to heal
attack
you
magic,
with
as
the
you
next
can
person I
see
attack.
in the job HUD example here.
これがですね、じゃあちょっとまあ味方一人をまず指定して、メインでヒールする対象を選ぶ、でかつ敵を攻撃するとまあ対象にヒールも走るよっていう。
I mean, at a base level, it could just heal the last person you healed, right?
Yeah.
So again, to reiterate, you would designate a
The
party
resources
member,
also help their attack
to
magic,
heal,
which
and
is
then
nice.
as you attack your enemy, then whomever you designated will receive healing.
Yeah, so that's what it's
ま
doing.
あ
It's
カ
going
ルディアっ
backwards.
ていうアクションなんですけど、それでパーティーメンバーを1人 MT さんとかをこう指定してこうヒール受け持ちますみたいな状態にするって感じです。はい。
So this is called
It's a focus target.
cardia. Oh, I'm sorry,
Cardia.
cardia. And then you would typically, I think it would work well if you specify like your main tank, off tank, as your sort of designated person to heal.
特定のアクションを使うと一つのアクションが、単に攻撃魔法だったのが、ドット付与に切り替わったりっていうちょっと変わった動作をする。
Really leaning into this like dance partner style
And
of
then there's
interactions.
another
Yeah.
unique characteristic where sometimes an action that you execute might be like when you're hitting somebody, an enemy, it turns into a dot also, like a damage over time.
で時間経過で付与されるアダーガルっていうリソースを消費してインスタントバリアヒールも豊富にございます。
And then there is a resource that the sage uses, which is the Adder's Gall, that kind of accumulates over time so that you can execute your instant barrier heals.
あとはイカロスっていう動画でも飛んでた移動アクションがあるんで、まあ、テクニカルバリアヒーラーって感じですね、イメージ。
And then in terms of like a gap closer or like a movement type action, we have Icarus. You may have noticed in the video that the sage is kind of flying. So it's kind of positioned as a technical barrier healer.
これね、ちょっと実機でも説明難しいんだけど、一応出してみる？
Anybody ever remember what happened to Icarus?
So
Flew too close to the
explaining this
sun.
like even on the gameplay screen might be a bit complex,
Oh,
but
yeah.
I guess we should try it.
Gameplay
Try to see it
screen.
on the game screen.
Yes, please.
4ン。
はい、画面お願いします。
There we go.
Here we go.
おい。
New jobs will start at 70. They'll start with this job set that'll look like their AF gear. Keep in mind, it will not be as high item level as the best in the Poetics 70 set you can buy, the augmented
賢者です。
gear from the end of
Sage.
Stormblood. So if you want to have a 70 set laying around, buy it now.
Just looking at this image, it
Don't worry
can't
about buying belts.
really
don't buy a
distinguish
belt.
like, wait, what kind of game is this again?
この剣具の収まり方結構こだわりましたんで。
確かに。
We were very particular about how these nulas are sheathed.
結構多いっすよ、アクション。
There's quite a lot of actions available.
で、まずこのアルディアっていうアクション
I didn't see the hairstyle
特
change.
徴的なんですけど、これを使ってまず誰を
He just had a hat on.
炎に回復するかっていうまあパートナーという言い方だとちょっと語弊があるのかもしれないですけど、まあ指定をしてい
And now he
く
doesn't
必
have
要
a
がある
うん
感じです。
And so going back to Cardia, this is quite unique. And so you'll be designating whom you want to heal. It might not be fully accurate to call it partner, but I mean, you're pointing out, you're designating somebody you will be healing.
Casey says Mog version of this weapon's gonna look
今
ridiculous.
自分に貼りました。
So it's now set to me.
で、ちょっと攻撃をしますね。
We'll try attacking.
こういう同時に
I like that. I like how that looks.
すごい SF 感がすごい。
Very laser-esque.
So as you are attacking, because I designated myself, as I land an attack, the heal
Yeah.
kicks in to heal me.
I wonder how that's gonna work like on like a deep dungeon. Like you just designate yourself as the beneficiary of healing and you just go on the attack.
あらやだ、
コメントになった
SE っていうコメントが非常に出てます。
Green DPS.
A lot of people
What we call
commenting on
them.
the sound effect, the sound effect, the sound effect. How is it sound to you? Does it sound sci-fi?
So yeah,
for
like
you?
you're doing 71. So it's a percentage looks like of damage.
結構衝撃だったんだ。
I mean, keep in mind, it has
It was
less life than
quite
Monk,
surprising
which,
when
like, I don't think is
I heard
weird,
it when I
but
was
Right.
doing my checks.
you know,
そしてですね、
keep
こ
in
の
mind
エルクラシアというアクションを
Dude,
使
this
う
looks
と
amazing.
技がね一気に変わったりします。今単純
yeah,
な
it seems a little
攻
broken
撃魔法で
on
し
its
たね。
own. We'll have to see how they balance it.
これがアクション使うと
え
モードが変わってドット付与の技が変わったりします。
So
Death Star
the
Beam.
one which we were talking about, where an attack turns into something that can place a dot, that would be the Eucrasia. So once you cast that, an attack changes into something that would allow for damage over time.
Oh, that. I like that. Barrier? How big of a shield was that? Not a bad shield.
普通に使えば。
Like what would you rate that? Maybe like a 10,000 HP shield?
なるほど。
Can you continue to build that up?
I don't think it's 25%, but maybe.
The different.
Yeah, well, that's I wasn't
actions
thinking 25%. That's why it's like
that
10%,
the sage can cast.
which at 40,000 would be. I guess that would be a 4,000 HP shield. Never mind.
Might be.
Is that going up?
Is it like 7?
Right. I was just like wondering, like, is he still? Oh, he actually consumed some of the shield,
お分かり？
You see?
or maybe the shield buff fell off. Like, I'm just kind of curious to see if he was able to like keep stacking shield on shield. That's so interesting. Like the raining damage.
Hard to
Yeah.
tell what's happening.
Whatever he did, he just gained MP on.
People will be screenshotting these and translating the tooltips, so
Yeah.
those should leak pretty quick. I just can't read Japanese.
出ますいろいろ。
Guys, thank you so much for all the support tonight.
But augmented and changed.
じゃあ使いこ
We
な
are 16 and a half hours in the
も
stream.
らえ
We
れ
have
ば
an incredible number of
面白さは
subscribers
面白い
tonight. Thank
ですけ
you.
ど。
I think it might take a bit to master, but once you do get the hang of it, it is quite fun.
ヒーラーをソロで説明するのは難しいです、ね。
非常に難
Man,
し
this
いで
looks
す。
great.
Yeah, it looks tough to explain healers.
私。
I mean, so
Right.
when you are solo.
He might just be
Very
taking
true.
it so slow that the MP's coming back. It may not be. He may just be going that slow, showing us things because he's doing a lot of
全
standing
然
there,
あれ
right?
なんですよ、ね
Mhm,
SE と
So
ガ
Lucid's
ンダ
still
ムの
up,
話しか
but
してないですよみんな。
I don't think he needed it.
For some reason.
The comments are filled with, oh, the sound effect, or it's like Gundam.
Dollar looked really good in the job trailers,
まあ
Zolaris.
というわけで本当テクニカル
So the
バリア
fact
ヒ
that they
ーラ
made it
ー
sound like
今
they
ま
weren't
でとやっ
changing
ぱ
that
り本
much,
当
it
にま
looks
た
good.
違ったタイプのヒーラーと
He
し
did
て
use Lucid Dream. Okay. Well, then what was the
なん
cooldown
だ
on
ろ
that?
う極めがいがあるというか
It's a 60-second
形になってますの
cooldown.
で
Was that
ぜひですね我こそはと思う方はですね今回
I didn't see it. I didn't see that cooldown.
ケンちゃん
Yeah, he showed
それから
5 minutes of that,
リーパーが追加されるのでどっちも結構また新しいメカニクスを持った特徴的な処分になっているのでぜひ、遊んでみてください。
はい。
はい。
But
あり
yeah,
がとうござい
in,
ます。あ、ごめんなさい。
in any case, the Sage is definitely a technical barrier healer, and I think it's worth sort of mastering the skill set that the Sage brings to you. And then of course we have the Reaper joining the melee DPS, both
Man, these
having
look-
very unique mechanics.
these look
and
so good together.
characteristic. And it very unique. So we hope that people will enjoy this and try it out when it comes out.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. そうしますと、第1部、
うん
ジョブ関連調整パートはこの辺でという
そうですね。はい。
So this concludes the first part of today's
First
Letter
part.
Life,
Part one.
job adjustments.
3.5 of 4 hours.
いやいやいやいや。ここまでで第1部ですよ。
第一部
Part 2.
We're just barely
Of
done with the
3.
first part.
The other part should be a
あ
lot
と
shorter.
2部あんで。
あと2枚。
So we have 2 more parts after this.
大丈夫、大丈夫です。
はい。
では第2部に行く前
Oh,
に、ここで一旦休憩にしましょ
おやった
う。改めて休憩を挟みたいと思います。で、ここまでいろいろご説明しましたので、
PvE
これ改め
changes.
て、
And,
休憩のお供にですね、ジョブアクション動画を改めて流します。
はいはいはい。
なので
The
自
other
動
two
的
things
に
seems like they were both
休憩は
covered in that
20分休
Yeah,
憩です。
PvP changes
は
will
い
be
な
at
の
the
で
second
今
live
ま
letter
で
in
今
November.
の情報を改めて頭の中で
PvE
整理しな
Right,
が
but
ら
I said PvP changes will be in November. They said they'll cover those in
Before
November.
going to the second part, battle adjustments, we want to take some break. And then for this break, we will replay the job action video again.
Job action
So
video.
with the
It's coming
explanation
back, baby.
For each
All right, I'm
job
gonna scroll
in
back. I'm
mind,
gonna pick up from Monk.
please check the job
That's where I
action video.
picked- that's where I
So
left off
the length of the break this time will be the 20 minutes. はい、ではよろしいでしょうか。それでは改めてビデオを見ましょう。So let's check the video.
どうぞ。
All right. So, Monk, chakras are now going to unlock. Gosh, it's loud.
Yeah, I turned it down on my end.
All right. Chakras are going to unlock lower. When conditions are fulfilled, perfect balance, it'll get you masterful blitz. And that'll change based on what you did while you were in the perfect balance. Perfect balance is now going to have 2 charges and is cutting down to 40 seconds from 90 seconds. Figure it looks so good. True Strike and Twin Snakes, your 2 kind of early rear flank abilities there, are no longer positional. Shoulder tackle is going to be replaced by a different gap closer that's going to allow you to kind of jump between allies and targets. They showed it on 2 different dummies. It was very fast. Samurai, Jinpu, and Shifu is now also applied by AoE combos, and the new actions like Aijutsu and Tsudabe Geishi will be available. And it'll be easier to keep up buff windows and maintain damage, so really leaning into pure damage. Ninja is going to have actions like Reishan, Doton, and Huton. There's going to be actions linked to those added, and actions are going to be added to make Huton easier to apply. And Shadow Fang, the dot, is gone. They're going to add actions to Bunshin. So I don't really know what that looks like. Warrior is crazy. That gap closer didn't cost anything. There's 3 charges of it now. Upheaval didn't cost anything. Inner release cuts from 90 seconds down to 60 seconds, but you're only going to get 3 Fell Cleaves in, and then there's a different gap close. There's a different closer on it. So he'll do inner release right here. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Watch the combo. Watch the combo.
Boom.
Big closer. Big closer right as Krojak. Look at these nuts coming in here. Look at these 124 nuts. These guys. Welcome, welcome.
Welcome, guys. This has been
Krojak, I look forward to watching
insane.
you react to all this stuff. Seriously. All right. Now we're on Red Mage. So it's going to be slower. I'm just going to do it as I go here.
Yeah,
Here.
might as well.
It's going to be slower to build up gauge, and then you're going to burn gauge slower. So you're going to spend longer. So the whole thing got extended out from like 110 second windows to like 120 second windows. So it all got slowed down, so you don't feel like you're forced into the next phase of your rotation when a boss fight is not ideal for it.
Right.
Here comes Scholar. Scholar, it doesn't feel like it changed that much.
It didn't.
Yeah. It just doesn't feel like it changed that much. It looked good, but it honestly doesn't. My gosh, girl.
She's on top of
You're
it.
ridiculous. You're ridiculous. So there's gonna be an AoE there, so it's got some quality of life Dark Knight. All tank gap closers are now 20 yards.
Yeah.
So they're going to gap close for a full 20 yards now. Salted Earth is now on yourself, so you can get rid of your Salted Earth macro.
Yep.
He's going to cast his buddy here in a second. Let's get a buddy out. Come on.
So yeah, there's also another buff that's not Darkest Night. So
that was not Darkest Night that went on there. That was a single target defensive that he put on the white mage.
Right.
And now your buddy has abilities that line like yours. So watch how in sync they are as they do things. So they'll gain actions as you gain actions. So they look good. So they're both doing that big closer together. Very cool.
Dancer. Link and Dark Link.
Yep, so Dancer, they're going to make it easier to maintain between single target and AoE. That's the big change. It's going to be easier to kind of manage that. Dancer looks good. They're just making it easier to be a dancer.
Also, that some of the things now have effects on the AoE side. So there's more synergy between single target and AoE for a lot of the jobs overall.
So, because honestly, Dancer doesn't feel like it was in that bad of a spot. So just making it more cohesive was something they wanted to do. Machinist got a chainsaw added. It probably changed. Didn't really change much outside.
Yeah, like
that. It was a pretty good spot.
Yeah, Machinist is, I think, in a really good spot.
Remember, it got a drastic overhaul last expansion. Your robot got a new additional ability.
Yep.
So they'll get the robot out here in a second. Very cool. More guns, man. More guns.
More guns. Yeah, the theme of the Machinist was absolutely needed the rework for Shadowbringers, and here it's just, yeah, I think I wasn't expecting too much work being done on it. So your queen's gonna have a new move. Yeah, that looks great.
All right, Gunbreaker. We're going to 3 charges here, guys. I'm gonna
No riot.
out a little bit. Oh, if I need to. Okay, we're going to 3 charges. That's one of the big changes. Your Gnashing Fang combo is now going to have 1 less button on the bar because 2 of the buttons got combined, kind of like continuation.
Yeah.
You'll also be able to use continuation after your off combo as well. So it should just be cleaner there across the board. Remember, gap closers also went to 20 yards. And just as a general rule, remember all physical potencies will look like they were reduced because the physical coefficient on the back end was adjusted to be more in line with the magical. But it didn't get weaker. It's just going to be smaller numbers. This is in addition to the fact that we're having a stat switch, so the actual numbers are also a lot smaller. We're seeing people do like 1,000 to 25,000 per hit. Way smaller. Bard, you got 3 different songs that can do party buffs. They are still looking at some adjustments. Bard was one of the jobs that they were still kind of working on, which, like, this didn't feel that crazy. So I don't know. We didn't get to see that much. Of all the range, Bard feels like it's gotten the least love revealed to us. But I can't imagine that's true. The 3 songs feels good. Scrolling here. They're not going in the order they went in. They're just doing whatever they want. Gosh, we've talked for a long time here.
Yeah. We knew this was going to be epic, and then we have the podcast right after this, as soon as this ends. Woo.
Astro, you'll notice you got a 2nd card spot here for your Lord of Crowns.
Yes.
The big party wipe up there thing, it looks like these seals here, whatever these are called, looks like these are now going to be buffing you, and so it'll be less. It looks like divination is now going to be more consistent in its effect. They weren't super clear on that wording. Remember, we got a media tour. They said there would be a media tour. We knew that. It would be digital, and that the embargo date will be sometime mid-October, was what FoxCon opened with. So that'll reveal a lot more. They didn't want to take anything away from that. So hopefully that'll make this a little clearer.
Yes, I love that random stars.
Because this looks a lot better, but it's hard to gauge how much better. Keep in mind that our healers are moving to being 2 direct and 2 barrier healers, which is a drastic difference.
Yes.
Samurai's leaning more into pure DPS, so they're just going to make it easier to do pure DPS. Yeah, that's what they wanted. It didn't really gain. Your Jinpu and Shifu are now going to be applied also by your AoE combos. It's going to be easier to keep your buff windows up. So they want it to just be easier to be. How do we just make Samurai more of a Samurai? Doesn't look like one of the ones that got a drastic overhaul. All right. The zones are beautiful. Satnir here is so colorful. Awesome. Looking forward to being there.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
All right.
No, they didn't explain what the new gauge does.
White Mage. The big one here is watch this like real world Lily turret get placed. That's the big change. That's your big healer change. Everything else is they're making all healers are going to have offensive abilities down to 1.5 seconds, make it easier to kind of weave offensives. So healers in general, I think people will be excited to do that. Your limit breaks for them got extended from 30 yalms to 50 yalms.
Upgraded holy.
Yep. Fluid aura will be gone. Your bind is gone. Ninja. Do you like Ninja? I like Ninja. I think Rogue felt good. Like, I like it now. So now there's going to be actions linked to Doton there, Rachon, and Uton. And there's going to be actions making it easier to keep Uton up. Your dot is gone. So, no need for the dot. We didn't need it. Didn't want it. Looks good though.
Yep. And a new gap closer.
Yeah. Yeah, new gap closer.
Black Mage, dude.
Enochian is now a trait and will automatically be applied when Astral Fire or Umbral Ice goes. There will be combo actions based on certain conditions, we don't know which will combine these. One of those such specialty actions is this lovely fire and ice thing. We'll see it here in a second. I think it's after the 3rd fire. 3 fires a minute. Maybe. There it is. There's our special one.
Yep.
So should be a pretty drastic change there.
I love the effects of the spells.
They're trying to push everything where your primary things alternate on like 60 and 120 second windows. Black Mage was one of the jobs noted to not be really in line with that.
And also thanks for the 657 likes. Can y'all do 700? I don't know.
It is Fire plus Thunder. I don't know.
Yeah.
It could be Fire plus Thunder. I don't know. But yeah, there's these specialty actions. We don't really know. It will remain pure DPS, so don't expect any utility. It looks like there's like 2 fouls there too.
Yeah.
So I don't really know.
That's from the last expansion. Like, we got 2 fouls.
But I don't. Is the UI doesn't look the same though? The UI looked different.
It updated. It did update. They have the new crystal that's both the fire and the ice.
It looks much cleaner. All right, here's our Sage. This is all new. What they're doing is they're picking a focus target. So they pick they call it a Cadium or a Cadum, and the Dark Knight's getting picked. And then when they do damage, it's putting healing onto this. Brian's screen is over on his YouTube. Our YouTube, where we're going to be putting up summaries, is that link right there.
Oh,
we're
yeah.
going to film a podcast after this as well over on the Ginger Gaming Radio. And that'll get broken up into parts over on our YouTube.
Yeah. We got you covered with content all weekend, guys. It's going to be amazing.
We're going to be filming till
Probably sunrise. Monk got big changes.
Big changes to Monk.
So huge changes. 90-second window down to 40-second window. That 40 seconds is going to be during that pure balance here. So you've got these gap closers here, so they'll switch targets whenever they freaking want. And then you've got these during this window. The actions you cast are going to fill this, and based on that, you're going to choose yin or yang. And that's going to give you these elemental attacks. So they'll jump over this other target. That could also be used to jump to an ally. So Monk just looks wildly different. Monk, I think, was the second biggest job changed, second to Summoner. We knew that Summoner and Monk were likely ones that they were not done with when they announced. They'd kind of gone over that. Summoner, this
Oh,
is
dude, yes.
all new job, guys.
All new job, all new job.
Deleted. You got to keep, if yours is a level 80, congrats. You just got a level 80 of a new job. All new. No dots. You've got these 3 Magicite, Auracite things. You're going to do stuff. Your Aggie's going to turn into one. You can use them in any order. And then while you're using them, your attacks are going to take on their elements. And once you've used all 3, you're going to go into Phoenix mode. So here comes the first one.
Yeah.
Okay. So here comes Garuda.
They open with their big head.
Opening attack when summoned.
Yeah. Now, all your attacks have elemental, and Garuda will put an AoE thing down on the target. So that's going to be consistent.
Yep. That will be a place. So you'll want that for when things are sitting still. Those are instant attacks. When they shut it off in gameplay, they were moving while doing this. Now that phase ends, and now we're going to go to our next phase. They're doing it in order you do not have to. So whatever order makes sense. Here comes Titan.
Yes, buddy. And also, you can resize the visuals of the summon.
They're sharing Prime with us. Okay. Now, because these are very different sizes, remember this. There will be sizes to redo the Aggies. They're finally kind of updating Aggie Glam, so it seems like you'll be able to let your Carbuncle maybe like stay in a more grown-up form or something if you want to. We'll see exactly what that shakes out to be. This is the one that looked like it had the cast times to it.
Yeah.
So this is the one. So this is the only phase of the 3 where you need to sit still. So you need to plan that. So you need to plan where that goes. You got a lot of gap closers on healers and stuff. So there's a lot of things like that. We go into Phoenix phase. Then you do your Phoenix abilities. And when this phase completes, this is your big ultimate phase. All 3 Aurasites are going to come back. We don't know what these are called yet. Aurasites, Magicites. That's what they look like. They're not primals.
Reaper.
Brand new. So you got basically kind of 3 phases of this. So you've got your gauge here. So they're going to gap close in here in a second. So let them gap close in. Come on. Pow. So they're attacking. That's going to fill this red gauge. Using the red gauge on different attacks is going to empower their avatar. Avatar there. Using the avatar gauge is going to allow them to merge with their avatar and take on avatar abilities combined. So they won't just be attacking with each other. You'll change. Every race or whatever is going to look a little different how they do that. So it'll be really interesting to see cosmetics. It has the ability to buff people. So it's similar to Samurai, but not as pure DPS as Samurai, because it does have the ability to buff. It did buff that Bard. Just to tell the Bard, hey, I know you think you buff people. I can do that. Get out of here. They said they were really concerned about how complex it was because of the number of people interested in playing it. They decided, you know what? We just want people to feel like they can learn it. Paladin, drastic changes here because Requiescat no longer takes that gap closer was 20 yards. No longer is based on whether or not your mana is full. You just do it. And then when they use Requiescat, they're going to open up with Confiteor. So you use Confiteor first, and then you're going to do the Holy Smack. And then you've got a different closer, new action.
Yeah, follow this up. You want more swords? How about some more swords? Still not enough swords? Hey, more swords, bro? More swords.
Bigger sword.
Yeah. Swords on swords on swords.
And there it is. So hopefully that helps.
We'll have to sum all those up. Like, we just blew through 3.5 hours worth of stuff in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So obviously, we were very much summarizing, but hopefully, anything you guys missed that got you excited, got you at least knowing what information you're out there looking for. We have taken, I've taken notes. Notes. So, we're doing it. So while they take that break, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. Any of you that have not stretched your legs or had a glass of water, be sure to get one, because we will go into part 2 after this. They are not done. Thank you guys for sharing Prime with us. Thank you for all the support. Thanks to everybody coming in with Crojack and Night Sky Prince. 2 people that I love to see their reactions because they think different than me, and I appreciate how energetic they get about things that I'm like, oh, I didn't think that way. I'll be right back.
Yeah, and then there's plenty of websites. Gamerscape would be one I would point you to, JC. That'll probably be written up tomorrow. Right after this, in the pinned comment, we're going to head over to Ginger Gaming Radio, and we're going to summarize everything for you guys that we've got. It's going to be a massive podcast, and that podcast will probably be broken up over to Work to Game as well. So just kind of the different sections. Being that you're on YouTube, you actually also have the YouTube Rewind feature. You can just kind of scroll backwards on the stream, and you can kind of watch it for yourself. So thanks for being here, but there you go. We're gonna be in the kid in the back. Are we there yet? Oh yeah, you got to get that. You got to get that paladin up, Zach. The warrior changes. I honestly, I'm really excited to see how that feels. I felt like warrior needed some updates, and they really didn't see them, in Shadowbringers, despite what Chris thinks about warrior. So yeah, written stuff down. You can check Nova Crystallis or Gamerscape. Those would be the 2 sites that I'd point you to, JC.
Part 2 is probably PvE changes.
Yeah, and maybe some UI
and job changes, and I feel like we got battle system changes during the job changes. And live letters are also typically only split into 2 parts, not 3. So the fact that they said there would be kind of 3 sections, it still feels like it's going to be a typical live letter. Typical live letters run 2 to 3 hours. Live translation doubles that because everything gets said twice. They had some technical difficulties getting started, one of which was that Yoshi P wasn't done smoking. And then, so that was already going to push it to 4 to 6. They said 4. I was like, well, that's only if we double a short live letter.
はい、戻ってまいり
Come
ま
on,
し
guys.
た。
Come on. Thank you,
ファイナルファンタジー14第66回プロデュースされたライブをお送りしております。So, welcome back. Yeah, we are back. Now we are running the Final Fantasy XIV Letter from the Producer Live number 66, explaining lots of new features. For our next expansion.
Oh man, macro changes.
ということで、ここから第2部をお送りしていきたいと思い
or
ます。
stacks on stack skills.
よろしいでしょうか。
最初にですね、前半のちょっとフォローが1個あってですね、召喚師のエギミラプリの話を、レベルが上がるとカーバンクルが他のエギになっていくので、姿をカーバンクルに戻したりできますよっていう話をしたと思うんですけど、ごめんなさい、あれ逆で、カーバンクルがもう全基本にいて、これにイフリートエギミラプリをしたりとか、姿を変えられます。すいません、もう召喚は何度もちょっとひっくり返してきてたんで逆に覚えてましたということなので、まあいずれにせよミラクルできますっていう話でした。はい。
Apologies. We wanted to clarify or make a correction on something that we had mentioned in the first half, where we were talking about the summoner and the Eggy. But we mentioned earlier about how once you level up, your Eggy turns into like Ifrit and whatnot. I actually had it backwards. Apologies. It's Carbuncle is the base form, and then you can glamour it to look like Ifrit, etc. So apologies for that.
はい、はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much.
That makes sense.
ではここからは第2部といたしまして、バトル関連調整をご紹介いただきたいと思います。
今までのはバトル関連調整じゃなかったんかいっていう感じです。
From now on, now we are going to explain battle adjustments.
Battle adjustments.
All right, here comes the
jobs
stat
also.
squish, guys. 1,000 life
Adjustments, I
down to
guess.
45,000 life.
さあ行きますよ。まずは1個目どうぞ。まず
Massive
レイド
changes.
ファインダー、霊式コンテンツの
Raid
レイド
Finder
ファインダーの
just
マッチングに調整が入ります。こちらです。今回ヒーラーがピュアヒーラーとバリアヒーラーに分かれるということで、
They're
マッチン
splitting
グ
the
のアルゴリ
healers
ズムもピュアヒーラーとバリアヒーラーで、マッチングされるようになります。
for matching.
So first up is
We
the
don't use
raid
matching for
finder.
Savage on NA.
We are going to be making adjustments for the matching system or the algorithm to accommodate for sorting out the barrier healers and the pure healers.
そしてですね、他はやってないですね。他はどっちになってもクリアできるぐらいの難易度なので、はい。で、ごめん、いいよ、どうぞ。はい。
The rest, there hasn't been very much of a change. There's really not much of a need to like sort the different the other ones.
Let's talk about the fact that you showed off data center visit. It was in the opening. It was in the opening
なんか
seconds.
ちょっといくつか
It was in the
コメントがあるん
menu.
であれなんですけど、前にもこれ実は話してるんですけど、レイドファインダーやっぱりこれ以上細かく条件を割るとマッチングが伸びすぎてダメなんですよ。なので、これ以上細かくであればパーティー募集を使ってください。ぜひ。はい。
I do see some comments mentioning about how they are wondering about, well, what about other sort of sorting and like categorization? But if we add more conditions to the different raid finder, like party composition algorithm, so to speak, it's going to lengthen the time it would take for a party to be matched up. So if you want to be very granular about who joins the party, it might be best to go to the party finder.
さあ、では、
Oh, no,
その
a
パ
shield
ー
healer?
ティー募集の続いてアップデートのお話でございます。
Next up is updates made to the party finder.
まずパーティー募集に出すときにヒーラー枠をピュアヒーラーとバリアヒーラーでもちろん分割できるようになっております今回。
So of course, with the party finder too, the healer category will be split between pure and barrier healer.
でさらにですね、よくこうなんかいろいろ揉める原因にもなってたところなんですけど、参加条件にですね、今回コンプリート済みでかつ修正源を今週まだ受け取ってないよっていうのを追加しました。はい。
And the second point kind of ties into some of the discourse, so to speak, or like arguments that may happen, which is in order to mitigate it, and that is a new option for players who have yet to receive weekly completion rewards will be added to the participation conditions.
なの
So
で、
if you were like, I want to focus on the people who
もう
haven't
今週
yet
断症でいい
received
で
this.
すと。助けてくださいと。今週クリア済みの方でもいいので参加くださいっていう時は、この参加条件これ入れなければ、そういうマッチングになる、募集になるって感じですね。はい。
So if you if people are okay with just receiving the tokens, then and they don't mind not having the weekly completion reward, then you would not need to like specify to this option.
それからですね、続いて、ジョブ重複制限で、検索には引っかかっちゃってたんですよね、これ。僕もよくヨシピー散歩で参加するときにやってたんですけど、これも検索からも出なくなります、このチェックボックス入ってると。
So search results will no longer include parties you cannot join due to the one player per job requirement. This was actually something that Yoshida also got stuck on sometimes in some of his stroll broadcasts with this whole one player per job requirement.
以上がパーティー募集のアップデートのお知らせでした。はい、さらに進めていこうと思います。はい、お願いします。
So moving forward.
コンテンツ報酬のちょっと調整を行っております。それがこちらです。
We made some duty reward adjustments.
武器がドロップする討伐と滅戦、もともとね武器
What
直
does that
ド
mean?
ロップ1個あったと思うんですけど、ジョブが増えたということがありまして、今回、ジョブのランダムの武器1個ドロップするのは変わらず、それ以外にもう1個、開ければその開けたジョブの武器に変わるという武器チェストを追加することにしました。
So trials with weapon drops will now drop a weapon coffer in addition to the original weapon reward. What this means is, of course, with the dungeon loot, of course, when a weapon drops, it's randomized. And with so many jobs being added to the roster, of course, we will keep that original sort of direct drop, as we called it, of a weapon. But we will also add a coffer that will allow for whatever weapon of the person who opens the coffer will get as like an additional.
Can I win both?
で、
That sounds like it.
この調整をですね、次のページに行っていただいて、
Unless it's time to hide some kind of weekly thing.
どうぞ。3.x までの高難易度レイドの4層にも、これを全部適用していくことに今回細かく、はい、決定させてもらいました。
And so this will apply. The fourth turn of high-end raids released up through 3.x will now drop a weapon coffer in addition to the original weapon reward.
Okay.
That's huge for people that want those.
必ずチェストと出るので、
getting those
運良ければその場に2人
It's just a
武器ゲットだぜってなる感じですね。
So, because we have the weapon, the randomized weapon drop, and then the coffer,
Especially as you add more jobs.
it should, if you're lucky, 2 people will be able to obtain a weapon of the weapon that they want in a particular high-end raid.
That's a lot of
で、
weapons
さらに
going out when we're doing like
4.x
irregular
までの
tombstones
高
or
難易
whatever.
度レイドでドロップする防具アクセサリーが、全部チェストに直ドロだったんですけど変わります。
And the second one says, high-end raids released up through 4.x will now drop gear and accessories in the form of coffers. Originally, these were also like a randomized direct drop, but we're changing these to a coffer.
なので全て同じ仕様に今回統一して過去のコンテンツも改めて報酬のドロップテーブルを変えてですね、
So they work like Eden.
チェストを作って同じルールでね、いけるようにしておきました。
Yep.
Cool.
So we tried to even out and try to make it the same across the board, and then sort of revisited the drop table of past content as well, so that we can add that sort of coffer to these different content.
They just did this with the extreme trials where they went back and said, we just got to pick a cohesive rule and follow it all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Stop changing it with each boss.
ですね、HUD レイアウトに、バトル関連でさらにちょっと大きなアップデートがあります。
Oh, there we go.
So we covered the different reward updates. Next up is adjustments made to the HUD.
ですね、今回トリガーバフっていう新しい呼び方をしてるんですけど、トリガーバフって何だよというと、今までプロックって呼んでたプロックで付与されてるバフのことです。
Conditional enhancements refer to the proc type buffs.
So we will be able to
This is what I was complaining about without
trigger
Reapers.
buff, or English says conditional enhancements. Sorry, basically like procs that are applied.
またクローマの例で恐縮なんですけど、ファイガープロックとかサンダガープロックとか、で今まで現状ではですね、バフとデバフとその他バフって3つに分離できるんですけど、今回そのプロックトリガーバフも分離可能になるので、自分で管理して目の届きやすいところにそれだけ切り離して持っていくっていうことができるようになります。
Apologies, the example is Black Mage again, but with the Fire 3 proc and the Thunder
I love that
proc,
change.
It's
oh my gosh,
beneficial sometimes
that's
to
phenomenal.
separate it out from the different like buffs that you may have, just so that you have that indicator. So we are now able
huge
to
for Red Mage, Black
split
Mage.
out enhancements, enfeeblements, and then now we will have the proc or the conditional enhancements, where you can separate it out and then place it where you feel is best to get a view of.
まあトリガーバフだけ当
The
然
nice
切り
thing
離
is,
し
even if you want all 4 categories right next to each other, you can make one
近くに
bigger.
置いて視点をそこでもう管理を固めてしまおうとかっていうのもできるし、まあ個別にいつもの通り表示サイズを大きくしたりっていうのもできるので、ぜひ皆さんまたこだわりの UI に役立てていただければと思います。
Do you no longer have to have
Being
the
able to
ability to
separate
drag to a
out
new
just the
hotbar?
procs that show up,
Yeah, exactly.
or the conditional enhancements. You can, for example, place it near your job HUD or your job gauge so that you can just look to one section to identify any sort of buffs that have been applied on a proc sort of basis. Or because you can adjust the elements that you have in the separated sort of display, you can also change the display size as well if you want it to be more like prominent on the screen.
でまあこれかなりねもう助かる人多いんじゃないかなって気
見逃
がします。
さないように。
はい。
We're hoping that this would be very beneficial and would help people who do want to keep those like separated or keep track of them separately.
Yeah. JC in chat saying this is what people do with weak auras and power auras and WoW.
グラウンドターゲットの利
That's
便性を向上させるアップデートを入れております。
Next up is improved ground targeting functionality.
Oh.
ですね、キャラクターコンフィグにこれ、今までの挙動の方が好きだったっていう方もいると思うので、
はい
キャラクターコンフィグで選べるようにしてあります。まず設定を新たに項目追加してます。
So I'm sure people still prefer the current ways. So we made it so that it is selectable. So we basically added it as a new setting in the character configuration menu.
Okay.
こちらです。言い方としてはですね、グラウンドターゲットアクションを一回押すとグラウンドターゲットマークが出るでしょ、
はい、
そのアクションボタンをもう一回押すとその置いてある場所にもう即実行されるっていう形になるんで、パッドはかなり楽なんじゃないかな。
はい。
So the changes are include, let's see, press action button again to place target circle. So basically, say you wanted to activate a ground target
That's
related
great.
action. You can just press the same button again to confirm that this is where you want to place the ground target. So I think people using the
Press,
controller might
drag,
have
press
a
again.
smoother time setting their ground target.
Yeah.
And most importantly, stop from showing me places I can't place it. I know I can't place it there. Just cap the range. Stop. I know I want it as far as I can get in that direction, and I'll just press, drag it way out, press again. That's way faster. It's weird that they did something that good and then made Salted Earth no longer do that.
このワールドメディアツアー
That's a weird combination of choices.
されてるのか
Except that Salted Earth has an additional action tied to it, so maybe that's why.
Is
Yeah.
implemented on this media or server.
Hard to say without the tooltips.
ちょっと待って
はい。
Sorry, one
We're
moment.
seeing if it was actually implemented on the media store
あれなんです。今普段吉田さんが開発とチェックしている最新状態のものとはまたちょっと違うバージョンのメディアツア
Oh,
ー
yeah,
専
he's
用
on the
ワ
Media
ールドが
Tour
今
server right
今
now.
回今日使ってるとこ
So
ろ
he's
なん
got
で
to
すけ
see
ど、
if the Media
そ
Tour
こ
build
に果
has
たし
it.
てこのモードがあるのかどうかを今確認しております。
Because they would have had to lock this build in maybe a month or two ago. Because last time the Media Tour was in June.
Yeah, so
Yeah, it was an April
this
build.
server is special setup dedicated to the media tour.
You know it's the Media Tour server because when they're on it, it says so at the top right.
On this version. And then 見つけました。
ちょっと待ってね動作するかだけ
あなるほどね
確認する
And then he found something, and then now he is confirming if
They're
he's
confirming.
Working as desired.
いやちょっと待ってデバッグコマンドも違うんだったちょっと待って
The debug means.
Good night, Tritoma.
あ大丈夫ちょっと待ってよリキャストこれリキャストリセット使えないんだ
Oh, we can't.
Yeah, they can't show it.
ちょっと待ってよ。はいはい。じゃあ、実機ってもらって大丈夫。
じゃあゲーム画面お願いします。
Okay, I guess they're gonna show the UI.
キャラクターコンフィグの中の操作設定で、ターゲットの中にここにグラウンドターゲット設定っていうのがあります。でここにグラウンド GT アクションの有効範囲内でのみ操作可能にする。でこれはさっきパワポの2行目にあった、そのアクションの、グラウンドターゲットできる距離より、カーソルがもう奥へ行かないなので最も遠いところっていうのが取りやすくなる。すっげえ行っちゃってそこじゃねえもっと手前ってやらなくて済む。でそれだけを、オンにしたりオフにしたりっていうのもできるし、グラウンドターゲット中に、もう一回同じアクションをしたらもうその場で実行するみたいな、これ両方分かれてるんで、これまあ両方適用でして
一旦訳しますか。
どうぞ失礼しました。
So when you go into the configurations, and it should be under controls, I believe, but there should be a section where you can set your ground target options. So there are two that is going to be available. One is the aforementioned hitting the action button
Moon
one more
rules.
time will place the ground target wherever, or will confirm the placement of the ground target. And then the second one was it prevents the cursor from going beyond the ground target range. So sometimes there might be an instance where the cursor is like way in the background and you're like, oh, wait, I don't want a ground target that far back. You can set the configuration so that it stays within the bounds. And so it allows for you to get like the most optimal, like furthest distance
Shoot it out there.
through turning this function on.
How would you not want this
英
on?
語 UI で出してあげたかったんだけど私が間違うとあれなんでごめんなさいね。ここにあります。はい。
This is great.
Apologies. The UI is in Japanese. We wanted to make sure that we set the correct settings. So it's in Japanese at this time, but it will be available on this particular part of the
Don't worry,
character
guys.
configuration.
This menu won't be in Japanese for us.
でこの状態でもうこれ以上いかないです。
So here's the ground targeting.
So with the ground targets kind of
Brilliant.
bound within
Just
that
shoot it
sort of
out.
ground targeting range, I hope you can tell, but the furthest it
Yeah,
can
you're
go
not-
is
it's not letting you, like, put it
sort of
somewhere you
restricted.
can't.
That's
So
perfect.
it doesn't go too far back, like it
And then
doesn't
just press it
hook
again.
into the building or whatever.
Don't click, just
Yeah,
press the
you
button
can
a
see
second
the
time.
mouse cursor can go further, but the
No need
ground
to click.
target itself won't. I mean, will stop.
Just point.
At a certain point.
Point, press it again. Press. Done. It's a combo
これはいい
action.
です。
It's
わかりやす
perfect.
い。
で
Once
その状態
to activate,
で
once to-
もう
once
一
to
回
confirm.
アクション実行すると
Oh,
Yes.
freaking awesome,
So you
man.
hit the
So
action
much
button.
better.
So good.
Confirm.
So
な
good.
のでもうこの辺
Yeah,
適
so
当
much
に
better.
マウス置いといて
You guys have a good night. Thanks for hanging out and lurking. The support today has been incredible. I understand that not everybody
まあ
will be able to
別にこの
stay
辺ターゲ
fully
ットして
attentive.
使えるけど
I have been live
ま
for
あ
over
一番遠くま
17
で行きた
hours
か
at
った
this
ら
point.
適当に
I
一番
get
遠い
it.
とこして
I promise.
Hey, crazy.
So of course you can place the mouse cursor where you want to go directly, but then if you just want to go as far as you can, then you can just set the cursor to somewhere like close to off screen so that it automatically kind of stays within that target range, but it doesn't go beyond what is available.
Get some rest. Get some
忍
rest.
者出したらコメントで「あれ襲撃がない!」って書かれた。
So I tried to use the ninja here, and they've noticed something is missing.
まあなくなってはいない。
Assassinate is not gone.
なくなってはいない。
It's not
Hi.
going forward.
さ
Stop
あ
on
じゃあ
platforms, probably.
グランドターゲットはこんな。
はい。
It's only going to legal positions, it sounds like.
So that covers ground targeting.
じ グラウンドターゲットのアップデートは以上で、続いていきますね。
はい
続いてはですね、パーティーメンバーの詠唱中ターゲット表示。まあこれだけを見るとなんだかわかんないと思うんで、出しちゃいましょう。
Nice. Look at that for reses.
今、ごめんなさい。あゆみさん、ちょっと。
I don't understand it. One second.
パーティーリストの中で、詠唱バーでどの敵を攻撃してるかと
Oh,
か、
wow.
どの味方、誰を蘇生してるかっていうのが判別しやすく今回なってます。
So this
Oh, that's
is
nice.
display party members target.
Oh
when
my gosh, this is
casting,
gonna be
and
so
it's
helpful.
Kind of weird to explain it with just this header, but if you look at the check mark, it makes it easier to discern which target your allies are attacking or reviving.
まあ、例えばこの表示に出てるパーティーリストだとまあ例えば左のスクリーンだとモンスターのC 番目の、
はい、
ヘイトリストに対応しているのでその人に対して今詠唱攻撃詠唱を唱えてますよっていうのが左のスクリーンですね。
Yeah, get some rest. Don't worry. Just be sure to hit that
It's
bell.
not calling their name, it's calling their
Number or
party
letter.
position.
Right.
The person
But it's
or
telling
the
me that they're
target
raising
is.
position
So
2.
in
Oh,
the
I shouldn't be
screen cap
raising
on the
position
left
2.
side, it
So I was just
shows
covering the
you're
arrow.
casting glare at
Yeah.
That's it, the
enemy
whole thing.
C. So whatever's on the aggro list, enemy number C, is being targeted.
で、右側ですが今、1番パーティーナンバー1番の、白魔導士がレイズをかけているのはパーティーリストでいう2番目の、プレイヤーに対してレイズをかけてますよっていうのが、まあ、この意味ですね。レイズにって書
It
いてある
won't affect your raise macro because it's
And
the
then the screen grab
cast.
on the
Your
right
macro is just calling for a
shows
cast.
that party member number 1, the white mage, is casting raise to number 2, which you can see is the paladin in that party list.
ちょっと別アライアンスが厳しい。まずはパーティー。なんかいずれね考えたいと思います。はい。
Now this only applies to parties, and I'm afraid it doesn't work on alliances just yet. We'll try to think of something
okay.
that would make it easier to discern.
That'd be
but,
kind of hard, I guess.
for now, it's
A1,
party
A2.
members.
Beach
これあ
Boy,
れだな
B2.
ナンバー
Alliances.
C ってなんだろうっていうのなんですけど、ヘイトリストに、
はい
And 12 likes to
敵の名前
700.
敵の名前が
I-
出てると思うんですけど、あそこに
If you guys hit 700, it's going to make it real hard in the next stream to break that record.
はい。
So
左
people are
のリ
wondering,
ストはだからパーティーリストメンバーじゃないですね。グレアなんで。
はい。
はい。
And so just to clarify, the one on the left is when you are attacking an enemy. So it's not necessarily your party member. As you can see, the
Yeah, that's not
letters
party.
should correspond to whatever enemy list that you have. Usually it's like a name and then the alphabet that follows. So it's that letter at the end.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is not alliance related. This
正
is
直
target.
迅
Glare is
速魔どうなる
offensive
の
ability.
正直迅速魔はもうインスタントなんでどうにもならないです。ごめんなさい。
People are wondering, oh, what about Swiftcast? And,
Yeah.
well, that's instant. So I'm sorry, there's not enough time to display who you're casting.
Yeah, we won't have
そ
a
れを
cast
やろう
bar.
とすると、誰が誰を今ターゲットしてるのかっていうのを出さなきゃいけないから、
This is no big deal.
ものすごい勢いでターゲット変えるんで、それはねちょっとさ
It's
すが
when
に
you
無理で
waste
す
a
ね。
whole res
はい
cast and get nothing for it.
That one,
Yeah,
you would
I'm like,
have
okay.
to show like which one is being targeted very quickly. So I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to keep up with that system. So it's not applicable.
まあこれはこれでただね事故りそうなのは、
はい
あモルボル今2の人に蘇生してるから、やべ俺かぶったから蘇生キャンセルしようキャンセルしようって言ったら
俺も
モルボルも俺がキャストしたのに
40,000
そっちかけてくれるんだったら
47,000 for
俺
the
は
tank.
どっちも
But it's showing him at level 80.
ことはあるかなとは思いま
So
す。
Yeah.
you could see that,
you might also have to be
50,
mindful
60,
because
70,
now
yeah.
you'll be able to discern like,
But my
oh, this
paladin
person is
has
casting raise
100
on
some
party
thousand.
member number 2. And say Yoshido is trying to cast raise, and then Foxclaw is also trying to cast raise, and they realize, oh wait, it's the same person. Oh, maybe I should cancel. And nobody ends up casting the raise. So you might want to be careful on that end.
Night Dragon, thank you so much. Welcome to the Dollar
一
Club.
度先に詠唱し始めたら
すごい
ガンと強い心で
My paladin is in
525
So if you
here.
know you're the first one who's casting like a raise or a cure of sorts, don't be faltered. don't falter. Keep your casting.
I have 190,000 health.
パーティーメンバーの
This level 80
表示は以上です。
Paladin has 47,000 health.
続いてはですね、戦
You did it.
闘不能時の、0% になってしまったヒットポイントバーっていうのを今回表示するようにしました。
Oh, health bars will be displayed even when incapacitated.
Health
Very
bars
nice.
will be displayed even when incapacitated. Sorry.
ですね、これ今までヒットポイントバーを常に表示っていう状態にしてたら、まあ表示されてたんですけど、初期設定のヒットポイント減少中の場合でもこの倒れてる人のヒットポイントバーがブランクで見えるようになる。
はい。
There we go.
So of course, with the health bar, you when it's set to, I believe the default is to show the health bar, but there is a. I'm sorry, it's the other way around. When you set the health bar to show all the time, then regardless how much HP is left, you will always see the health bar. But there, with the default option of only display when HP is below 100%, it doesn't necessarily show when the HP is completely gone. So with this update, whenever somebody's incapacitated, their health bar will show up as like a blank gauge.
これはですね、コンテンツ上でですね、キャラクターが倒れているのを見逃してしまうことがあってですね、
ありますね。
蘇生されずにみんな行ってしまった、おーいってなる。まあこれ気づけないほど同化しちゃう場合はやっぱあるんで、これによってここに命を絶たれたプレイヤーがおりますというのが、分かるようになるので、
So before to get this to show,
気づ
you
いて
had to
ない
also
から
show
レイ
full
ズ
health bars.
Yes.
できてないっていうのがあったりするんで、
Now
これ
this will
を
show
対
when
応
it's
す
at
ると
99% down to literally empty.
Yeah.
我慢してあげたりしてくだ
So
さい。
they can find people to res.
So
Yes.
this was in order to
Make it a little bit easier, especially in
combat
Alliance and
situations
stuff like that.
where players are incapacitated during a particular content and they just lay there and nobody wants to,
No
or
one
nobody
reses them.
notices them being KO'd. And there are times where people finish a duty and they're like, okay, we're done, we're gone, and you have a party member still on the ground and wondering, oh, but raise, please, raise.
This tells the healer there's an action to be taken.
So we
Yeah.
try to make it easier.
Yeah.
For
So, like,
people
when
to
we're doing- and
discern,
especially when all stuff's
their
going on,
lies,
I can see
so-and-so
that
party
now.
member who had fought valiantly but is now KO'd, so that people will notice and cast their raise.
Especially in relic zones.
はい。
Yes.
で続い
huge help.
てはどっちかというとお知らせなんですけど、
Because I don't want the always on bar, so I always have that on. So yeah, this will be a nice little
一回ちょっと封
quality
鎖
of
を
life
させ
adjustment
て
for me.
ください。
No Unreal with 6.0 makes
So
sense.
next is more of an announcement than anything, but we would like to
Temporarily remove. Okay.
temporarily
Yeah, it's just
close
this
off or
patch. There's-
remove
they're
the
only patched
Unreal
anyway.
trials.
Right. Exactly.
っていうのもです
So
ね
they're not removing、
まあ、ま
multiple.
ず
They're only
レベル
removing the one
今
that is currently available.
And not adding a
90
replacement
バラ
for
ン
the
スを
time
め
being.
ちゃめちゃ取ってるんです
Because
よ
they're going to 90.
全体バランスを。
Right, the do was
でそ
6.1.
のレベル90の着地どころってギリギリまで調整するので、そ
We
れ
got
からじゃな
plenty
いとやっ
coming
ぱ
on the
り
19th,
調
guys.
整できないんですよね。過去
We don't need
の
an Unreal.
その
It's fine.
バトルって。なのでちょっと一回。
Be neat if it was like
とりあえずリバーを開けとけばっていう意見があったんだけど、いやただでさえ今長いのに、ちょっとなんかいくらなんでもなんで、ちょっと一回封鎖をさせてください。
はい。
The reason why is because with the raise the level cap, we still want to continue making adjustments to the overall balance of the different jobs, and we would like to adjust it as long as possible up until the last minute. So before we can attempt sort of updating these Unreal trials to match like the upcoming level cap, I think we still need to kind of see where our standard content kind of works out with this new level cap and the overall balance.
I don't think this is
some of you
weird
may
at all.
say just leave Leviathan open, but it's been a while. It's been a long while, so I think it's just better to close it off temporarily.
で、再開の時期としては 6.1 から、新しいゲームコンテンツに、変えて再開していこうと思います。はい。
And so we will resume, we plan to resume from patch 6.1 with new content.
That makes 100% sense.
とか、姉さん同士とかね、いろいろ候補はございますね。はい。
There are many candidates that we would consider a certain alta or maybe some, many candidates we can think of.
はい。それではさらに続けて、今度は帯防具、いよいよ排出停止が、迫ってまいりましたので、詳細にお伝えしておきましょう。
All right.
Next up is the
thanks guys for the 700 likes, man. Thank you all very much.
まず、
For anybody that doesn't
まず
remember
帯
this,
防具はすべて排出停止で
belts are
装備
gone
で
so
き
that
な
we
くな
can
り
get
ま
those
す。
35 slots back to split between rings and
So
primary
belts
weapons.
will no longer be equipable or obtainable via duties and item exchanges.
そ
Your
れ
belts
そしてで
will
す
not
ね、
be
皆さんは
deleted.
基本的に何もしなくて大丈夫です。装備中、もしくはアーマリーチェストに入ってる帯防具、
They're
それから
all
リ
going to
テ
the
ーナーが
Calamity
装備している
Salvager.
帯防具っていうのは全て我
Even
々、
if they have materia on them.
データベースを
You're
直
fine.
接調整してですね、遺失物管理人に全て
However,
預けておき
if
ま
they are
すので、
spirit bonded,
リス
the
トから
spirit
後
bond
ほど
menu will be
6.0
gone
リリ
for
ース後
belts.
に、
There will be no
選ん
ability
で
to
回収でき
extract
るので、
materia
皆
even
さんは
if they're
特
at
に
100% when 6.0
やる
hits.
ことはどうしてもこれをやっといてくれみたいなのはない。
So extract your materia now.
But with the discontinuation of belt equipment, there really isn't much that you need to do in preparation for it. Anything that was equipped on your character or has been in the armory chest, or if the retainer was holding on to it for you, will all be transferred over. The developers will be handling it on the back end via the database, and we would directly update it so that it'll be given to the Calamity Salvager. So if you want to retrieve them, you can go to the Calamity Salvager and pick it out from a list and retrieve it there.
ですね、それ以外の帯防具はそのまま手元に残ります。で、装着済みのマテリアとか制作品の名はそのまま残るので、マテリアを外すのは後でも大
Your
丈夫で
armory,
す。
or equipped to a retainer,
And
equipped to you,
all
or in your
other
armory
belts will
chest. It
remain
has to
in
be
your
pulled out because
inventory
those
as is,
slots are
and
gone.
any sort of materia that were affixed or signatures on crafted belts will remain as is. So you don't necessarily have to rush to.
The fashion war between Nomura and Yoshida continues.
そ
Belts
して
are
です
gone.
ね、エウレカをやり込んでた皆さんが気にされるスピードベルトなんですけど、
They don't have memory.
代
That's
替
why
品
they
と
are
なる指
removing
輪を
belts.
実
Like
装し
they're
ます。
at a memory cap.
And for those who have been grinding on the Eureka content, may be wondering about the speed belt that was obtained through this. That will be replaced with a substitute. A ring will be serving as a substitute for the speed belt.
まあ頑張ってね、取っていただきましたんで。
Nice.
6.0 以降に代替品と交換可能になるので、
Relic zones
スピ
don't
ード
take
ベ
on
ルトは
accessories.
捨てずにちゃんと取っておいてく
I don't know
ださい。
about unopened coffers. I would probably
you
open
can
them
exchange it
for
for
belts.
the substitute item. I know you worked really hard to obtain the speed belt, so once 6.0 releases,
Should work
you
fine.
will be able to
Should just drop an
exchange it
unequivocable item.
for a ring that is equivalent. So please do not throw away your speed belt.
But maybe not.
It only doesn't bode well if they're
で
not
ま
actually
とめる
working on
と
the system and the memory.
帯はこうなり
So
ます
I'm not personally worried. I think they've been working on something.
6.0
you know, in the
ちょっと
system
待って左から
constantly, so.
先に出して、
No,
一
if
気
your
に出
house
すと
burns
わけわか
down,
ん
they
な
don't
く
say,
なっ
hey,
ちゃうん
we're
で
building a new one and you're
まず
homeless. They say, hey,
6.0
we're
前
building
で
a
し
new
か
one. In
で
the
きない
meantime,
の
go
が、
live in this hotel.
左側に並んでます、マテリア生成。だからこれ連成度100のベルトがあるならマテリア生成はしといた方がいいと思います。で、マーケットの出品とか購入、あとリーブへの納品、
Oh, here's the coffers addressed in the bottom left.
軍需品調達への納品とか、
Oh,
こん
good.
なあと チェス
I'm glad they're
ト
answering
を
that.
なんか
Material
結構
extraction
言って
is
て
not
帯のチ
material
ェストその
retrieval.
ままだったわみたいなやつ
That
は
is
開
spirit
けないとも
bonding.
う使えなくなっちゃうのでこれは気をつけてください
So do that now.
So we're summarizing here. On the left side is available only before patch 6.0 or the expansion. So if we want to extract materia or like create materia out of build equipment, you can only do that before Endwalker is released. Buying and selling of the build equipment on the market board, turning it into different leaves, etc. Also for coffers, those who go to different raids and realize that they have like built coffers, you won't be able to use those after
There you go.
the
There's your
expansion
answer.
releases. So you might want to take care of that.
ちなみに一番下ね中身が
There's a
帯
pre-order
防具のみ
earring,
のテス
JC,
トな
and
の
there's
で
also the
帯と
devotion earring
他が1個になってる
that gives bonus
みたいなのもあるんですけどそれは帯だけ出てこないです
for
これは
Endwalker.
もう開けられないので
So you will not be able to turn these in for grand companies afterwards, but you will still be able to descent them, it looks like.
And just a disclaimer, with these coffers, there are different types where it's just the belt equipment or a coffer that has a belt and something else. Because belts will be discontinued, coffers that only contain a belt will not even be able to be opened. It's like defunct at that point. But if it's a coffer that contains something else with a belt, only the belt will be discontinued. So you'll still get the whatever it was paired with.
You probably want to open those
included in
prior
the
to the
coffer,
expansion.
but just not the belt.
Because if it only contains a belt, then
たまたま
it's broken.
ちょっと待ってパンツ gonna fall down now
Pants are gonna fall down.
We're seeing comments with the belts being removed, the pants are going to fall down. And that just caught Yoshino's eyes.
ベルトなくなるからなそうね
For sure, all the belts holding up your different pants are gonna go away, huh?
そしてですね 6.0 になってからでもできること帯防具に対してできることがこちら、つけてあったマテリアを 6.0 のになってからでも回収はできます。あとショップに売却することもできます。で分解してしまうこともできますし、グランドカンパニーの希少品調達への納品は可能です。あと捨てることも可能です。
And now for what you can do even after the launch of Endwalker is if you, for example, had
You can still turn into Grand Company.
some materia on your belt, then you can retrieve those. You can also go to shop vendors, not the market board, but the shop vendors to sell off these belts. You can also do synthesize. You can also do expert delivery, turn in.
So you can still turn in for Grand Company sales. You just can't do the supply missions with just a craft gun.
パンツボールからのウィーボールって書いてあって
So they will no longer be asking for them from like a leather work.
意味が使えってなっちゃった
Oh!
ツボ
Shut up. Oh my gosh, so funny.
でマーケットに出てる帯防具 6.0 前にマーケットに出てたやつはもう検索に引っかからないようになるので皆さんで取り下げをしてってください。
So whatever you had up on the market boards will not be searchable after the expansion has launched. So if you had anything up listed in the different market boards, you might want to take them down.
今 BGM シャドウリンガーズにしたら
Change the background using the shadow fingers.
さあここまでがベルトに関して帯防具でした。はい続いてこれもねずっとお伝えしてきたんですけど、今日の
Downscaling
見ていただいたやつもすでにそうなってますけどデノミネーションについてです。はい。
And
Oh,
sorry. We looked at the game screen, and you may have already noticed some of the numbers being sort of compacted, but we want to explain the downscaling again.
まずレベル50からレベル80までの装備パラメータの上昇幅を今回ギュッと圧縮させていただいてます。
Attributes or just reduce the effectiveness of attributes.
Right.
The difference in
And it looks
here
like they're actually going to
attributes
affect the
from
actual
level
attributes.
50 to 80 will be reduced.
さっきクライアントでも見ていただいたように敵味方自分も敵もヒットポイントの最大量とかダメージの最大値とかっていうのがギュッと1回圧縮されて小さい数字になります。
So as you saw in the game client, the HP for both the enemy as well as yourself, and the damage being dealt has been significantly compacted.
I mean, that paladin had less than
これ
had
に
like
合
a
わせてで
quarter
す
of my
ね
life.、
調理品、薬品、マテリアの効果量もそれぞれ合わせて、デノミネーション抑えられてますので、ご了承ください。
Oh, materia as
The
well.
potency of meals, medicine, and materia will also be reduced accordingly.
まあ、大体以前の、ファンフェスとか、
How the heck do we have room for 8 levels of
新情
materia
報
if
発
you
表会で
reduce
も
them?
お伝えしたんですけど、大体5分の1ぐらい、その攻撃とかで言えばになってると思ってください。
I just wonder if that
I
means
think
like
you
I don't
mentioned
know
this
what.
during the fan festivals or in the showcase announcement showcase, but the downscaling is
excuse me. Jeez
we're
Louise.
going to be downscaling it to about 1/5.
I thought they said like 1 to
で、
10. but
全て考慮した上でバランスをできるだけ維
No,
持
I
する
always
よう
used
に
to
は
take this
調
one
整してお
example,
り
so
ま
I
す。
probably screwed with you because it was easy math. Just use.
I
Of course,
gotcha.
adjustments to maintain balance with consideration for downscaling of various items.
で正直ここようわからんっていう方も多いと思うんですけど、僕当然全コンテンツチェックをこのデノミネーションされた状態の14でも、全てのコンテンツ遊んでるっていうかプレイしてチェックしてますけど、全くなんていうの変わんないで
Craftsman
す。
cunning literally just
す
goes
ぐ
up
慣れ
by
ま
like
す。
1
1時間もか
CP
かんないです。
each time.
I'm sure
Like we have
it
8
still
different
kind of
craftsman
raises
cunnings and
question.
they all
Like,
do this.
it is kind of hard to grasp with just
How do you-
explanation on words, but
How do you do
with
that?
Yoshida looking at all of the content and making sure to test everything out and seeing the downscaled numbers, it really doesn't change the way that game plays. It doesn't feel different. You will get used to it rather quickly. It didn't really even take an hour to get used to the downscaled numbers.
もちろんね、ギュッてこう圧縮されてるから、
はい
ちょっと過去のコンテンツで IL ゴリ押ししてたみたいな時
Materia is such
は
a
どうしてもこう
awkward
上昇幅
system
が
at this point
小さくな
anyway.
ってるんで、ちょっと
right,
その
right.
前よりは硬くなったなこいつらみたいなのはありはするけど、そのレベル90とかのコンテンツとか、まあレベル80以降の今回
I mean, CPU, if you're not affecting mana, right? Because we're saying it does mana, but like maybe that's a wrong bad example.
時
So
にはもうなんかファイジャのダメー
command.
ジなるほどね、デノミしたから小さくなったなと思ったぐらいで、あとはもう何にも
It's the same
わ
problem.
からないんで、
なるほど
そこは本当安心していただいて大丈夫だと思います。
There's 8 materia that goes from control
Of
plus
course,
1 to
with
control plus
the
13. There's not a lot of room there.
The values in some places where you just pressed on with the item level, because
I'm
there
not
is
worried
such
about it.
a
I just wonder how the material
broad
works.
range. You might feel that some of the enemies are a little bit tougher, as in like it might take a little bit more effort to get through and deal enough damage, but looking at the content that's aimed for level 90 or anything that's beyond level 80, the instance dungeons or the trials, the primal fights, of course you'll physically see the numbers come out, and like with Fire 3, oh yeah, downscaling, I do see the numbers kind of come down, but again, you get used to it, and it's not like it's not devastating, so to speak.
なので、過去のコンテンツに普通に IL ゴリ押しでなんだっけ、制限解除じゃなくて、
はい
IL のギリギリ強いやつでいった時には体感やっぱり今までよりはその伸びが抑えられてる分だけ相対的にちょっとやっぱ硬く感じたりはある、まあそれに合わせてちょっと報酬の付け直しとかは今もまだ検討してるので、はい。
Yes, Night Dragon, he does. Gamey kinda. He hits you up with his link.
本当に。はい。
Just to reiterate, like if you do go into some of the past content, and if you don't go into it unsynced, or no, if you go into it unsynced, because it has been kind of compacted, it might feel like it takes a little bit more effort to get through to some of the enemies. But again, with content that is level 80 and higher, you don't feel a difference.
でまあなんでやるのっていうところなんですけど、
はい、
やっぱり今までまあ本当にありがたいことにここまでそのファイナルファンタジー14皆さんの応援もあって長く続
The
けて
and I'm going to butcher this. Delirium says, I started a few months ago. My highest level is 71 Paladin. 200 plus hours so far. Haven't slotted materia. Haven't felt that it was necessary yet.
その僕らもなんていうのどこまで続けられるか勢いでって言ってた時にこうやっぱ相手のレベルの上昇によってプレイヤーが強くなるっていうことを結構こう大きくつけてきてたところが今このペースのままさらに進んでいくと本当にもう数字がめちゃくちゃな桁になっていきバグを引き起こしたりとかエイト管理がもう、まあ、今ですらもう破綻してたり実はするのでこの先10年もまたこの成長を続けていくために一旦なんていうのレベルの低い側をこうギュッとちょっと数字を縮めさせてもらって上のこう成長をしっかりまた作っていきたい。これは仮にもし14がこの先10年やったらまた8年後とか9年後とかにもう一回またデノミネーションさせてくださいっていう日が来るとは思います。なのでこれはもうどちらかというと皆さんによりさらに長い期間14を楽しんでもらうためにやらなければいけないことなので、すいませんご理解していただけると助かります。はい。はい。
You may be wondering why we're downscaling, but you know, looking at just how many people are joining us at this point, and we're still growing, so we're looking at another 10 more years potentially. And so considering if we continue at this pace, will we be able to sustain ourselves in the coming 10 years after here? And before, we didn't know how far we can go. We didn't know just how long we can continue running Final Fantasy XIV. So with the concept of the item level making the player stronger, we've kind of added the rate at which players become stronger has kind of it was at an accelerated pace. So with the numbers growing really large and keeping at this pace, we will start to see numbers kind of interfering with some of the formulas and calculations. The numbers will look ridiculous with the additional digits. The management of aggro gets to be a little difficult, and the formulas that work in the background, it's actually already causing some trouble with such inflated numbers. So we want to take this opportunity to kind of compact it, kind of bring it down to size, so to speak, so that we will have more room to continue growing upwards. And so we're hopeful that this will allow for us to leave room for growth. And maybe 8 years down the line from here, we might once again come back and say, okay, we'll need to downscale again. But again, we're trying to look into the future. We're trying to make sure that we're leaving enough room for growth so that players can continue to enjoy Final Fantasy XIV for as long as possible. So some people might be discouraged about the thought of downscaling, but please understand we are trying to do this for the betterment of the game and to make sure we're looking into the future as well.
はい。でこのデノミネーションのさらに、続きがあってですね、人数制限解除の時どうなるのっていうところなんですけど、超える力強っていうのがかかります。
And so there's still more in terms of the downscaling. People might be wondering, so what if you go in as an undersized party? Well, when you're using an undersized party, enhanced echo will be applied.
まあこれまでにできるだけ近いバランスになるように、新しく作ったシステムなんですけど、これコンテンツレベルがいくつかによって超える力今日は自動的に強さが変わるっていうものなので、ちょっと説明は難しいですけど、なんとなく一回コンテンツに合わせた超える力の強いやつがかかるなと思ってもらえればいいかなと思います。
the logic in me goes, yeah, I
just
can
here,
understand.
That's 'cause you're on this side.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't want it.
Level switch for the veteran.
Right, I know. That's what I'm saying. I understand, but
vary by duty
I don't want
level.
it.
So
No.
basically speaking, whatever content you go into, the enhanced echo should allow for the power level to be like matched to make it appropriate to what it originally was, and make it in line with previous patches.
で、さらにですね、獲得経験値もものすごい桁になってきたので、経験値も周りもデノミネーションしてます。で、これに伴って今後も数値調整が非常に厄介になってくるので、ちょっとダンジョンの道中、モンスターここから経験値払い出してたんですけど、もうボス討伐時に一気にまとめてその分お支払いするっていう形に変えさせていただきました。
なるほど。
And then with the experience points that are gained through battles have become very inflated as well. So that's being adjusted also.
So you are losing experience.
And with that, whenever you go into a dungeon and there are like enemies, like mob enemies or like trash mobs that you go through, previously we would allow for EXP to be gained whenever you defeat each individual enemy, but we are going to be adjusting it so that when you get to the boss, the dungeon boss, that's when all of the EXP will be awarded.
It's weird. I don't like that.
プレイヤーの皆さんが損するようなことにはしてないので、そこはご
I
安
think
心く
that's
だ
to
さい。
stop abuse.
But of course, rest assured, it won't be disadvantageous, so to speak, for the players when you're going through a dungeon. So, there's no need to worry there.
むしろ ID の
Yeah,
経
that
験値
speeds it up.
今
So
回
now you
も
don't have to
その
kill.
デノミネーションとは別に、
Now you don't have to,
ARR か
there's
ら
no benefits killing all the trash, and if somebody
成
leaves
長
it
曲線
after the trash
経
before
験
the
値でも
boss,
らえ
they don't
る
get
幅
anything.
とかは全部新
Like,
たにレベル90がキャップっていうところに合わせて全部
Kill your
また
bosses.
カーブを調整したので全て
Yeah, if you're worried, guys,
通常で遊べる
get
ぐ
to
らい
leveling.
結構綺麗に調整したので、はい、心配しなくても大丈夫です。
With the experience points that are gained in these different instance dungeon has been revisited. We made sure to look at the growth curve across ARR all the way through Shadowbringers, with keeping in mind that the new level cap is going to be at level 90. So we've adjusted the curve so that it is appropriate for that span. And should allow for you to play with multiple jobs. So please rest assured there as well.
はい、ありがとうござい
大丈夫ですかね。はい。
といったところで、
第2部終了。
はい、第2部はここまでとさせていただいて、もう一度、休憩を挟みたいなと思っております。
Really,
So now
really messes
we
with Praetorium and
conclude
Castro.
second
I
phase
wonder,
of
man.
today's Better Life.
All that trash is worthless now,
そうですね。
guys.
で、こ
Why are
こ
we
から
doing
ですね、
this?
また20分ほど休憩をいただきたいと。
あ、20分いる？
いらない？
俺は10分でいい。あゆみさんどう
どう？10分休憩にします？
10分で、大丈夫ですよ。
はい。では
？10分で。
10分休憩になりまして、
うん、
休憩の間皆さんお暇でしょうと思いましてですね、動画3本ご用意しております。一つ目は、まずファンフェス先日ありましたね。
I think it's
ファン
probably
フェスの
addressed to
思い出動画
7080.
ご覧になってない方も多いと思いますので、ファンフェスの思い出動画を、ご用意しておりますのと、あと先日、ご紹介しました料理本を紹介する動画っていうのがございまして、こちらも合わせて、ご覧いただきつつ、あとですね、最新のサントラデス・アントゥ・ドーン、
デスアンコドーン。
はい、こちらね、こちら最近リリースされましたけど、こちらの MV
This is
が
part 3. We're getting into
の
merch.
で、こちら3本合わせてご覧いただければ、休憩もちょっっとできていいんじ
That
ゃない
was
か
not one of their original
という
three.
ことでございます。
I
So
know, that's
now
what's
we are taking a 10 minutes break.
Another
now,
10-minute
and then
break.
We have some video. One is the memories from the last Fun Festival, and then introduction of the cookbook, and a new music video for our latest soundtrack, Death Unto Dawn. はい、それでは今から
Is this PvE next?
Maybe.
See you in
I'm just lowering the volume. So from a, you never know on the YouTube side if they were like, yeah, I'm gonna claim it. But just.
All right. We don't know if I don't know if they're gonna play DMCA music.
You never know.
You never know. It should be fine, but you never know.
Lower this way down. That
Oh,
way.
the house is thinned out. There's no one here anymore. It's just me and Fido.
Oh, you and Fido?
Slowly, people have left.
Oh, it's like,
We
yeah.
started with a little party here. Okay, so let's go back over that section real quick.
Okay.
For anybody that came in late or was starting to fall asleep. So this was the battle adjustments phase. Raid Finder. If you use Raid Finder for Savage because you play on JP servers, the rest of the world is not affected by this. The parties will automatically get a barrier healer and a direct healer. Be aware that this could affect queue times. So if you want to get around that and you want to bring whatever you want, Party Finder's there for you. Party Finder updates. You're now going to have the ability to see the healers as shows as the split. You'll also have the options now to filter for like, have you gotten your weekly rewards or not? And you will no longer see search results for people that are like looking for one per job where like you're not going to be able to get in there. When you go search, it's not going to clog it up. Duty reward adjustments. We're basically moving to cleaning everything up. A lot more coffers. There's a lot more types of weapons out there. So when you randomize across the growing number of weapons, what are the odds you get something you want? So now in addition to there being a random weapon, there's also going to be a coffer. And then we're going to start making the high-end stuff match the way Eden does for Savage. And we're going to make up to 3.x, drop a weapon coffer in addition to, if you want to go back and farm those up to 3.x weapons. On your HUD, you'll now be able to separate out conditional enhancements, buffs that tell you got a proc. So you can isolate those and make those bigger. This will be a new category, so now you'll be able to, if you want to, you can separate out to buffs, debuffs, status effects, and conditional enhancements. The ground targeting now has options to where you can make it to where instead of pressing it and then having to click, you press the button, and when you press the button again, that's going to automatically make it cast, and that you can make sure that it won't allow you to place it anywhere that is too far. So you will no longer drag it out till the circle turns red. If you shoot your mouse out to Kingdom Come, it'll go out to the maximum range and stop, which will allow you to get to maximum range easier with more effort. Should be a huge advantage to controller players. So that was great for like, where do I want to charge to? Because we've got all these charge actions now. Everybody's getting all these big, long charges and all these. It's going to be great. Display party target in cast bar. It'll just display the number. So if you're targeting the main tank, it'll show like a 2 for a res because it'll show you in the 2 slot, and that way everybody knows which position you're raising. And remember that enemies are letters and players are numbers. So it'll be really clear what's going there, even if you don't know if an ability is offensive or defensive, especially as we now have everybody's doing everything. You can now have health bars show incapacitated so people can see when somebody needs a res without having to turn it to the always on, which meant that you also saw when people were at full life. And what that means is now if a healer has an action to take, they'll be aware, even if that action is that they need to res somebody. It should make a big difference in places like relic grinds when like we all finish the dungeon and somebody's laying on the ground and doesn't want to take a res because they don't want to lose the medal and nobody knows. So like, okay, we'll see you.
Like, wait, I was laying here. I was under this thing. You didn't see me.
Unreals are temporary scale duties. We're not getting one for the 6.0 patch. Should bring the system back with 6.1. A reminder of how belts are going. What's happening with belts that's going away. They're going away to get those 35 slots to have 15 additional primary slots, 15 additional ring slots. The other 5 slots will be held for future use. What's going away is the ability to extract materia from the spirit bonding process, the ability to buy and sell them on the market board because it won't have a category to click anymore, the ability to turn it in for leaves, even leaves you've already picked up, the ability to turn it in for supply quests, the crafting quests to your grand company, or the ability to open up coffers that exclusively have belts in them. You will still, however, be able to, all your belts that were equipped to your retainer or in your armory chest will go to the Calamity Salvager. If it's an inventory, it'll stay there. And you'll be able to get those back. They'll keep any materia that's on them. You can retrieve those materia. You will still be able to do desynth. Autocorrect called that something weird.
Decent. You will also be able to do expert deliveries, which is where you turn them in for Grand Company seals, because you had them from dungeons, or you'll of course be able to just throw them on the ground. The Eureka Speed Belt will be replaced by, you'll be able to turn that in for a Eureka Speed Ring. So you'll be able to exchange that so that you can keep that speed. Downscaling. We are lowering the amount of attributes you get from 50 to 80. HP and damage are going to be reduced. We're going to roughly 1/5. They showed a paladin with 47,000 life. My paladin currently has 190,000 life. So pretty drastic difference. Your mileage may vary. Meal potency, materia, and medicine's all going to be reduced. We assume this is only affecting the battle jobs because the hand and land they're going over in the next part of the live letter. And honestly, those materia, they don't go up to 60. They go up to 9. So they may not need it. Adjustments to maintain balance is something they've thought about. If you go in undersized, you'll now get the buff won't be called Echo anymore. It'll be called Enhanced Echo. So it can help kind of fill that in. XP gains are also going down, and they're moving to where trash no longer drops experience. That experience will be rolled into the boss experience. So no need to kill everything in every ARR dungeon, and Castrum and Praetorium somehow came out of this looking worse. Should clean up the people who can't decide if they want to pull all the trash, should keep up, like leaving after clearing the trash and not getting the boss experience. It just kind of cleans all that up, makes it easier to track those numbers. That's everything they went over this time. So that's part 2. Traumahawks, 1 year.
Thank you, Trauma.
And then Leland's 8 months. Thank you so much, guys. 625. So lots of quality of life adjustments. Quality of life on the scale where, like, honestly, some of these things are the things I'd expect out of those, like 6.3, 6.4 UI team stuff. Like the fact that they were able to do everything they're doing with all the new jobs and everything else. The fact they were able to get this done. I'm impressed.
Yeah.
He does have a green flicker. It's not when he's talking. That green border's around me right now. Green border's around him.
Yeah. I don't know why it's doing that.
It flickers to like a green screen. But it flickers on my Discord, so it's like I'm getting a flicker from you. So they're seeing what I'm seeing because I just pulled you up. You're giant to my left.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about.
I don't know. So
yeah, I know, Zach. You guys are crushed. This is the like, even with FanFest, this is the highest liked, and even like with the VOD, it might get some additional likes after the fact, but while on FanFest, we didn't even hit 700 likes. We hit like 350. So y'all have more than doubled the like record for a live stream. So maybe come back on Sunday and do that again as I played Tales of Arise. I don't know. I'll leave it up to you.
Used to Deep Stone Crypts and got chest piece and a sword.
Oh, dude, Deep Stone Crypt is a lot of fun in Destiny. We got through the frozen place and the first kind of encounter with the security on Wednesday, so we're gonna keep hitting that up. Yeah, my office is all green screen.
This is just a break from part 2 to part 3. When it's over, Brian and I are gonna film a podcast.
Yep.
Going over all of this. No guest. The guest is the 7 hours of talking they just did. It's a wordy guest. And we're going to try to react to all of it in segments and put those segments out over on YouTube. I feel like some of these segments could be, I feel like we're filming a trilogy of podcasts and we're going to post them as segment podcasts.
Yeah, probably.
I feel like the Work to Game side is probably going to get 17 videos rolling out between now and Monday.
It's going to be nuts, dude. It's going to be nuts.
And we're going to have 3 separate segments uploaded to Ginger Gaming Radio. Big segments so that we don't have to upload one 5-hour video. I've got my shade pulled, so when the sun comes up, it won't ruin anything.
Won't mess it up. Who here is subscribed to the audio version of the podcasts? If you are, drop a thumbs up. If you haven't subscribed yet, wherever podcasts are found, you can just search Crystal Core Radio. And if you guys like to give it a rating, that'd be great. And then if you're curious and you're on YouTube over here, you can just use the pinned comment to be able to go and subscribe over on Ginger Gaming Radio. That way you can be ready to go as soon as this ends, because we'll end the stream here on Prime, and we'll shift over to podcast mode on gaming radio.
Any summary of the first part yet? No, we've summed it up twice on the previous 2 breaks.
Thank you, Night Dragon.
Go through it. It's a lot. The first segment was like 3.5 hours of the estimated total 4-hour stream. So but like their normal podcast or their normal things are 2 to 3 hours in Japanese, and they were going to add English. Right?
Yeah,
because it's one of the few live translated. A couple every cycle are live translated. Usually they're like at E3 or held at a media tour where they're Westerners, or or they're for this, or like at a fan fest or something. So there's a handful every cycle. If every cycle has 12 live letters, there's 4 that are live translated. They double in length, and so I expected 4 to 6. So I don't really think we're like wildly over right now, because we're at hour 6. So we are just now crossing long. They had some technical difficulties. They got behind, and Yoshi P was late because he was outside smoking. So after this, I'll stay live here on Twitch.
Yeah.
Brian's
so if you're on Twitch, you're good.
Ginger Prime and move to one of his other YouTube channels because of the way he archives everything.
Yep.
And that helps him. So everybody over on the YouTube side of things is going to have to migrate around.
Yeah, if you're on Twitch, you're good.
But Twitch just stays here. I don't know how many of you have been here for 18 hours and 4 minutes now. I have. But we will just keep on trucking. So. Yeah. And then and they have their so there's the 2 live translators. Usually when they're live translated, they are live translated either by Amy, is that how you say her name?
Mm-hmm.
Or Koji Fox. Those are usually the 2. And actually when they do panels at like FanFest or whatever, where Yoshi P and somebody else is talking, both of them will be on the stage, and they will each translate for one person. So that's how she's so knowledgeable about the game, because she is a designated translator. It's not like a random person.
Right.
Final Fantasy XIV
Lunar break, thank you.
66回プロデュースされたライブをお送りしております。ここからパート3第3部をお送りしていきたいと思います。We are back here again, and then thank you very much for watching the Final Fantasy XIV Letter from the Producer Live, number 66. Now we are entering the phase.
All right, yes. Thank you, Randy, for following Crystal Core Radio on Spotify.
5時間
はい
経過しましたが、
5 hours.
さあ行きましょうか。
はい。今日は第3部はですね、その他いくつか
Yeah, we played an hour. We played an
アッ
hour
プデートがありますのでご紹介していきたいと思い
of
ま
Final
す。
Fantasy
まずこ
before
ち
that
ら
happened.
で
Yeah.
す。ドン。
Yeah.
First of all,
HQ アイテ
item
ムを
removal.
削減いたします
What?
What?
we will be removing some HQ items.
Some or yeah.
ですね、ではどういうことかというのをご説明していきますが、まず一部 HQ アイテムの排出を
Certain
停
items will
止
no
しま
longer
す。
be
で
HQable.
主にギャザラーの採取などで意図せず HQ 入手してカバンがとにかく圧迫されていくっていうことが多いの
Thanks
で
again, Night Dragon.
HQ をごそっと減らそうと思います。
Playboy Bunny girls, here you come.
So,
Hopefully you have
diving
fun.
into what
Oh my
exactly
gosh,
that
thank you for the support, dude.
entails. Basically, certain items will no longer be obtainable as HQ high quality. This is basically whenever you're gathering materials or whatnot, sometimes you unintentionally procure HQ items, and so that kind of puts a lot of pressure on inventory. So we wanted to kind of combat that inventory bloat. So we've just decided we would do away with some of the HQ items.
ではまとめを作ってございますので、まず排出が停
I
止される
I got two
HQ アイテ
respondent
ムから
gathering
見てい
tools
きま
today,
しょ
and
う。
I jammed up 320 slots
ギ
in my
ャザラ
containers
ー
with all
が
the stuff
採取
extra.
可能なアイテムからは全て HQ がなくなります、それから敵がドロップする素材も HQ がな
It's
く
no
なり
longer
ます。
available as
でトークン
HQ.
で交換できる素材もなし、でその他、特定のコンテンツで獲得できるクラフターが制作できない素材に関しては、HQ が一切排出されなくなります、
So we created summaries for this also. So first, we would like to go into items that will no longer be available as HQ. Basically, gathered items, enemy drops, materials that are exchanged using tokens, and non-craftable materials obtained from certain content. So stuff that crafters or disciples of the hand cannot create.
What does this do to Exarch?
で、
Crafting your best in slot
HQ
pentas.
自体は
These got
回
way
数は
easier.
止まるんですけ
Because
ど、
before you had to use high quality.
削除はその皆さんが手元に持ってるものは削除はしないので、手元には残るんですけど、制作時の初期品数、アップとか納品時ボーナスとかはもうなくなってしまうので、出品トレードする場合は品質を下げてですね NQ にしていただく
You
よう
can
にお願
then
いいたし
reduce
ま
them
す。
to normal quality and sell
So
them.
of course, with
Wow.
HQ items no longer being dropped, then
Miner's Quest
that being
sounds about to
said,
get easier.
whatever you already had on hand will remain. So let's see, you won't be able to these items won't it won't increase the crafting quality, nor will it provide bonuses whenever you deliver these items. On top of that, when you are going to be like selling these items, HQ items will no longer be able to be sold via the market board. So you would need to reduce the quality down to NQ in order to sell it.
So will the Endwalker item still have high
で、
quality, or is it gone in
じゃ
Endwalker
あ
too?
排出提出されない HQ アイテムは何かというと、クラフターの皆さんが制作可能なアイテムっていうのは引き続き、ノーマルクオリティとハイクオリティっていうのが存在します。で、中間素材に関しても、同じです。あとは装備品、完成品ですね。
はい。
っていうのも HQ、NQ 残ります。
Oh, intermediaries will be how you do
Now,
it.
for items that will still be available as HQ are crafted items. So those will be available in both NQ and HQ. This also includes
Because that's going to also put more of an onus on your crafting
gear
with your skills rather than
crafted,
like
gear. Of course, will be available
filling in
as,
with HQ
normal
items.
quality and high quality as
Man,
well.
that's gonna
まあ、
that is
と
gonna
はい
impact
え
inventory quite
じ
a
ゃあ
bit. That is
そ
gonna
の
impact
どう
markets.
なんのっていうところなんですけど
Significantly.
次
Please tell me that they're
はい
updating
はい
markets.
こちら、クラフターの制作可能なアイテムと中間素材、それから装備品っていうのは 6.0 以降もそのまま変わりません。
So for the items that are still going to be available, the functionality will remain unchanged even after the release of Endwalker.
This is huge for if you want to go back and do like Ishgard restoration for
こ
scripts.
れによってですね HQ がなくなることで最終に関わるギャザラーの能力とかどうなんのっていうのを全部見直しをしてます。で主にこれらは、取れる個数に影響を与えるものに全部変
Affecting
更して
item
います。
yield over that. Interesting.
So actions and attributes that affected
We already have
HQ
things that affect
yields
item yield.
when gathering
Right, so you'll
will be
basically
adjusted,
just be yielding more.
primarily changed to affect item yield.
なので、装備を整えていくと1回で取れる個数が増えるっていうことですね。
So in other words, before you would, some of the abilities and actions would allow for you to gather HQ materials, but with this update, those abilities have been adjusted so that whenever you go in with the proper sort of preparation and gear, it will affect the number or the quantity you're able to sort of gather.
で漁師に関しては HQ じゃない別のパラメータを用意します。はい。
And for fishers, there
Yeah,
will
how's fishing
be
gonna work?
a
Like
different
mooch?
sort of parameter that's not HQ.
まあ、やっぱね釣った魚がね、
うん
大きい小さいっていうところは釣りのね、一つのポイントでもあったりするので、はい。
Of course, with fishers, the size of the catch definitely
Ideally, they would move from collectability to weight.
What
Yeah.
you gather. So that's
I've always thought that
definitely
was weird.
being kept in consideration.
で、これらによってですね、条件達成時に HQ の条件があったりする、
はいはい
クエストとか、
うん
攻略手帳とかアチーブメントは全て見
And
直
now
しを、
quest,
現状
challenge
に合わ
log, all
せ
that
てかけ
stuff's
てお
going
り
to
ま
get
す。
adjusted.
So quests, challenge log entries, and achievements requiring HQ items will be adjusted.
なのでもうそのアクションの効果だったり効き具合だったりクラフトも同じで
This
す
is
け
a
ど、
pretty massive
も
change.
うこれによって影響する
I
全
think you
て
shift
は
into the collectible
最小
system.
性全部に
Yeah, that makes sense.
かけておりますので、
There's still a lot of collectibles for
もう
ethereal
これもやっぱ
reduction
り
and
そ
for
の、まあ、さっき言いましたけど、
weeklies
この先
and
10年っていう
stuff.
ことを考えたときに、ここで一回全部スリム化をしておいて、ということの一環でもございます。
So with
There's
anything
pros and
that
cons.
involves these HQ items that will become no longer available, so any actions, effects of actions, crafting, anything that is affected will be adjusted. Again, this is in preparation for more longevity and to look into 10 years beyond the release of Endwalker. And we wanted to kind of streamline things at this point.
でこれらはちょっと経済影響もあるので、詳細をですね、次回のもう一回、行月のフィナーレ前にやりますよ
More
と。
details to
プロデュースさ
come
れ
in
たライブの方
November.
で細かくどう変わるのかとかいうのを、お伝え
Same
し
items,
ていこうと
same
思い
items,
ますの
same
で、ぜ
items,
ひ
same items,
こち
same
らを
items,
ご視聴い
same
ただければ
items,
と思います
same items, same items.
So
And
this
so
will
like that's what it
affect
fixes.
the economy of in-game. So we would like to go into further detail and
Yeah.
make sure we are covering and explaining what is all involved in detail. So this will be covered in the next letter from the producer live, which will be done immediately before the release of Endwalker.
はい。
If I had to guess, I would
こ
say
ちらに関しては以上かな。
はい。
I would say November 5th if I had to guess that PLO. We know it's in
で
November.
は続いてメディアツアーが始まるので、ちょっとその他にもいろいろお伝えしておかなきゃいけないことを、 お伝えしていきま
It's
す。
exactly 2 weeks before early
ま
access.
ず
Do you think,
Oh,
Zach wants to know, do you think removal of HQ will make gathering easier?
いいですよ言って、テレポと
In what
都
way?
市内転送網にアップデートが
Well,
ござい
so
ま
they
す。
clarify.
まず一つ目はですね、
Teleportation
テレポ
and
の消費
Ethernet
ギルの
updates.
変更についてでございます。
Adjustments
So
for
of
fees.
course, with the media tour coming up, there are still some more information that we would like to
Good.
share. This
Hopefully they copy Guild Wars.
next update, I would like for you to make sure you're seated and just be calm when you hear this. But we would like to make an update and adjust
Crank 'em
the teleportation fees.
Crank them
で
up.
すね、今回両月のフィナーレではですね、光の選手の皆さん
Make it a
ついに月へ
multiplier
到達するという
of your level
こと
and
が
how
発
far
表さ
you're
れており
going.
ますが、このまま世界が広がっていくとです
Dial it
ね
up.、
ほぼ全てのテレポが
Give me a reason you
999 になってしまうので、
Give me a reason to use
今
that
後
free
の拡
company
張に合わ
buff.
せて
Make
で
them
すね、
7,000.
消費義
Who
務の
cares?
計算
Dial
式
it
を
up.
すべて見直しをさせていただきました。
Of course, with Endwalker, we are taking to the moon, and our world is expanding yet even further. So, how we currently have our teleportation fees, our max is at 999 gil. So, sooner or later, all of the locations we need to teleport to will cost 999 gils. So, considering we would like to make sure that we are laying the proper foundations for further expansion. Another one of the elements that we looked at is the guild that is required to teleport to different locations.
まず現状999ギルというキャップがかかってるんですけど、キャップを一回外してます。
Give Gil a use. Don't just keep
Of course,
introducing
the
it
current
in.
cap on
and
the
then never pulling it out.
teleportation fees is 999 gil, but we are going to remove that upper limit.
Oh, good. They're removing the
で
upper
今まで
limit. That's
も
good.
内部計算的にはそうなってるんですけど、今飛ぼうとしてるところからその、テレポート先
This will
の
make
距離に応じ
Aetherite
て
tickets more
価格
valuable,
が変わる
making
ってい
hunts
う
more
のをや
valuable,
ってるんですけど、
making
それを
making
さら
making
にちょ
Gil
っと
more
調
valuable.
整した
Ow.
結果が
So everything you
こちらにな
do
ってお
now
ります。
provides more value.
So we are going to adjust we already had the calculation set up internally. So it is measured by the distance from point A to point B, or where you want to get to, and the fees are calculated according to the distance. And so right now, of course, there's a sorry, there should be another element of the PowerPoint, but it's going to be adjusted as such.
結論から言うと、まあそのキャップを超えて1000ギルを超えてるところもあるんですけど、安くなってるところも結構あります。結果的に。
This is from Costa del
そっ
Sol,
ちでね、
guys.
目がいっちゃうんですけど、みんな。はい。
If you were to elevate from Casa de Sol,
Look at those numbers.
The guild, the fee cap being removed, you do see costs that exceeds 1,000 gil. But because we revisited and recalculated the teleportation fees, you may notice also that some of the locations have become cheaper to teleport.
これ、
yeah,
なの
Norvant
で、
and
飛ぶ場
like
所
the
から距
first,
離が遠ければ
some
遠
of
い
those
ほど
locations
可変
are, you know,
し
it's
ます
not
が、これ
thousands.
固定
That's
の
great.
値ではないので、その言い方で通じるかな。
Yeah, some actually got cheaper.
So these fees will fluctuate depending on where you are and then where you're teleporting
Great.
to.
That's what
It's
I want.
not a set number, like it's not going to be
How do you
expensive
get to
fly
Crystarium
to
cheaper
certain
than Kugane?
regions, regardless of where you're coming from.
これ今リストが出てるのは東ラノシアのコスタデルソルからテレポした場合です。はい。のリストです。
So these numbers, please don't get hung up on the numbers. This is only measured from, we're flying out of Eastern La Nocia from Costa del Sol.
そうなんでコスタでサンプルなんだよって言われると、ごめん、メディアツアーでここしか開けてないからなんだよ。
I don't think this is dunking on 4 players. I think this is something that overall is going to help, like encourage free company buffs to reduce teleportation fees, things like that. Because the game's going to feed you plenty of money. And Chris has guides up on how to make easy money with not even lifting a finger in crafting.
そこへ中継しか飛ぶとめちゃくちゃ安くなったりするんで、ちょっと工夫をすると全然このギルかからなかった
If
りす
you
る
do
の
your cookie
で。
leaves, it's 108,000 gil a day, and Yoshiki has already said that there will be no reason to do cookie leaves next expansion.
Watch somebody drop 500 subs on you, Chris, and all of a sudden you got no money going into Endwalker. I wonder if your opinion changes.
You have like a favorited point or a location where you can.
He's like, I did it once, I can do it
for
again.
free, and then use that as like a connection point to get to whatever location it is.
例えばですけど、今これクリスタリウムが498ギルになってるんですけど、
はい、
クリスタリウムまで飛んでしまうとレイクランドまでは100
Guys, keep in mind that if you do your cookie dailies one day,
はい、
in under 30 minutes,
なので
from gathering to crafting to turning in, you can pay for
So for
somewhere
example,
between.
say it costs about 408 gil to fly over to Crystarium. Once you get to Crystarium, Lakeland is right there, so it's cheaper than 100 gil. So again, it kind of depends on the distance.
クリスタリウムが安い理由はですね、クリスタルタワーの位置を考
You
え
would
て
be
から
somewhere
です
between 75 and
クリスタルタワーか
650
ら
of the
転送
listed
されるっていう
teleports
こと
here
を考えると、
per day.
はい、クリタワーからは
If you
0
were
円じゃない
teleporting
ですか。なんでクリ
650
タワーま
times
で
a
の距離
day,
としか見てない
what
ん
are
で
you
安いです。
doing?
Somebody clip
Like,
that.
where are you going?
Somebody
The
clip
reason why
that.
it's
One day
cheaper,
leaves.
is because, well,
That he already
it's
said her
looking at the Crystal
trash
Tower
pays
as
for
like the starting off
650
point. And
leaves
so
from Costa del Sol
if you consider
to
the
Cape
distance,
Bronze
it becomes very cheap. Like you're not teleporting too far.
なのでまあ節約されたい方
This is
は
not
ちょっとルートを考えてもらえると
as bad as it
良いかなと
looks.
思います。ちょっと4桁インパクトがでかいんで、すげえ値上がりしたし見えるんですけど、
Yeah, Hunts, get those Aetheryte tickets, and
安く
boom,
なってるところも
you
多数ある
teleport for
ので、
free
安
wherever
く
you
な
want
る
to go.
パターンも多数増えてるって言った方が正しいかな。はい。
So again, you might
Ridiculous.
want to consider the route that you're taking in order to save gil when you're teleporting. I know looking at a 4-digit cost for teleporting seems like a lot, but the calculation formula has been adjusted, and so it should properly like calculate out the sometimes the distance, depending on the distance, the cost would be cheaper than it originally was. So
まあちょっとこれに合わせて言っとくと転送チケットあるじゃないですか。
はい。
まあ、次回でお伝えしようと思ってたんですけど、転送
Keep
チ
in
ケット
mind
も
that quests give
ちょっ
us
とオプ
more
ションが
money
増え
every
ていて、
expansion. We were given 300,000 gil for completing ARR, and
以
it's
上だった
only
ら
gone
も
up.
う勝手に使ってくれ。これ以下は使わないでくれみたいな、なんか細かい設定ができるようになったり知ってるんで。
なるほど。
And Aetheryte tickets you teleport for free.
but that also kind of affects the teleport tickets. We're
Oh,
going
wait.
to save this for next PLL, but there's going to be different options for your teleportation tickets.
Good.
Like it's some of them might be like free for use within any range of
Okay.
distance, or some of it is like this for a certain other distance. So
Good.
there's also
Some
going
more
to be
different
like,
types of Aetheryte tickets.
in
Cool.
Good.
consideration of these fees being recalculated, the teleportation tickets are also going to be affected.
I bet that's better.
で、まあ、せっかくの機会なのでちょっとコメントを見ていると最近始めた方とか、まあ、MMO が初めてっていう方もいらっしゃるのでどのちょっとコメント見ててもそうなんですけど、そもそもなんで金飛んだよっていう方が結構いらっしゃるのでちょっと説明をし
I
てお
bet
く
that's
と
better
ま
because
ず
then you
シ
don't have
ス
to
テム
pay
こう
for
い
a
う
ticket
そ
that can
の
take you all
ギ
the way
ル
to
を
the
こ
moon
う
if you're just
いただ
using
くの
it
っ
to
て
go around.
システム側がギルを回収するっていう言い
I bet
方
you
をや
keep
っぱり
multiple of each
します。
tier.
これは僕も MMO 他のゲームも遊ん
I
で
bet
る
that's
時に
better.
ギルっていうかお金回収されてんなみ
And
た
I
い
hope
な。
their currencies, like your ventures, I hope they're kept in your currency tab.
So looking at the comments, and it might be because there are people who just started playing an MMO, but I do see that people are wondering, so why do we even charge a teleportation fee? So allow me to explain. With this system, of course, there's an element where we're sort of collecting gil.
で、
A lot of information being put on this.
モン
We're
スターを倒したりとか、
removing the
何か
upper limit
コンテン
on
ツをクリアしたり
teleportation
する
fees.
と、まあギルがシステムからこう払い出されてると思うんですけど、こういうギルを皆さんから回収させていただく場所を
Because we have
その
rampant,
作っていかないと、
uncontrollable inflation
皆さん
in
の中
MMOs, and
の
if we
ギ
do
ルが
nothing to
ただひ
curb
たすら
that,
溜
your
まっ
money
て
is
いく
worth
ことになるん
nothing.
ですね。
うん
で、
If you
プレ
make
イヤーの
money
皆さん
today
から
and
見
you
たら、
don't
いや
plan on
別
using
に
it
ギル
until
溜
next
まってい
month,
く
it
こ
will be
と
worth
でお
nothing.
前らが
Because
何が困るんだ
you
よ。
could have just
なんで減
waited
らす
and
んだ
gathered
っ
even
て
more.
なると思うんですけど、
It's,
これ
it's constant
みんな
inflation
が
in these
超
games.
絶お金持ち、ギル持ちになっちゃうと、結
He's
果、
about
マ
to
ーケット
explain
の
money
流
sticks
通
in
される
MMO.
アイテムとかがどんどん値上がりしてくるんですよ。
This protects us.
いわゆるインフレーション
It
し
is
てってし
in
ま
your
う
best
ので、
interest.
インフレーションを抑えるた
Because
めにも、
otherwise, what
やっ
happens
ぱり
is you
シス
sold
テム側で
material
回
today
収
for
させていただくギルっていう
5,000 when
の
you
はと
could
て
have
も
held
重
onto it
要
and
です。
sold it next month for 10,000 because everybody has too much money piling up.
So, for example, so we need a system where we're collecting gil from our players or from our
Yeah.
residents of Eorzea, and then the system kind of collects the money because when you're defeating monsters, your enemies, they would drop some gil and you would collect money. And that's where the system is actually paying back the players. And so there needs to also be a system where the system collects back the gil, and there needs to be that flow of back and forth of currency between the players and the system, because if things just spat out gil and we just became all
I think the
gillionaires,
Radical says,
sure,
but what
from a
about
player perspective,
wide
it's fine,
teleportation?
but,
They don't
if
mind the
you
higher
look
cost,
at
but
the
surely you
in-game economy,
shouldn't
like
ding
the
normal
market
players.
boards,
The thing is
pricing will
that it's
become very
normalized
inflated.
across
And
everybody.
so,
It's
as
everybody
part
takes the
of
fee. It's
kind
not
of
just
keeping that
saying, oh,
inflation
normal players
down,
are going to have
there
to pay
needs to
more.
be,
It's
a
everybody
means in
pays
which the system
this,
collects
like,
the
you know, this
gil
new
from
system.
players
So
at
it's
certain
not
times.
punishing one group of players.
で、コメントでね、
putting
いや別に
making
もうインフ
everybody
レしてんだ
equal.
よ。
And the fact that somebody wants to go make money in the game, that's their choice of how they do
逆なんで
that.
すよ。これやってきてもなおやっぱりインフレーションしちゃってるので、やっぱりそれを
You're good.
やらなかったらもっともっとインフレしてるんですね。なのでとても重要なので、本当に皆さんには申し訳ないんですけど、やっぱこういうところでシステム回収させていただくっていうのが長くやっぱり MMO っていうゲームを運営していく上でとても重要なので、すいません。
Yeah, but if you, the average player runs a dungeon, they got plenty of money to teleport. Like,
And of course,
no
I
problem.
also saw comments that say, well, prices are already inflated. It seems like everything is, the pricing is all inflated. but it's actually this is despite the fact that we're controlling it with having the system collect gil from our players. So if we didn't implement any sort of system where players are spending gil, it would pricing or the market would be even further inflated. So it is, again, very important that we have a means for the system to collect gil from our players. So again, it might be something that could cause some frustration, but it is a necessary means. So I hope you understand.
最後に、
はい。
そもそもじゃあこのテレポーターどこ行ってんだよ。
That's the way money
なんで
works.
金かかんだよっていうところなんですけ
A
ど。
poor person pays more percentage of their wealth
この
for
エーテル
milk
アイトモ
in the real world than a billionaire.
まあ皆さんのエーテルを
Your leveling roulette pays
転送する
11,000.
高度な
That's 10 teleports
が詰
for
め込まれておりまし
20
て、
minutes.
これが正
It
常に
didn't
動
cost
作
you
しなく
anything.
なるとですね、皆さんのエーテルが漂って飛躍を漂って帰
You're
って
still
これなく
going
な
to
って
make
しまったりするんですね。なので欠かさず皆さんのには分かんないところで結構メンテナンスをしてるんですよ、この世界の人たち。で、そのメンテナンスにお金がかかるので、いただいてるっていうことになってます。
It doesn't suck because it's happening to everybody simultaneously. It's relevant.
And,
If it
I
was
think people are still wondering about, well, why do we even collect a teleportation fee? So this is actually something that we've explained in the past, a long time ago, actually. So the Ethernet, as we call it, is only working properly because of the proper maintenance, the regular maintenance that is being done for the network, or else people might end up getting sucked into the ether and drift along the live stream. So
It doesn't matter
this
if you see it as a
maintenance
valid point,
costs a lot of
JC.
gil to
It is a
do.
valid
So
point.
Hence, we do require
There's
for
the system that y'all are
residents of
trying to
Lord's Inn
propose is
to,
probably the most
pay,
unfair
a teleportation
system
fee.
around. You're like, okay,
まあ実はね、これ、
let's just take out gil completely and make this some fake utopia.
ついにオールドシャワー
If
で
somebody wants to go get
エーテ
gil,
ルライトを作ってる人たちの
that's
施設が出てきて
fine. They're gonna have
な
more
るほど
gil.
内情わ
Someone
かりますん
doesn't.
で、
They
ちゃんと
don't.
ゲームに実装さ
But
れ
there's
ます
no
んで、
reason to have
ご使用
gil.
ください60。
Like it's a pipe dream.
And some people might be
I don't know another way to explain it other than
about this. And
this
they
is how
may
money
think that
works.
we're just making
And
this up.
people
But,
who think
I
this is
mean,
how money
we're
should
traveling
work,
to Old Charlie
but that's
with
a fantasy.
Endwalker, and those are the people who have created this
And so
Ethernet
games,
technology.
like
So
games especially
perhaps we
that
can
dive into a currency
get more
model,
insight into
literally how it works.
the background and how these
and even if you go and
ether
nerf
travel
an
is
input
implemented.
from, coffee biscuits,
じゃ
right?
あちょっとテレポ
Like
は
people are still going to go find ways to make
まあ
money.
これは
You're-
見ていただく
there's no
しかないかなと思う
solution to this
あとメディ
problem.
アの皆さんとかレポートをしてくださると思うので、
そうですね
そちらをご確認ください。あともう一個都市内転送網のアップデートについてお知らせしておきます。
So first, I think that
right.
covers the teleportation fee.
The Aetherite UI.
The media tour is
Okay.
going to happen soon, so I'm sure some of our media and/or influencers will be picking up on that in their coverage. Next up is teleportation and Ethernet updates, and so the Ethernet updates.
Gil for in 14 right now is used for
じゃあ
teleports
ちょっ
and
とユーザーイ
glamour.
ンターフェース画面に出しちゃってください。あれ？うん。
Oh, they went a little faster. There we go. I was like,
こんな感じでございます。
you
まるっと
capture that
新しいインターフェースになってます。
So the Ethernet UI,
Oh, way
as
better.
you can see, has been updated significantly.
oh, that's so nice.
これどうなってるかというと、とにかく今ま
If
で
you
の
can
リ
get a
ストだ
house,
とわ
I
かん
don't
ない
know
んですよ。
classify housing using
一応
gil
カ
because
ッ
it's
コ
a
でこの
one-time.
辺とか書い
It's
て
a
るんですけど、
one-time
実
thing.
際どこだ
Money for housing isn't the
で
problem.
ちょっとゲー
They
ム
don't
画
have
面
enough
出して
housing.
もらえますか。
ほい。実機です。
ま
Oh, they're
あ、
showing
た
in
だ
game.
ワンクリックっていうか増えはするんですけど、今ウルダ派です。地
Please
図
so
が
I can just click on one.
右側に出ます。
Yeah,
開けば
that'd be ideal.
で、
I guess like
こう
they have it to
ど
where
こそれどこっていうのがクリックするとですね、右の地図が
Just
変わり
click
ま
one.
す。
did they add
Click one.
more Ethernet points?
No, that's Ulda. Ulda has a ton of them.
I wish they would just combine the city back into one.
As you can see, the UI
These are free.
shows
Ethernets
a
are free.
list of the different locations.
A
Previously,
lot of people making a lot
it
of
was
money
just
off
a
of
list
Eureka, said Dave.
of text.
A lot of money.
And I mean, we did put like parentheses and kind of show where it sort of is, but it is very hard to tell where exactly you're teleporting to within a particular town. And so with this updated UI, when you click on one of the items on the list, you will see that there will be a map displayed to the right of it. So you can see where exactly you will be teleporting to. So for example, we are in Ulda right now, and we're clicking on the different locations, and it would.
So what other
pop
things, what other
up
guild things
on
would you like to
the
see
map
subdued?
on the right-hand side.
まあ、なぜもっと早く作らなかったのかとかね、
はい
最初からこうすれば、まあもちろんおっしゃる通りなんですけど、大変なんですよ、こういうの作るの。まあ本当お待たせしたんですけど。はい。
And I'm sure some of you are saying, well, why didn't you do this sooner? And I wish it was like this from the beginning. And apologies for that. It is quite an undertaking to do something like this. So it has been a long time coming, but we will be finally implementing this.
で、これ、まあ選んで押せば、もう一回ね、転送されます。
So you're going to have to double click if you want to, if you've chosen where you want to go. But yeah, once you click on it twice, then you are teleported to that.
Yeah, I like that setup so much better than the little menu.
で、この辺なんだよなっていう場合、こっちだとワンクリックで地図上の
Yeah, he was able to just click on the map
開園テライトワンクリッ
and
ク
go to the Aetherite, Chris.
And then
It's way better.
you can also teleport directly to a particular location if you go into the map and click on the sort of simplified icon of the Aetherite shard.
Perfect. This is way better.
これで、ま、迷うことは
これ大丈夫そう
なくなるのではないかと。
だいぶいいんじゃないでしょうか。
We're hoping that that would alleviate any people getting lost on which Ethernet location to jump to.
はい。ということで、都市内転送ものアップデートも合わせてお伝えいたしました。
はい。
Like this.
さて、今日お伝えしておきたいその他のアップデートは2つございまして、
はい。お願
まず
いします。
1つ目なんですが、今自動ログアウトが、入ってます30分。でこれによってちょっと
Progress
一部
towards
の
Fisher
主
Intuition
釣
remained
り
after
に影
logging
響が
out.
出ている。で、まだなんとかしますというお話をさせていただいてたんですが、漁師の直感の発動に必要な魚の釣り上げ数、今何匹釣ってるっていうのがログ
Oh
ア
yeah,
ウ
I
トし
think
ても
that I would love to see the game's
データと
economy
して
shift to a
保持するっていう
player-driven
かなり
economy.
スペシャルな対応をさせていただいたので、ただすいません、かなりスペシャルな対応だったので 6.0 じゃないとちょっとやっぱり間に合わないというか入れられないので 6.0 からこうなりますので、すいませんがちょっと我慢いただけると助かります。
So there are a couple more updates, miscellaneous updates that we wanted to share with you today. One of which is it affects the fishers out there who attempts to catch the big fish. Now, as of 5.58, we implemented an automatic logout after 30 minutes of inactivity. And I know it affected a lot of you fishers out there who wanted to maintain fisher's intuition, and I wanted to do something about it. And so our solution to that is we are going to be making adjustments so that progress towards fisher's intuition will remain even after logging out. So the count of how many fish you have captured for a particular big fish will be saved as like data, even if you log out. It's quite a special or like a unique adjustment that we had to make. So I'm afraid it won't be implemented until the release of the expansion. But yes, it will be updated as of 6.0.
まあ自動ログアウトがね、まあまだ継続かっていうちょっとお声もあるかなとは思うんですけど、 全く外せるようなすいません状態ではなくてですね、まあ一昨日が最高人数、昨日がまたさらに最高人数、これがまた全リージョンなんですね。北米もそうですし、ヨーロッパもそうですし、日本もそうなんですけど、ずっと毎日最大数を更新し続けてるっていう状態で、本当申し訳ないんですけど、本当ね、半導体さえなんとかなればなんですけど、ちょっとワールドも今足せない状態なので、すみませんが続きます。で、当然これ 6.0 来てからもよりだと思うので、ちょっと申し訳ないんですが、ご迷惑をおかけしますが、よろしくご理解のほどお願いいたします。
And with that, I think people have already surmised that, automatic logout is still going to stay in effect even after the launch of the expansion. And I'm afraid it is. I'm afraid we're not in a position to sort of remove that restriction yet. We are still recording record number of logins, simultaneous logins. So, and this applies to all of our global regions, not just North America, Europe, but also Japan as well. And we're continuously sort of breaking our record of people who are logging in on a daily basis. So I'm really sorry if there's a way that semiconductors became more readily available even in this situation. Until then, we are unable to add additional worlds. So, and I think with the launch of the expansion, we anticipate more people coming in. So again, we really apologize for the inconvenience that this may cause, but yeah, I'm afraid we will have to continue with this automatic logout and whatnot. So your support is definitely appreciated.
でこれに付随してですね、もう一個これはもう本当に申し訳ないのですが、お知らせがあってですね、ちょっと混雑、その 6.0 へ向けてのちょっと混雑の対応を優先してサーバーの性能を上げたりですね、ダウンしないように対策をしたりっていうので、今サーバー班全員がそっちにかかりきりという状態でして、ちょっとやっぱり今のタイミングでデータセンタートラベルを開けてしまうと、さらに 6.0 でかなりやばい状態になりそうだということで、ちょっと 6.0X 以降にちょっと延期をすいませんさせてください。
And then another, again, this is very unfortunate, and we're really sorry about this, but in order for us to address the server congestions, we do want to focus on sort of alleviating the congestion and also helping with bolstering the performance of our servers so that we won't experience any disconnections or servers going down at the time of the expansion release. And so we have the server team working on that element. So I'm terribly sorry, but I'm afraid we will probably not have the data center travel until this 6.x and beyond.
まあちょっと生カメ切り替えてもらっても大丈夫なんですけど、まあ SNS でね、やっぱりこの機能を発表してから、そのデータセンター、論理データセンターが違うところで遊んでるお友達同士がね、会えるのをすごい楽しみにしてくださってるのをいつも拝見していて、なんとかそのそれが来たら会えるね。でもそれが目的で僕ら頑張って作ってきた機能なので。
So my final thought on this stuff, dude, is that this is the absolute most fair implementation of said system because it's a system that everybody uses and it's applied equally across the board. However much money one player chooses to have over another and the percentage of their wealth doesn't apply. It does that would be an unfair system. This is a fair system that they're adding. And it then adds a little bit more importance to Gil. So everybody taking part in this helps keep inflation in check, thus not making that player who is an average player who in your example, doesn't have enough money, having to go out and purchase skill or break terms of service just to be able to engage with the market boards and things like that. It keeps inflation from running rampant, which punishes the average player, not the person who's engaging.
So many people on the social channels really excited about, we're in different data centers, but we can now play together, and so many people looking forward to being able to play with friends that they previously were not able to. So we really wanted to deliver on data center travel as originally planned, but I'm afraid with this current situation and having data center travel available at the time of expansion launch, and thinking about the potential risk of a severe influx of people coming in, not just for the expansion, but people moving around within their regions and visiting each other on the different data centers within each regions. And say, for example, God forbid, there's some kind of bug that happens at the launch of the expansion, and it gets carried over into the servers, and what if the server went down? We would have a very hard time identifying what caused the bug. Is it because of an influx of people coming in from the different data centers, or is it because the influx of just the sheer number of players that are joining new? And it's going to cause confusion. And say if the server went down for some reason, it might take us longer than anticipated to get it back up online. And if this were any previous, like lesser of an impact, or if it had been previous expansions, we may have been able to take the risk. But I think it's just right now it is a bit too much of a risk that apologies. Again, this is a Yoshida decision that I think we don't want to endanger us with this potential risk. So apologies. We've decided to kind of postpone the opening up of data center travel.
オセアニアデータセンターに関しては、もう完全にオセアニアというか、物理データセンターで閉じてて、機材も遅れはしたけどギリギリ揃ってるので、以前公開したスケジュールから今大きくは変わってないです。それはもうどちらかというと既存のプレイヤーの皆さんにあんまり影響を与えるものじゃないので、そこは大丈夫そうです。はい。
As for the oceanic data center, we are still pretty much on track for that one. It's a physical data center that we will be opening for that. So, of course, it was a struggle to get the necessary equipment shipped over and whatnot, but we don't have any significant impact or changes made to plans for the oceanic data center, thank goodness. And that shouldn't hopefully affect the existing players anyway, so.
ちょっとこれに関連してよくこの手の話をすると、最近ねクラウドを試せみたいなコメントをね海外でもちらほら見るんですよ。
目にしますね。
And related to that, I've been recently seeing more and more comments, and this is not just Japan, but I've seen comments from the West as well, about, well, why don't you try out cloud?
我々14チームが、当然言ってないですけどやってないわけはなくて、実は2年前ぐらい
This would be interesting.
2年以上前か1年半ぐらいかけて
He talked about a cloud for Final Fantasy
長いと
XI.
ころと一緒にやってたんですね。実証実験は実は1年ぐらいかけてやってました。
So, of course, as Final Fantasy XIV, we of course we have tried exploring cloud gaming, and we have already been looking at it. I think it's already more than 2 years ago, and we spent a fairly hefty amount of time, a considerable amount of time, 1.5 years to test the cloud technology with a fairly major partner.
Please tell me the partner name.
実はですね、やっぱり一番のボトルネックは、まあ結論から
It's
言え
one
ば
of three guys.
どう
It's
にもならな
Microsoft, Amazon, or Google.
ですかえってサーバーコストは上がるし、ちょっと安定性っていうところもちょっと担保できなさそうだったので、現時点では。なので結論から言うとNG になってます。
And there were bottlenecks, but just long story short, we couldn't really make it feasible, make it make sense to us. With the different assessments that we have done, it will have cost us more in terms of server cost. Stability would not have been like guaranteed, and various factors led us to sort of forego or just consider this a no-go opportunity.
まあただ言っとくと、ゾーンサーバーと呼ばれてるものの処理とかは、いけることが逆に言うと実証できたんですけど、ダメなのが僕らがものすごいプレイヤーの皆さんのデータを超高速に安全高く扱っている
And so just so people are aware, they're talking about cloud hosting for their servers, not necessarily like leveraging like GeForce Now or something like Stadia or
どうにも速度
xCloud.
が出なくて、ここはもうでも解消
But I
しよ
hope
うが
those things are coming because those would just connect to the servers.
はい。
But of course, through the extensive testing that we did, we were able to find out that zone servers can be sort of supported by cloud technology. That what was a bottleneck for us was the database server, which is a very high processing speed and high security, and because that had such great like speed as well as security, it's just connecting the zone server and the database server and having enough speed to connect those two was not feasible. And it was kind of like not overqualified, but like it was an overspec on that end. So
なのでやった結果として、僕としては覚悟を決めてですね、物理で
そうですね。
もう作っちまえばいいと、もう早いし安全だしって思ってるんですけど、このコロナ禍で半導体不足がすごい出て、まあ、ただ早くね皆さんに安定したものを届けられるっていうところがやっぱオンプレ物理の魅力なので、まあそこを当面は続けていくことになるかなと思います。はい。
And so with the testing that we have done, that kind of solidified my resolve about, well, physical is better. In this case, it's fast, it's safe. Of course, we would love to continue providing stability and whatnot by growing and expanding on our physical data centers. But with the pandemic going on and with a shortage of semiconductors, the situation could improve. I wish it would improve soon, but I think for the time being, we still want to stick with physical servers.
はい、僕からのすいません、お知らせは以上となります。
How does that make you feel, Chris?
Cloud servers are still physical servers. They're just owned by somebody else.
Right.
It's leasing instead of buying.
I think basically they want more control in how their infrastructure is set up, that it's not designed in a way that actually would reduce their costs. How their systems are programmed.
You should not use a rental.
もう一回やりますよ。
Right.
The advantage of cloud is that it scales up, scales down. So if you were like a seasonal company, but when you have constant demand, it's in your best interest.
What we could not discuss today was discussed. Will be discussed at the next PLL.
Thank you so much,
ということ
Michael.
で、ここからはですね、
they'll be going up
これでおし
before
ま
I
い
go
な
to
んですけれ
bed.
ども、おしまいの前にいくつか今日もまた新しい
So we're going to podcast summary, which is pinned in the pinned comment, and you can hang out if you want us just to run the summary for you. That will be then split up over on Work the Game, and I'm going to get those uploaded
news announcement.
tonight.
So let's check it with you all and then before closing. So では最初のお知らせです。画面お願いします。はい。東京ゲームショウが10月3日が意外と再来週 2週間後に迫っております。So the first announcement is the Tokyo Game Show 2021. It's in about 2 weeks, and then we are gonna have, same as the recent TGS stages, FF14 will have a program of Astro with Yoshi P at Tokyo Game Show 2021 online. ヨシ P 散歩 TGS2021 を10月3日日曜日の午後9時から、これ今年のスクエニの TGS 放送の大トリを飾る14が、ヨシ P 散歩で、吉田さんが14を遊ぶっていうのを堂々とやるという。いいのかね。This is the program will be streamed online on October 3rd, Sunday, Japan time, from 9 p.m. Japan time. で、今年なんですけども、スライドにあります通り、今回はオタク訪問スペシャルをやろうということなんですよね。So this time we are visiting player estates.
いやこれね迷ったんですよ、
はい、
なんか今回4層霊式4層やってないなと思ったんですけど、もうなんか超える力もめっちゃかかってきちゃってるし、はい、なんかまた大鳥になんかね、他の人が見た時になんだかわかんねえバトルのすげえの見てもなって思って、しかも僕のスキル回しも今もう6-0仕様になっちゃってるからすげえミスりそうだし今回はいろんな人が見てくれるだろうってことを考えて、はい、素晴らしい絵の数々を作っている皆さんにコンタクトをしてですね、こんなすげえハウジングできるんだっていうのを
No, we're just really good friends. Let me see if I have the history command.
So this, we really were torn about what to show during this TGS presentation. This is actually the last slot in the Square Enix block that we're allowed by the organizers. Like, I thought about, well, maybe we could do the fourth turn of a Savage content, but I mean, this is a lot of like echo pressure here. This is the last presentation of Square Enix. And what if people looked at this like spectacular battle and just not know what's going on? And with the skill set, with all of the 6.0 checks that I had to do, like my skill rotations are now like geared towards 6.0. So I'm worried about potentially failing on some of these rotations. And so with
failing on the rotations,
given that a lot of different people will be watching this show, we thought about, okay, well, why don't we contact those people who have built these wonderful in-game estates and just show off this is the kind of housing and furnishings and decorations that we can do to our viewers.
はい、ということでぜひ
どっちかっていうとコメント前半多かったの吉田ずるいぞ6-0スキル回しなんてって言われて仕事なんだよ
People were commenting on, Yoshida, you already know the skill rotations for 6.0. No, not fair. And I'm thinking to myself, but that's because I have to work. This is part of my work.
Yeah, it's his job.
少なくともクローマは完璧である
そういうこと言うから
But to say the least, Black Mage is, I've got Black Mage down to a T, so yeah.
I can't wait to see how Black Mage feels.
そしてですね、今年の TGS はなんとこれだけではございません。
It's probably going to be my bay, but
次のスライドお願いします。
like all the casters look so freaking good, dude.
はい、なんと吉田さんが坂口博信さんと特別対談をすると。We have one more thing about the Tokyo Game Show this year. So this is not official Square Enix program, but this is done by TGS itself. So it's presented by the Famitsu, and there will be a special talk session with Mr. Hironobu Sakaguchi. You know, father of Final Fantasy.
Showing people the houses they can't buy because there's not enough
対談を
houses.
すると。あらばら。
はい。お久しぶりなんですけどものすごく。
Yeah, I'm surprised by that too, some dude.
RPG の魅力と可能性というテーマで。
Summoner being massively overhauled, Scholar
まあちょっと
seeming very
緊張も
safe.
してるんですけど。
I was expecting
朝
more
ちょっと早め
changes.
なんですけど。
だいぶ早いですね。
おそらく坂口さんが海外の。
あ、そうですね。
多分時差だとは思うんですけど。
はい。
はい、ちょっと早めなんですけど、ぜひご覧になれる方は見ていただけるといいな。はい。
Been a while to do a talk session like this. well, I've been asked. The theme is the appeal and potential of RPGs. So I'm a bit nervous, and plus it's quite early in the morning for Japanese audience, but I'm suspecting it's because Mr. Sakaguchi is outside of Japan, so it's probably because of the time zones. But if you're interested, please feel free to tune in.
Hi, and the good news is there will be a live interpretation. So, I mean, those who are English speaker players, please look forward to it. So, 同時通訳が行われるということを伺っておりますので、海外の皆さんもぜひご覧いただければと思います。はい、それでは続いてまいりましょう。So, let's check the next updates, next news. どうぞ。はい。It's about the next Beta Live number 67. It's scheduled November 6th,
Hey,
Saturday, November 6th.
Right on the money.
11 a.m. Japan time. Or
Brian, I should do this for a
Friday
living.
You
Pacific
should.
time. 次回の PLL ですが、67回は11月6日土曜日の、日本時間午前11時、アメリカ西
So
海
they're
岸
gonna, yeah, this is where more updates for crafting and gathering, system-related adjustments, and the new PvP.
So,
Make
with
PvP,
next PLL, we
I guess,
are going
accurate,
to
you know.
cover various updates.
I'm happy to see so many more people doing PvP,
discipline of hands
but
or and
I'm
lands,
hopeful
and
the updates are gonna even make it
system-based
better.
Updates and a new PvP mode. はい。次回はギャザクラ関連とか、システム関連アップデート、そして新しい PvP についてなどなど、こちらも盛りだくさんで。
そうですね。バイリンガルでお届け。あゆみさんまた頑張っていただきます。はい。
今日と同じセットアップで。
はい。
Yeah, the next PLL should be same setup as today. So we are gonna have あゆみさん。あゆみさんよろしくお願いいたしま
that's
す。
Friday, November 5th.
Thank you. I'll be joining.
Marking my
I'm sorry,
calendar.
European players, it's 2 in the morning.
Same time, same start time.
チームから
Probably another.
次回も4時間ですねって言われたんですけど、今日の感じからすると嘘ですよね。多分5、6時間じゃないかと踏んでおりますが、皆さんもまたね、
Yeah, you're 100%
日
right,
本時
so
間で
dude.
すと土曜朝からですけど、ごゆるりとご覧いただければと思います。
Back at the last media tour, it was
The
even
next
less.
one
Like it
will
was,
be again.
I was just,
It's-
yeah.
We are told
I'd love
it's
to see
gonna
them
be
bring back like Shadow
4 hours
Flare,
streaming, but
at least for
it's gonna
Summoner
be,
or Scholar.
5 or 6 hours maybe. Yeah, so yeah, please look forward to it. はい、それでは続いていきましょう。
5 or 6 hours, maybe.
続いてのお知らせ
5 or
です。
6.
ジョブ専用武器デザイ
Weapon
ンコ
design
ンテスト
contest
現在すでに
entry
行われてお
submission
り
closes
ます
Monday,
が、
October
こ
4th.
ちらの応募締め切りが10月4日までとなっておりますので、皆さん締め切り間に合うようにぜひとも応募お待ちしております。
はい、お待ちしておりま
So
す。
next update is the weapon design contest, which is going now, and then the submission closes on Monday, October 4th. So please don't miss
They
it.
talked about
So,
actually
we
removing
already
Resurrection
have
and Physic
tons of
from Summoner, but
submissions,
it survived by its
from
skin of its
all
teeth.
over the country.
And they said that specifically.
す
Like,
でにものすごい量の応募作品をいただいておりまして、本当楽しみなんですけれども、引き続きよろしくお願いいたします。
はい。
Hurry up.
では
I'm ready to
続
sum
い
this
て
thing
まいり
up.
ましょう。続いてのお知らせこ
I
ち
think
ら
we
です
all。are.
こちらも、最近ご案内しましたが、
They
コ
have
レ
7
クターズエディ
minutes
シ
before
ョンの
the 6-hour
デジタルアップグレード 50% オフセール
I thought
という
we'd
の
be
が
doing
9
the
月
podcast
30
too.
日まで行
Well,
って
I
おりま
guess
す
it's
の
three.
で、そういえば C 版持ってなかったわという方が
そうですね。
お安くアップグレードできるチャンスですので、
はい
ぜひともご利用ください。
はい
The next one is the special sale. We are now having a 50% sale.
Yeah,
Collector's
100%,
edition
man.
always. The sale lasts until
I'm tempted by
the
this.
end of this month.
Yeah, you don't have all the
September
collector's
30th,
sons.
So please don't.
Right.
I'm missing Heaven's Word and
そして
Realm
続
Reborn.
きまして、
Because I
新し
wasn't
いお知
sure I
ら
was
せ
gonna
です
stick with
が、
this
レイド
game.
コンピレーションアルバム第2弾の発売が
Since then, I'm like, oh yeah, I'll buy
決定いたし
collectors.
ました。So the next update is a new album, new music album, Time and Again to Final Fantasy XIV Raid Dungeon Themes. ということで
This will be the last part. We're going to start back at the beginning. We're going to sum this whole thing up. And we're going to do what they did in 6 hours in hopefully
はい、こちらですね。
An hour.
こちらが
Yeah,
9
and
月
so we'll do like
30
an hour, 3
日発売予
parts,
定となっております。
giving
This will
you guys
be
more of our thoughts
released on
on it.
September
And so I
30th.
have the link in the in chat. Y'all want to from the YouTube side? Y'all,
period now through September 30th.
そりゃそうだ、月末に出るっつってんだ
yeah, because I can't raid that that stream.
なんかある。
Now's when they start selling things.
Yep. I'm gonna get
はい、というこ
too.
とで、ぜひともご検討ください。よろしくお願いいたします。では続いて参りましょう。続いてはこちらです。行月のフィナーレメインテーマのレコード発売が決定いたしました。We want to introduce the Endwalker 7-inch vinyl single ということで、こちらも現物ございます。7インチレコードですね。
2 days before the game comes out.
カメラにしてください。はい、こちら。ね、こんなサイズでして。
書き下ろしジャケットで。
書き下ろしジャケットで。
はい。
中身にもあるんです。いや、it's brand new。一緒。ね、見せてもいいよって言われたんで、こちら、よいしょ。ね、こちらも。これ本物。
そうですね。デジタルデータついてくるんで、
はい、
コレクターズアイテムとして別に買っていただいて、
それでもいいですね。
それでも全然大丈
夫。はい。
And there is a download code for a MP3 version of the tracks that are included. So even if you don't own a record player, you can still have the vinyl as a collector's item, and you can still enjoy the music digitally.
で、メインテーマに関しては音楽の配信サービスでのリリースも今後予定されてるんですけども、
You mean your
LP で出ますよ。
2021 vehicle or whatever doesn't have a record player in it? Oh, good. We support MP3.
Available via subscription service, I mean digital online service in a later timing. But at this point, this is the news about the 7-inch vinyl, and then this will be available on November 17th.
The podcast stream is already scheduled, so as soon as this is over, I'm gonna hit end, and then we'll pop up over there.
YouTubers love to migrate from one of Brian's channels to another. Twitch people, you can just stay here.
Yep.
We're gonna keep this party going.
And then I'm gonna edit these things, and I'm gonna put them up on Work to Game. And for anybody who listens to the audio, you're gonna have access to that.
紙類大丈夫ですか？大丈夫ですね。
紙類はもう別に売ってもいいんじゃねえか説。
実機じゃない。ごめんなさいね。実機じゃない。
I think we're all but like, okay.
はい、どうぞ。
はい、カメラお願いします。
It's always like this at the end, but the problem is every once in a while there's like, oh yeah, and one more thing, and they reveal something. Like,
oh, heck on it, yeah.
So we gotta wait through all the merch.
It's not every time. It's just, yeah. Showing this giant doll.
これはですね、This is a new collaboration.
A new collaboration.
With between high-end doll makers, Volks and FF14. で、ヤシュトラがこちらボークスさん。さまざまなドールの比較製造を手掛けるボークスさんとのコラボレーションで、ドールとフィギュアの魅力を併せ持つドルフィードリームというラインナップにヤシュトラがこのように登場いたしますということでございまして、
これがですね、服の素材一つ一つからですね。
I'm glad you said it,
徹底監修をさせていただきつつ、
like I think it's the eyes and the face. Like
会社さんなんですけど、
her right eye looks red, but I can't see it behind the hair.
服だけを欲しいからっていう人たちもいるんですけど、大満足していただけると思っております。
すごいですね。
はい。
So these Dolphy Dream,
somebody needs to get that for Asmongold.
Very high, and
he got some crazy merch sent to him in his PO box opening.
Yeah.
Team, and just even the textures of the different layers on her outfit, it's just so high. And with these Dolphys, some people just want to collect them for the outfits that these dolls wear, and I feel that this is something that collectors can be very much satisfied with.
はい。ということで、こちらでは商品情報を確認してお
高いんでしょう。
お高いとお思いでしょう。こちらなんと10万円を切りまして、99,880円でのお届けとなります。でこちらがですね、2022年の12月末の発売予定、発送予定なんですけれども、そのためには、ね、予約を11月21日までにしていただく必要があります。はい、予約商品となっておりますので、興味がある方は予約していただいて、 そうすると
It's cheaper than the
2022年
guitar.
の12月末頃にお届けとなる商品ですので
But Square Enix knows how to monetize.
No, stuff like this is expensive. It's
Yeah.
expensive.
Oh,
Stuff
it's-
like this.
1年で
It's very expensive.
1年作りますんで。
はい。
What's
はい
that? What's that?
So yeah, as you
What was that
can
last thing you
see,
said?
you have to
And it's a small batch.
you have to
It's
make
like you're not getting the
pre-order
advantage
to
of-
purchase this, and then you need to make your pre-order by November 21st. Then you will be the scheduled delivery timing will be late December 2022 next year. So yeah, we needed
I was gonna say a year to make these.
Manufacturing time.
You pre-ordered this November, they'll have it to you
は
by
い、ということ
December
で、
next
こ
year.
ちらリンク先にすでに情報ございますので、ご確認いただければと思います。You can check the detail and then you can also
Yeah, there's a
make
guitar, Chris.
pre-order.
They partnered with Fender.
On the website.
And then there's also an in-game guitar.
はい、よろしくお願いいたし
お願いし
ま。
ます
それでは続いて次参りましょう。続いてはこちらです。はい。FF14 公式の新しい、マーチャンダイズ商品のご紹介で、まずは T シャツパーフェクトアレキサンダーです。はい、the new announcement from the FF14 team, the new official merchandising items. The first one is the T-shirts, Perfect Alexander ということで、
Perfect
今日は
Alexander.
冒頭から私着ておりました。生壁になりますか。よいしょ。ちょっとはい。いけないか。こんな感じです。これはね、かっこいいんだ。
そうなんですよ。
ね
だいぶ苦労しましたね。
素敵。
Come on.
こだわっ
We're ready to sum up.
随分かかったと伺っております。
て。はい。
Let's move it along, guys.
背中がね、コミック風の合体
あ、そうそう。
みたいな。
よいしょ。背中
The design is quite elaborate here, as you can see in the artwork. And there's also a backside. Looks like something out of a comic book where Alexander comes together and assembles.
はい。
はい。ということで、こちらが12月18日発売予定です。すでに現在予約することが可能でございますので、ご確認ください。So this will be available. The release timing will be November 2021. And then you can make pre-order already on official Square Enix store. はい。それでは続いてはカメラからいきますか、じゃあ。はい、続いての商品はこちらなので生カメお願いします。はい、続いての商品そちら。ですね。オフィシャルグッズ肩たたき棒です。
happening?
I don't know, I guess
こち
some
ら
kind of
サンプルなん
weird
ですけど、ほぼ最
massager.
終版に近い
with the,
実際のサンプルを
Serpent of
今日お持
Ranka.
ちしておりますが、肩たたき棒が2種類ございまして、今吉田さんが持ってるのが、
Oh
ロン
my
カー
gosh.
水ヘビの方で、私が
And
持って
back
る方
scratcher
が
as well.
パ
So.
ッドキャット
Back scratcher.
ございます
で、なんと肩こるんですよ。
Back scratcher.
肩叩くマッサージの部分と、あとこっち孫の手がついている。
Oh my goodness.
そう。The next item is the shoulder massage stick. The one is a fat cat, and then the other is the great serpent of Ronka. And this is actually you can, massage.
I'm
And
not
then
gonna lie.
also you can
If that was
scratch
like,
on your back, scratch your
I
back.
would use that right now.
これ
Yeah.
海外、あみさんこれ海外で
There
'Cause
we
I've
go.
been sitting in this
孫の
chair
手
most of the last 19 hours.
なんだっけな。
So, my knees hurt, back hurts.
Back scratcher.
Back
There was a
Back
term
scratcher.
that なんだっけな、なんかあった。
All right, let's
Like
go.
monkey's paw.
Come on, guys.
And then we've saved the best thing for last.
But yes,
you
you
can
can
scratch your back.
Scratch your back.
いや相当がっちりしてるから取れないと思う。
はい、最終品はまだこれサンプルなんで、今
ああ
我々が無茶すると抜ける可能性があるので。
でも結構しっかりしてる。
Uh,
で、吉田さんが持ってる棒の方が最終版の方です。
あ、こっち。
はい、こちらちょっと今検討中の段階あってちょっと色が違うんです。
へえ。
はい、ということになっております。
かわいい。
はい、こちら12月18日発売予定です。This will be available in the West. This will be scheduled for February next year, 2022.
Great.
はい、ということでぜひともご検討ください。続いてです、こちら。はい、アクリルスタンドです。各ジョブ出しておりますが、新ジョブが増えたということで、リーパーと賢者のアクリルスタンドです。So next item is the Lyric job stands.
Don't you
So
worry.
we already have the other
You're
jobs,
not.
and then
You're
now
not.
we have a Reap and Sage. So we have
We got you.
these two. はい、実物ございます。はい、こんぐらいのサイズ感ね。吉田さん
Those
の
look good.
方がリーパー
Those look really good. I'm not gonna lie.
賢者です。はい。こちらも、
I'd
日本は
rather get him as
12月
pose, like kind of really
18
cool. I wonder
海外
what's that?
は
What's that
来年
stuff that I've been
2
seeing people like
予定となって
advertise?
おります。This
Like
will
the
be scheduled
wall
for
things,
release
like
at
the
February 2022.
displays.
That's
Or,
just the job.
はい、ということでよろ
I'm
し
just
くお願
saying,
いい
like
た
I
します。
wouldn't mind getting like 14,
次
whatever those people
はい
put on the
ジョブ
wall.
が増えたので、
Displays.
こちらも
Those are all
ジョブの
made by
ピンバッジです。
Artists. Those aren't made by them.
The next one is the
But you can
new
print anything you
job
want on a
pins
display.
for Reap and Sage. はい、で
You
は
put
こ
your
ちら
face
も
on a display
今
if
日
you
一日中
wanted to.
私つけておりまし
Or
た。
a
カメラお
billboard.
願いします。はい。ね、まあすでにお持ちの方いるでしょうから、あれと同じものの新ジョブ2つ分です。ね、リーパーと、セイジ、賢者ということで、
Come on.
いい感じです。なので皆さんぜひとも。
Official Final Fantasy XIV
は
butt
い
plugs
ありがとう
coming
ございま
soon.
すこちらも12月18日、海外は来年2月の発売です。So this will be again scheduled to release on February 2022. はい。そして次最後だけ、ちょっとこちらが2本だけの商品になってしまうんですけれども、
Here we go. We're ready to do the summary.
はい、オフィシャルカレンダー、来年2022年のオフィシャル
Oh
カレンダ
my
ーです。
god.
So unfortunately, this is only available.
Does your computer
in
not have a
Japan,
calendar? Well, we've got you
we are gonna have a new calendar 2022. ということで、こちらが今年の12月24日発売で、実物が一応ございます、吉田さん。まあ、サイズはこんなサイズ感、生カメにしてください。はい。ね、いいサイズのカレンダー。
中身はこんな感じ。
I would buy it right now if it had all the patch dates in it.
Oh wow! What a treat! He's showing us what pages. Come on, Yoshi. Come on, let your audience and the EU and the NA
作業
can
中でございます。Now, work in progress.
finish up their work.
生紙必要だったのかっていう疑問が俺の中にすごいあるんで。
そうで
Did
す
we
ね。
really want to
He
cut the
can't show
live
it off
camera
because
here?
it has
Photo code insides?
本当だよね。
artwork
その通りです。
from the new zones and everything.
はい、ということで、オフィシャルグッズのご紹介です。さあ、so this is new official merchandise items. So we have couple more things to announce before closing.
Wait, how
はい、
many
じゃあ
things do
次
we
お願
still
いし
sell?
ま
We
す
have。82 more things.
ドン。はい、現在、行っております。
Okay, so event period,
you know.
15の、
Alright,
コ
this
ラ
is
ボイベ
actually
ン
stuff that
ト
matters.
です。The first one is FF14 and FF15 collaboration, which is happening already.
Reminder.
So
Yeah.
this ends
October
on
18th.
October 18th. So please don't miss it. So こちら10月18日までまだちょっとあるなと思って油断してるところ意外にすぐ来ますから、
Okay.
しっかり、
Here we go.
ゴールドソーサーに通って皆
Get your
さんレガ
car.
リアをゲット
Get
して
your car. Get
はい
your car. Get
はい、
your
ということ
car.
でよろしくお願いし
You
ます。
can get 60,000 MGP every week by doing your fashion
続
report
いてですが、
which
次の
is-
ページお願いします。
懐かしいな。
every Friday
Oh.
to Tuesday reset.
これが見えたということは、
Anytime.
はい、FF14 とドラクエ10のコラボが再演することが決定いたし
It's
ま
been a long
した。
time since these were
So
available.
the last announcement is about the FF14 and the Dragon Quest
Cool.
10 collaboration returns. はい、こちらイベント期間が、10月19日から11月11日のスケジュールで予定しております。So the collaboration period will
I
be
still have this helmet.
from October 19th through November 11th. はい、ということで、ドラクエ10コラボがやってまいりますの
Yeah,
で、
it's been a long
ぜ
time.
ひともお見逃しなくよろしくお願いいたします。
はい。新規の人はね、
ね、
やってない人もかなりいると思うので。
そうそう。
はい。
Yeah.
So
This was like
that's-
Yokai. I think it's been at least 4
Hi.
years.
New players, I'm sure, have not had a chance to do some of these collab events, so I'm sure it's
Cool.
going to be quite busy.
はい、ということで、 なんかそうごめんなさいね。
そう
カメラを動か
That's what we
したせいで
stayed for.
画角がむちゃくちゃになったんですけど、まあまあまあいいです。
大丈夫じゃないですか。もうおじさんだし、おじさんの顔は別に斜めだろうがなんだろうが。
I don't
いいです
remember.
よ。多少
That's
引
been
いて
4
じゃない
years,
と
so
ワイプが入
like,
んないでしょ。あゆみさんのワイプが入んないから。
うんうん
I don't think
よ
so.
し。
I think it
という
was
こと
do
で
fates,
今日
get
のお知らせ
tokens.
コーナーはこれで
Take
全部
tokens
となりました。
and
Okay, this
turn in for
is
stuff,
actually a
but
wrap
that's-
of today's
That could
letter
be
live.
false.
ということで吉田さんから最後に一言。
いやもういいんじゃないか。傾いては
I
い
think
る
it
け
was
ど、
like
なん
question
かいじる
words
と
or like
第三子になりそうじゃ
like
な
the
い
Easter thing where you like do
Yeah,
the
so,
thing and it gives you
we'd like
enough,
to
and then if
take
you want to keep doing
some
it, you can
comments
get more
from
of the
Mr.
rewards.
Before closing.
Yeah.
お願いします。
はい、
And the reason for
ま
that
あ
is
すみ
sometimes
ません、
they'll
ま
give
ず
you
は
out of
長
the
時
helmet,
間
but
お
if
付
you
き合い
want
あ
to
り
put
が
that
とうご
helmet
ざいま
on,
した。
First and foremost, thank you so much
Multiple
for tuning in
retainers.
for such a long broadcast today.
not as a glamour, but as the
まだ
actual
まだ
helmet.
お伝えしたい
Sometimes people want
新
10 or
システム
something.
とかね、
Yep.
コンテンツとかあるので、ぜひ次回も長時間にはなると思いますけど、そちらも楽しみにお待ちいただけたらと思ってます。
But there are still a
that's
lot of
Graha's
information
mouth,
that
not
we still have yet
mustache.
to share on new systems and different content.
See?
So we
Mouth.
expect for the next panel
Mouth.
to be long too, but it would be great if you could come back and tune in.
There's a
again.
cat mouth.
まあその DC トラベルの延期っていうちょっと皆様には本当に申し訳のないアナウンスもしなければいけない状態で本当にまずは申し訳ないと思ってます。ただ
But you
やっ
got
ぱ
me
り
for a
僕
little
ら
bit.
にとって行月のフィナーレっていうものを皆さんに楽しんでいただくことが最優先で、まあそれの安定性を取ること、それからできるだけ一つでも多くのコンテンツを楽しくお届けするっていうのが仕事だと思ってますんで、もう全員最後の追い込みとしてめちゃくちゃ頑張ってますんで、ぜひ行月のフィナーレ楽しみにお待ちいただけたらと思います。
And so throughout the broadcast, of course, there were good news, but there was also unfortunate news like the postponement of data center travel. But and so we apologize for that once again. But it is our utmost priority to deliver Endwalker to everyone and for everyone to enjoy the new expansion pack and make sure that everything is stable and we are providing as much content as we can to our players. So right now we are pushing as hard as we can. And so I hope that everybody is excited for the launch of Endwalker.
はい。まあもう本当ちょっとね喋りすぎて言葉が出なくなってきてますけど、まあとにかくよう作ったなっていうぐらいでかい拡張になってます。
And with such a long broadcast, we are starting to run out of vocabulary at this point. But again, we've been working really hard on the content, and I'm hoping that people will look at it and be very impressed by what the team has done. That's just how large of an expansion pack we're trying to get this to be.
でエンドウォーカーってタイトルはついてますで、確かにハイデリン・ゾディアーク編のサーが完結っていう話を、まあ、させてもらってるんですけど
You were 13 minutes past one of the longest.
And of course, with the title like
expectation I set.
Endwalker, and we're talking about how we're bringing the Heidelin Zodiac saga to a close.
どちらかというと、まあ、実はこの先の10年に向
Now
か
they're
っ
just
て
now they're just extending.
かなりいろんなことを
Now they're just messing with us.
始めているので
All right, we're gonna see if we can't make it fall asleep.
あります。そこはちょっとまだ一旦エンドウォーカー楽しんでもらいたいのであんま詳しくは言わないんですけど、その後
They already
さら
said
に
goodbye
次
and thank you
の放送とか
twice.
また話せる機会
And
作ろう
then
と思ってま
insert
す
an
ので
apology in between.
ぜひですね、この未来に向かっての14にもぜひ期待をしつつですね、プレイしていただけると大変嬉しいです。はい。
But that being said,
They are
we're
absolutely
also
being rich right
looking
now.
at this as a
Just trying to
look
keep those
into the
metrics up.
future and just how we're going to take this next 10 years ahead of us. And there's a lot of new things that we're trying for the future of Final Fantasy XIV. And we do feel that it's a new start at the same time. So, of course, we would love for players to enjoy Endwalker when it comes out, but there are new things on the horizon. Whenever the time comes, I would love to share some of the ideas that we want to bring in to the future. So again, while it does feel like one arc is concluding, we are looking to the future and we are looking to continue this adventure.
さあ、では、
thanks for the
長時間
likes
本当に
again,
皆さん、
guys.
お
Appreciate
疲れ
that.
様でした。ハイビさんも本当にお
After
疲
being
れ様でし
Asmongold
た。
when Rich is like having computer
Yeah,
issues
thank
and
you
he's just
again,
stalling
everybody,
for
for
the raid.
watching. Thank you to all the speakers. It's been a very long show.
はい、それでは以上をもちまして
They said nothing new
第
for
66
25
回
minutes.
ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサーレターライブを終了とさせていただきたいと思います。So this is actually a wrap of the letter from the producer live number 66. So thank you very much for watching until very end. はい、最後までご覧いただきありがとうございました。それではまた次回お会いしましょう。さようなら。See you next time.
Oh, there.
ありが
Okay,
とうござい
great.
ました。
Oh,
Thank
summary
you.
time.
All right. Yay. Okay.
End it. Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Get out.
Get out of here.
Get out.
All right. So, guys, the pinned comment, if you want to come and you want to hang out for the summary, you want to weigh in, just posted it right there. Head on over there. I'm